Chapter 2156. The Holy Lord was the master of the holy domain's divine capital. Rumor had it that he possessed the strength of a true god. However, he had never revealed his true cultivation, making it hard for others to fathom. The 5 superfactions all revered this person. However, this person only appeared in the faux god world, never in the Great Thousand Realms. Rumor had it that time flowed too quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. He could only extend his life in the faux god world. This person no longer cared about mundane matters. Now, even the holy domain's divine capital was managed by the 5 superfactions. He would not ask about anything. The Holy Lord was mysterious and low profile, so low profile that others overlooked his existence. However, when he appeared, everyone revered him, suddenly remembering that he was the true master of the holy domain's divine capital. At the top floor of the trial tower, the Holy Lord wore a mask, hiding his appearance and expression. The reason why he had appeared at this moment was because he was the only one who could open the 81st layer that sealed paradise. Greetings, Holy Lord. Everyone revered the Holy Lord. The powerhouses of the various superfactions performed cupped fist salutes. The Holy Lord nodded slightly. Then he stretched out a hand and gently tapped the air. A spot of black light appeared. In that instant, the black light expanded into a black whirlpool. It looked like a black hole that could suck in one's soul essence, appearing very mysterious. Soon, this black hole expanded continuously, turning into a huge whirlpool. The people present all felt somewhat anxious and nervous. Paradise was filled with many uncertainties. No one knew what fortuitous encounter they would obtain in the end. It was this uncertainty that filled everyone with anxiety and anticipation. The disciples of the 5 superfactions, Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance, all stared at the black hole like they were possessed. The seal has already been opened. If there is any danger, everyone can withdraw at any time. The Holy Lord's aged voice rang out. Then he withdrew silently, his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps he had already gone to the true God Palace, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere, watching with the crowd. Go then. No one knew who started it, but the false emperors of the various superfactions took the lead, unwilling to fall behind, wanting to be the first to enter paradise. The Heavenly Alliance's people were at the very end, slightly inferior. Those who could enter the Void God realm were all elites among elites. Everyone here was an elite among elites. In the Great Thousand Domains, they could all be called heavenly geniuses. The scene of over 1,000 outstanding talents moving out at the same time was truly spectacular. This was especially so for the leaders. They were all false emperors infinitely close to divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors. All of them showed off their sharpness, looking boundlessly elegant. Mu Zifeng looked around and revealed some helplessness in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he might be able to see Xiao Chen appear at the last moment. But now, it seemed that the rumor about Xiao Chen's injury was indeed true. Looks like that kid is really crippled. Mu Yunju had not moved at all. His sharp eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at the surroundings. As long as Xiao Chen revealed a trace of his aura, he would be able to detect it in an instant. For this day, he had waited for a very, very long time. For more than 5 years, every day felt like a year. Every day was doubled in bitter cultivation. Mu Yunju had been waiting for the day when he could openly trample on Xiao Chen. After the events of 5 years ago in the Ice-Fire Wasteland spread, Mu Yunju, Bai Yunfei, and the others became the laughingstock of the faux god world's disciples. Many half-step sovereign emperors, princes of various empires, and noble clan scions had been fooled by a Heavenly Alliance disciple. Paradise was an excellent opportunity for Mu Yunju to prove himself. However, Xiao Chen did not show up. Damn it. I finally managed to condense divine energy after much difficulty, and you actually lost just like that. Mu Yunju cursed in his heart, unable to wait for Xiao Chen. Then, his figure flashed, and a profound light filled the air as he flew towards the entrance. Like Mu Yunju, Bai Yunfei, Xiao Hozun, and Fang Xiaobai waited for a long time before flying towards the black whirlpool in disappointment. Fiend Cloud Hall. A person lay on the white jade bed where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. This person's body was covered in bandages, including his face. Only a pair of tightly shut eyes could be seen. A faint medicinal fragrance spread throughout the entire room. That was the fragrance of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment on the bandages. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment could allow a faux god to reconstruct the physical body. Yet it was used on a sovereign personage. If others saw this, they would definitely exclaim how unfortunate it was for wasting a heavenly treasure. Lu Benwei sat cross-legged outside the white jade bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. Whoosh! Suddenly, without any warning, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Xiao Chen's eyes appeared listless as he stared at the ceiling. He looked like he had just woken up from a dream or like he had yet to savor the gentleness of the dream. Xiao Chen did not move for a long time. He had a dream. He dreamed of returning to Qingyun Peak. The beautiful days of the past appeared in his dream. Dreams were wondrous, like the most fragrant wine, intoxicating and infatuating. In the mirage of the wine cup light, Xiao Chen only hoped that he would never wake up, that the night would never end, that dawn would never come. He continued drinking like that. However, Xiao Chen was awake in the dream. The hand that held the wine cup trembled forever. Because of pain. Even the most beautiful dream in the world could not make Xiao Chen smile happily or ease the pain in his heart. After Xiao Chen drank enough wine and saw enough of his memories, he opened his eyes and returned to reality. What is the point of all my martial arts? Xiao Chen, who had been watching coldly in the dream, already had an answer. All my martial arts were hope, persistence, and struggle. Without these martial arts, I would not even have met Lu Riyue. My heart would have turned to ashes. Compared to heartache and heartbreak, a heart of ashes was more despairing. At least I still have a dream, a goal to strive for and pursue. Many people in this world do not even have a goal. For example, fiendish saber Shimu. He was a peak faux god with all his martial arts. However, his heart died long ago. Sparks slowly lit up in Xiao Chen's listless eyes. A strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Then, he clenched his right fist tightly, and a determined light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Lu Benwei, who was at the side, seemed to sense this gaze, so he suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was Xiao Chen. He had already woken up. Xiao Chen looked at the bandages on his hands and body. After some thought, he wanted to tear them off. You can't do that. You have not completely absorbed this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment yet. You cannot tear them off now. The internal injuries this time are even more damaging to your body than berserking qi deviation. If not for Master giving you the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment, you would not have recovered so quickly. Lu Benwei's voice rang out, stopping Xiao Chen. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? No wonder. No wonder Xiao Chen felt like he was in a medicinal spring. His entire body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Where is Senior? Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He wanted to find Shimu and thank him. Lu Benwei smiled and said, "Given Master's temper, I don't think he will see you. It's good that you woke up. Back then, I nearly thought that you would never wake up again." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat guilty. He said apologetically, "Many thanks, Big Brother Lu, for saving my life." Although Shimu had saved Xiao Chen, he would have died in his state at that time without Lu Benwei. How many days was I asleep? Xiao Chen asked. Exactly 3 days. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Perhaps Xiao Chen never thought of giving up from the start to the end. He had always remembered Paradise's trial in the depths of his heart. If Xiao Chen did not wake up on this day, he would truly give up. He would never wake up again, remaining a coward his entire life. If Xiao Chen did not even believe in his martial arts, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen believed that one day, he would return to the Divine Dragon Empire and take back everything he lost. He was filled with pride and would never give up. Can I make it in time? Xiao Chen did not say when, but Lu Benwei naturally understood what Xiao Chen meant. After some thought, he said, "Logically speaking, there is no hope. The passageway that the Holy Lord opened is slowly shrinking. However, I have a way. Come with me." Xiaochen got off the bed and wanted to put on the alloy battle armor. However, he helplessly discovered that the bandages mixed with the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment covered him in layers. There was no way to put on alloy gloves. He could not even use his storage ring. Once he used it, it would tear the bandages, causing the bandages to tear and the medicinal effects to leak out. Left without a choice, Xiaochen picked up the white bedsheet and casually wrapped it around himself like a cloak. Strong winds howled at the summit of the mountain where the clouds were like a sea. Strong winds blew as Xiaochen wrapped himself in bandages. The bedsheet swayed in the strong wind, looking rather strange. However, Lu Benwei did not care. He pointed into the distance of the cloud sea and said, "Do you see that? That is the entrance to the paradise true body." Xiaochen looked over and saw a frightening black hole in the distance. It was like a black dot appearing at the limits of his vision. That black hole was shrinking bit by bit. With his speed, he would not be able to reach it before it ended. Who is the fastest in the Great Thousand Realms? The Great Rock. That's right. Have you heard of the saying, "The Great Rock soars with the wind one day, soaring for 45,000 kilometers"? Where does this wind come from? I once traveled outside and obtained an ancient inheritance called Great Gale Force. Only then did I realize that without wind, the Great Rock cannot fly. I have never tested this palm technique before. There are many space-time tears at the summit of this mountain range. I cannot guarantee that you can pass through safely. Do you dare to receive this palm strike of mine? Lu Benwei looked at Xiaochen, secretly storing up power. He knew the answer in Xiaochen's heart and was just waiting for him to speak. Do you think that I will give up? Ha! In that case, I will give you the power of the Great Rock to help you ride the wind. Lu Benwei reared his head back and laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. A strong wind howled like a horrifying wave, and a boundless aura gathered behind him. This wind seemed like it would flip over the sky and ground. Big wind force. An even more boundless howl resounded in the vast world, accompanied by an ancient and shocking roar. Lu Benwei's palm strike landed on Xiaochen's body. Boom! Xiaochen instantly entered the cloud sea. The vast cloud sea was boundlessly vast. Xiaochen was like a drop of rain entering it, not causing any ripples at all. However, suddenly, the world shook. Even the holy domain's divine capital started shaking. The many foe gods could not help looking over. Their expressions changed. They saw the sky turn pitch black, and a strong aura charged at the trial tower. A great rock. This startled several foe gods. When they looked over, they thought that a great rock really appeared in the foe god world. Then, a figure flew out of the vast cloud sea. This figure wore a white cloak and spread his arms, looking like a great rock covering the sky. He carried an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, this figure crossed 5 million kilometers. Just as the black whirlpool was about to close, he turned into a beam of flowing light. He turned into a streak of light, carrying pride and stubbornness. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he rushed in, ignoring the gazes of the world. The great rock soared with the wind, soaring 45,000 kilometers. Chapter 2157. The great rock soared with the wind, flying 45,000 kilometers. Just as that black entrance was about to close, Xiaochen's figure flashed in. What speed! It looked like a bedsheet just now. Did it enter paradise? It was not a bedsheet. Someone barged in while wearing a bedsheet. Did someone barge in? That should not be the case. If one's cultivation surpassed sovereign personage, one would not be able to barge in. It should be a sect disciple, but I do not know which sect. Did anyone see it clearly? That beam of light earlier carried the aura of a Kun Peng as it flew over. It was so fast that it shocked the foe gods. The foe gods reacted only after a while. If it were a sovereign emperor, they would not even have seen the beam of light. They would only have sensed a strong aura. Lu Benwei's great gale force was simply stunning, helping Xiaochen greatly. The instant the black whirlpool turned into a black and vanished, a huge light screen appeared above the trial tower, showing the scene of paradise. What a strange person. Why is he wrapped in a bedsheet? Is he not wearing any clothes? Mu Zifeng found this somewhat strange, feeling confused. It was not just Mu Zifeng. The other faux gods did not know what was going on either. When they saw Xiao Chen's figure on the light screen, they all showed strange expressions. It was like this person had a strange fetish. They looked like they were looking at a weirdo. I wonder which sect's disciple is from? His entrance is rather scary. A faux god powerhouse from the profound heaven holy land said with a smile, his tone filled with mockery. The powerhouses of the various superfactions all secretly asked around to see if this person was from their sect. After obtaining a positive answer, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Mu, this strange person should not be from our heavenly alliance. If he is, he would definitely be wearing the alloy battle armor, a heavenly alliance subordinate said after arriving beside Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. Although cultivators paid particular attention to being unrestrained and unrestrained, it was too much for someone to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. However, it was a little too much to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. It was easy for people to see it as a joke. At some point in time, Shimu appeared beside Lu Benwei at Fiend Cloud Hall. He frowned and said, "What a scandal. Can't you lend him some clothes?" Now that Lu Benwei thought about it, he felt embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was in a rush, so I forgot." Shimu sighed, "This little fellow is too impatient. Let's see how he performs first." In paradise, the disciples of the various clans had arrived long ago. Be it false emperors or heaven-defying sovereign personages, they did not move rashly. They carefully sized up their surroundings. Regardless of how strong he was, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had to familiarize himself with the environment first. But just as they were sizing up their surroundings, a streak of light flew past. Xiao Chen, who had slowed down a lot but was still very fast, streaked over their heads. In an instant, the elites of the 5 superforces were dumbfounded. The person in front of them was wrapped in white gauze from head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes. He wasn't wearing anything other than a bedsheet. It was hard to imagine who would dress up so strangely. Where did this lunatic come from? Bai Yunfei asked with a frown. He could not think of anyone who could match this person. Of course, he would not connect it to Xiao Chen. In Bai Yunfei's impression, Xiao Chen always wore white clothes or battle armor. His aura was completely different from the bedsheet-clad person before him. At the side, Xiahou Zun found it strange as well. After some thought, he said, "This fellow is somewhat strange. Later, go and test him out. See if we are wary of him." The other Bushan Palace disciples nodded. Right now, both Xiahou Zun and Bai Yunfei had advanced to False Emperor. They were the leaders of the Bushan Palace disciples. No one dared to disobey them. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Brother Xiahou, who do you think it is?" Xiahou Zun entered deep thought. Then he shook his head and said, "I did not expect the 5 superfactions to not be able to think of a corresponding person. This is really strange. One did not fear a strong and undefeatable enemy. One only feared an unfathomable enemy who did not play by the rules. The people of the profound heaven holy land, the hidden spirit temple, the universe origin sect, and the heavenly alliance all showed strange expressions as they looked at Xiao Qin in confusion. They all showed expressions of confusion, wondering if a superfaction was purposely trying to mislead them. Boom! The speed was too fast. Xiao Qin could not control his body and landed on a mountain peak. Fortunately, Xiao Qin did his best to control the impact. Otherwise, the entire mountain peak would have crumbled. Xiao Qin waved his hand and scattered the dust. Then he looked around and discovered that everyone was in a vast herb field. Paradise had been modified into a land of trials over the boundless passage of time, sealed in the trial tower's 81st floor. The first stage of this trial was to search for spirit herbs. Whoever found the most spirit herbs would be the winner. The strong would be able to obtain herb kings. One might even be able to find legendary divine herbs. Of course, that was extremely unlikely. No one harbored any hope. Being able to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king was already pretty good. However, rumor said that one could not remain in this herb field for too long. This could be considered the first stage of the trial. After a certain amount of time, one had to leave quickly and head to the next stage. The baleful aura is very heavy. Under the layers of gauze, only Xiaochen's eyes could be seen. However, he could still sense the strangeness of the surroundings. Baleful aura and death qi filled the turbid air. Corpses and bones littered the herb field. Back then, when the heavenly realm shattered, rumor had it that an intense battle had happened in paradise. After tens of thousands of years, the baleful aura did not scatter. This paradise had already turned into a land of danger. This was the reason why everyone did not act rashly while they were in the herb field. While the herb field looked desolate and peaceful, no one knew what dangers hid. No one dared to be careless. As Xiaochen sized up the mountain peak, he saw a vast herb field with no end in sight. The sky was chaotic. There were two extreme energies mixed together, pulling on each other as they slowly circulated. One of the energies was filled with spirituality, like immortal qi, pure and without any impurities. In the past, paradise must have been filled with such pure immortal qi, which allowed it to nurture a vast and boundless herb field. The other energy was extremely turbid, filled with filth, baleful aura, death qi, baleful aura, and resentment. All sorts of terrifying auras formed a turbid demonic qi. The baleful aura and death qi in the air of this vast herb field all came from this. The two energies filled the sky, looking like ink entangling with each other, forming a strange sky. Don't care about that strange person. Quickly start moving. We do not have much time. After familiarizing themselves with the herb field's environment, the super disciples of the various factions could no longer hold back and started searching. The 10,000-year-old herb kings here all turned into spirits. Without some special means, it would be impossible to find them. Let's start as well. Mu Yunzhu withdrew his gaze from Xiaochen. After some thought, he led the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples to search the herb field. Attack. Once you discover a 10,000-year-old herb king, immediately send out a signal. Do not let anyone out. The Universe Origin Sect's Chu Feng shouted coldly, appearing extremely tyrannical. Then, he got the Universe Origin Sect disciples to scatter. The boundless herb field was filled with fertile black soil and baleful aura. Aside from spirit herbs, there were also many flourishing weeds and trees. There were all sorts of strange things in the forest. It would not be easy to find spirit herbs here. However, the various super factions were clearly prepared. The Universe Origin Sect disciples all held clumps of flames in their hands. When they encountered spirit herbs, they would get excited. When they encountered weeds and other plants that turned into spirits, they would get frustrated. The Bushin Palace's people formed groups of 2 or 3. The leader controlled a spirit-devouring rat with an extremely strong sense of smell. Even the Heavenly Alliance members were prepared. No one came empty-handed. Only Xiaochen, who was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, looked at the herb field helplessly. I have to think of a way. This is too disadvantageous for me. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Then, he tried to see if he could take out some secret treasures from the storage rings. In the end, he discovered that this was somewhat difficult. The bandages containing the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment would definitely tear. Xiaochen had not recovered from his injuries yet. He did not want to leave behind any future problems, so he needed to absorb all of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment's medicinal energy. I got it. All things rejoice together. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He had absorbed a drop of fiend blood. Back then, he had been able to refine the ice-fire divine origin. He had relied on this drop of fiend blood to explore the entire ice-fire wastelands underground. Perhaps he could do the same now. Chapter 2158. Many spirit herbs hidden in the black soil gave off a dazzling spiritual light that others could not see. Xiaochen could not open the bandage-covered storage rings. However, he could put some things in. Xiaochen leaped down from the peak and formally entered the herb field in paradise. With one look, Xiaochen knew that this black light contained extraordinary might and dense death qi. One of them looked at Xiaochen, who was wrapped in bandages and bedsheets, not daring to underestimate him. The skeleton on the throne must have been a supreme god sovereign or an ancient demonic sovereign who died in the Great War between righteous factions and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. Pooh! However, Firmament's Rage was a Dragon's Gate secret technique executed by combining the 5-element divine lightning with the Thunder Great Dao and the flawless Dao domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Divine Firmament 9 variations, traceless lightning shadow. A hoarse wail rang out. The sword formation collapsed, and the colossal Cyclops tree shook violently. Rumble. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers shook intensely. Even the world trembled. The true spirit herbs were hidden in the soil. Not only were they difficult to find, but they could also easily run into danger if they were not careful. Xiaochen swept his gaze around, and his figure started to move. He cautiously looked in all directions. Xiaochen grunted, and the rebound knocked him back. His palm left the ground as he stood up. I hope it works. The herb field in the Heaven Dragon Palace and the secret realm that the Third Palace Master managed were filled with spirit herbs. That is, although Xiaochen had been interrupted earlier, he had memorized the locations of the spirit herbs hidden in the depths of the black soil with a single glance. He left behind a faint purple mark as he rushed towards the Cyclops tree. Instantly, thousands of tree branches fell. Immediately, thousands of tree branches danced around like demons, wielding deadly sabers and swords, instantly launching thousands of attacks. When the boundless ice flame landed on the colossal Cyclops tree, it immediately started burning. A flickering candle flame burned in each of Xiaochen's eyes. A candle dragon head appeared behind him, and it opened its eyes at the same time. As a result, there were many rough trees and flowers growing in the herb field. At a glance, it was full of weeds. Their concealment technique was exceptionally ingenious. If not for the Cyclops tree's intense struggle earlier, allowing him to sense some unusual fluctuations, he would not have been able to discover these three people. Xiaochen flew forward. The instant the 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him, he punched the one-eyed tree with the supreme dragon fist. Firmament's Rage. The sharp light turned into a gust of wind and blew towards Xiaochen's face. The bedsheets tied around Xiaochen's body fluttered like a cloak. It was as though he was shuttling through a sword array. This sword array looked chaotic, but it actually contained some sort of Dao charm. This was a secret technique that the giant Cyclops tree had comprehended on its own. If anyone disdained it, they would be turned into a hornet's nest on the spot. As the spear thrust forward, the light that erupted out made the expressions of the Hound Lion Empire's three change slightly. They felt their auras and Dao domains instantly suppressed. The environment of the herb field before Xiaochen was somewhat complicated. There was spiritual energy that was as pure as immortal qi as well as extremely filthy demonic qi. However, Xiaochen did not get careless from the start. He only brought out his flawless Dao domain and moved like a phantom. Xiaochen did not make any movements, but the bedsheets wrapped around him fluttered, looking as dazzling as a saber light. Instead, it was covered in baleful qi and death qi. Ordinary people would run far away from it and would not linger around it. Xiaochen showed a grave expression as he slowly activated the fiend blood in his palm. Immediately, the bandage wrapped around his palm gave off a faint red light. A strong wind blew, instantly scattering the roaring aura of an ancient ferocious beast. A saber light flickered and clashed with the three-sword intense, easily blocking them. A trace of horror appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. There was actually a terrifying existence underground. However, that sharpness continued to thrust forward relentlessly. It was like it could pierce through their chests in the next moment. Boom! Seeing that the sword array could not deal any damage to Xiaochen, the spiral eye on the trunk suddenly shot out a beam of black light. Xiaochen casually untied the bedsheet and grabbed one of the branches. Then he exerted some force and swept it. Bang! The mountain-like cyclopean tree turned into ashes with one punch from Xiaochen. It turned into ice shards that drifted down like gray snow. Xiaochen did not turn around. His voice came out through the bandage around his mouth, sounding somewhat hoarse and scary. Xiaochen's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Indeed, it worked. After verifying that there was no one around, Xiaochen bent over and touched the black soil with his bandaged hand. Furthermore, this was just an insignificant 10,000-year-old fiend king. Xiao Chen clenched his right hand and completely extinguished its ferocious nature. 500,000 kilometers below, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered piles of corpses. These corpses had existed for an unknown number of years. There were humans, demonic beasts, great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts, Asuras, flood dragon humans, Rakshasa demons. All he saw were corpses. There were even many spirit herbs that looked like weeds growing on the surface. However, the ones buried underground were thousand-year-old spirit herbs. Thousands of tree branches started dancing like treasured sabers being unsheathed, showing their sharpness. Tree branches were cut in half by the saber light and fell down like rain and snow. Xiao Chen moved unimpeded through the sword array of tree branches, approaching the cyclopean tree. It looked like a patch of wild grass. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scene before Xiao Chen changed. The black soil under his feet seemed transparent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Candle dragon eyes. The spiral patterns on the trunk gave off a faint light, flickering like a ferocious beast opening its demonic eye. Whoosh! His Highness was right. You are somewhat strange. To think that you can use your own means to detect spirit herbs. The countless corpses were either prostrating on the ground or kneeling on one knee. None of them dared to get up before this skeleton throne. The Hound Lion Empire was one of the 8 empires controlled by the Bushin Palace. These 3 people should be Xiao Hozun's subordinates. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chen arrived at a flat piece of land and stopped. In front of him was a towering black tree. The spiral patterns on the trunk looked like the eyes of a ferocious beast. The withered tree branches were like the claws of a ferocious beast, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Xiao Chen continued looking. 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen discovered more and more corpses. The joy in his eyes grew even more intense. It looks like I cannot stay in this herb field for long. After alarming these corpses, I have to leave quickly. I have to move quickly as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen tilted his body slightly and dodged the black light, not waiting for the cyclopean tree to do anything. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If this cyclopean tree was really strong, it would have attacked directly instead of endangering him first. 3 figures appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. They were the Hound Lion Empire's people. With one look, Xiao Chen could tell that this tree was not a spirit herb and could not produce spirit fruits. The 10,000-year-old herb king, Ice Cloud Nation, struggled desperately in Xiao Chen's hand, trying to break free. At this moment, the 3 finally realized how terrifying Xiao Chen was. Horror flashed in their hearts. They could no longer care about anything else, so they turned around and fled. Boundless electric light tore through the sky, and the flawless Dao domain spread out. 3 extremely terrifying auras of ancient ferocious beasts answered Xiao Chen's question. Hidden in the overwhelming auras were 3 cold sword intents, as scary as hungry wolves. The cyclopean tree was already dead. However, Xiao Chen did not stop. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike. A beam of spiritual light charged out of the ground, looking like it purposely charged into the towering hand. Before it could react, Xiao Chen grabbed it. This black light could be said to be extremely abrupt. As long as someone was slightly distracted by the sword formation, they would definitely be hit. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he pulled off the bedsheet and shook it gently. The bedsheet gathered and appeared in his hand like a spear. Then, he thrust it forward. Many 10,000-year-old herb kings appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He even discovered some 100,000-year-old herb kings and 1,000,000-year-old herb kings. When Xiao Chen turned around, the bedsheet wrapped around Xiao Chen like a cloak again. This was somewhat different from an ordinary herb field. The more you put on an act, the more it proves your cowardice. Ding, ding, ding. Then, it hung on a tree branch, weathered by the wind and rain, turning into a dried corpse. After stopping struggling, Xiao Chen looked at it for a while and gave up on consuming it immediately, tossing it into his storage ring. However, Xiao Chen knew that a 10,000-year-old herb king, the ice cloud fruit, grew under the tree. What was truly shocking was that the corpses buried deep underground were all prostrating themselves. You discovered my secret, yet you are still not running. In that case, none of you can leave. Given Xiao Chen's current state, the consequences would be unimaginable if he came in contact with it. Although the disciples of the various major factions had already started searching for spirit herbs, it was better to be safe than sorry. Before activating the fiend blood, Xiao Chen still had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chen comprehended 3 Dao domains, once he executed it, even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to struggle free if he grabbed them. To ice-attributed cultivators, the ice cloud fruit was a great supplement. It was a 10,000-year-old herb king that could directly raise one's cultivation and Dao domain. It did not even need any special refinement to be consumed directly. Xiao Chen managed to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king, which did not cause much of a commotion. He crawled all the way until a throne appeared in the depths of the ground. A skeleton wearing a featureless white mask sat on the throne. A group of people knelt respectfully to the skeleton's sides. A wondrous mental fluctuation immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. That was the one-eyed tree threatening Xiao Chen to leave. Chapter 2159. When the 3 from the Hound Lion Empire saw that the situation was bad, Xiao Chen managed to suppress their auras with just one move. This was too horrifying. Although the 3 were not half-step sovereign emperors, they were at least heaven-defying sovereign personages. While the 3 might not be able to defeat Xiao Chen if they worked together, they would at least have no problem leaving. However, before Xiao Chen, they were no match for him. This immediately frightened the 3 out of their wits. They wanted to turn around and leave. However, since Xiao Chen chose to attack, how could he give the 3 a chance to leave? Stay behind! Xiao Chen shouted coldly as he soared into the air and swung the spear in his hand. A vast saber light encased the 3, not letting any of them go. Flawless Dao domain. This was the first time Xiao Chen fought with someone since his saber great Dao advanced to a Dao domain. After experiencing a tribulation, he finally managed to break through to the flawless Dao domain. The moment he attacked, he displayed strong might. Crack, crack. This person's Dao domain actually cracked under the pressure of Xiao Chen's flawless Dao domain. If the 3 continued fleeing, their Dao domains would crumble. They needed to fight. Otherwise, they would die for sure. Damn it! The 3 were forced to turn around and attack the pressing Xiao Chen. Dang! Ding! Ding! Xiao Chen condensed the bedsheet. It looked long and slender, but in reality he used it as a saber. The instant the 3 turned around, the flickering saber light arrived before them. The 3 could not react in time and could not deal with it calmly. They could only brandish their swords to block Xiao Chen's attacks. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Xiao Chen pressed forward step by step. The 3 people from the Hound Lion Empire blocked Xiao Chen at the same time. However, they appeared flustered, not having a chance to catch their breath. Rumble! Thunder rumbled endlessly in the sky. Snowflakes danced in the air. However, Xiao Chen suppressed them with his flawless Dao domain. The 3 Dao domains immediately merged, working perfectly with each other, suppressing the 3 until they could not retaliate. These 3 each grasped a Dao domain. However, they could not merge them as perfectly as Xiao Chen, unable to fend for themselves. Not only did they not bring out the advantage of having many people working together, but they also had to use 3 Dao domains each, limiting themselves. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. In less than 100 moves, he was already covered in wounds, and it looked like he would be unable to hold on any longer. The 3 of them roared furiously. At this instant, their eyes shone with a golden light. They had activated their great desolate Ian bloodline. Boom! The instant the great desolate Ian bloodline erupted, the 3 of them finally recovered 10% of their momentum. After activating his great desolate Ian bloodline, his aura should be soaring, and he should be launching a frenzied counterattack. However, the 3 of them didn't even think about it. As soon as they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned around and fled again. Outside the Tower of Trials, the boss of Bushin Palace felt extremely awkward when he saw this. The gazes of the other foe gods were filled with doubt and confusion, making him feel extremely embarrassed. You've been forced to activate your bloodline by this freak, yet you're still thinking of running? You're really courting death. As a foe god, he naturally could tell that if they activated their great desolate Ian bloodline and fought to the death, one or two might be able to escape. However, if they chose to flee, only death awaited them. The moment the bloodline power vanished, they would no longer be able to retaliate and could only allow others to humiliate them. However, the foe god was wrong. Xiaochen did not wait for the three to finish activating their bloodline power, choosing to attack immediately. Xiaochen roared ferociously, and the golden divine seal in his soul pool activated. However, before the roar ended, the golden divine seal appeared. Before the shout ended, the three, who just turned around and soared into the air, vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They showed pained expressions as they knelt on the ground, dropping their weapons to the side. Perfect divine seal! Someone exclaimed softly. Given a foe god's eyesight, the might of the divine seal that Xiaochen erupted earlier could be seen as a perfect divine seal with one glance. Divine seals also differed in quality. Divine seals were split into 4 grades: flawed, ordinary, flawless, and perfect. Flawed meant that the soul and the Dao domain did not merge well, showing obvious flaws. Most cultivators who could enter the foe god world would not have any flaws in their divine seals. At the very least, they would be ordinary. However, it was somewhat difficult to condense a flawless divine seal. As for a perfect divine seal that surpassed flawless, they were like phoenix feathers and water chestnuts, extremely rare. Practically no one could merge 3 Dao domains like Xiaochen and still form a perfect divine seal. Who is this person? The eyes of the various super faction powerhouses lit up. They quickly got their subordinates to ask around. Earlier, they had been afraid that this strange person was from their faction. Now, they hoped that this person was from their faction. The other super factions all held some anticipation. Only the Bushan Palace powerhouses showed an unsightly expression. Seeing the 3 kneeling on the ground, tortured by the Dao, this strange person wrapped in a bedsheet was definitely not from their faction. Xiaochen walked over step by step. He knew that these 3 were in the same situation as when he faced Mu Yunju back then. The other party's one sentence made it hard for Xiaochen to resist, nearly resulting in defeat. Now, Xiaochen had such ability as well. Furthermore, he was even stronger. I withdraw, the 3 said with much difficulty. Then, a strong force immediately appeared in front of Xiaochen, blocking his advance. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He knew that this was the Trial Tower's protection. Everyone had such an opportunity in paradise. If one ran into a situation where they could not preserve their lives, they could withdraw. This way, Xiaochen would have achieved his goal. As long as these 3 did not expose his secrets, it did not matter whether he killed them or not. My injuries are still somewhat obstructive, and my meridians have not fully recovered. Otherwise, I would not need to exchange 100 moves with these 3 people, who are not even half-step sovereign emperors. Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then he waved his right hand. Whoosh! The bedsheet that formed a spear scattered, and Xiaochen draped it over his body again. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. Back then, Xiaochen had been in a rush, fearing that the gauze would not be able to cover him. After he came out, he discovered that he had worried too much. Even without the bedsheet, the gauze would be tight enough. There was no need to worry too much. However, it was not bad to use it as a weapon. If the gauze accidentally tore, he could use it to cover himself. Hence, Xiaochen carried it with him. Could this person be Xiaochen? Mu Zifeng muttered, a bright light flickering in his eyes as he entered deep thought. Xiaochen also used the saber. His saber techniques resembled him somewhat. However, after thinking about it, Mu Zifeng felt that this was impossible. Xiaochen had just been injured, and his survival was unknown. How could he erupt with such strength? The most important thing was that Mu Zifeng's impression of Xiaochen was that he wore white and had a stern air. A sharpness hid on his face. He did not seem like someone who would appear in a bedsheet. Inside paradise, Xiaochen followed the clues in his memory, continuously traveling through the boundless herb fields. When Xiaochen stopped, he would definitely gain something. The ability that the fiend blood gave him was much more reliable than the Universe Origin Palace's flame or the Bushin Palace's spirit-devouring rats. Time passed. When Xiao Chen harvested his 10th 10,000-year-old herb king, startled cries rang out outside the trial tower. Right now, Xiao Chen's harvest already equaled the harvest of an entire team of the other super factions. He did not know that this harvest was the result of Xiao Chen holding back on purpose. Xiao Chen knew that the foe gods outside could see the scene inside, so he did not dare to go overboard. The 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained were ones that he could consume and refine himself, seeking quality over quantity. Ha! Saber demon Wu Meng? With your saber techniques, you are not even fit to carry my shoes. Xiao Chen, who was traveling, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly withdrew and retreated to a large tree. He slowly extended his spiritual sense and saw the Heavenly Alliance's saber demon clutching his chest 50 kilometers away, vomiting some blood. Someone besides saber demon Wu Meng supported him, showing a furious expression. The saber intent in the surroundings had yet to scatter, still buzzing. Clearly, there had been an intense battle here earlier. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Wu Meng and said, "If not for your tortoise shell, I would have defeated you in 10 moves. To think that trash like you is not embarrassed to be called Saber Demon. Damn it. If not for your sneak attack, how could Big Brother Wu lose to you?" A Heavenly Alliance disciple at the side said angrily, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Wu Meng showed a calm expression as he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything more. He is fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple. Even in a normal fight, I would not be a match for him. If you want this herb king, take it. Let's go." Zhang Yushan reached out and received the 10,000-year-old herb king that Wu Meng proffered. He showed a disdainful expression, not saying anything. Bush. The figures of Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers flashed, blocking Wu Meng and Zhang Yushan's path. Wu Meng said sullenly, "What do you want? I already gave you the herb king that I subdued after much difficulty. What else do you want? How can things be that easy? If the 2 of you want to continue seeking fortuitous encounters in paradise, each of you will have to hand over 10,000 faux god coins." "What?" Wu Meng raged, the hand that held his saber trembling. Normally, given his temper, he would have attacked long ago. However, now, he really hated them. Chapter 2160. Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over the 10,000 faux god coins. Otherwise, you can forget about remaining in paradise. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers urged impatiently when they saw Wu Meng hesitate. Wu Meng felt enraged, not because he lost a 10,000-year-old herb king but because he hated himself for being so useless. "You are seeking death. Wu Meng, it looks like you are tired of living. Kneel." Zhang Yushan suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It was a shocking sound. He had activated his divine seal and was about to make a move. Given Wu Meng and his companion's current state, they would not be able to endure Zhang Yushan's shout. "How mighty!" However, just as this sound wave was about to arrive, an indifferent shout came from the ground. This shout also contained Dao might. It was like a sharp saber carrying a strong wind as it attacked. Boom! The saber clashed with Zhang Yushan's sound wave, and explosions rang out endlessly. The surrounding weeds and trees shattered one after another. The various Dao might contained in the sound wave appeared. Lightning, ice, fire, saber intent, all sorts of mysterious phenomena swept out in the surroundings. Whoosh! What was even more terrifying was that the Dao might and sharpness contained in that shout remained. After shattering Zhang Yushan's sound wave, it charged over like a saber light. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He quickly made a move and scattered the sound wave. However, he ended up taking 3 steps back. "Who is it? Hiding in the dark. If you are capable, show yourself." Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers felt that something was wrong. Their figures flashed as they cautiously landed beside Zhang Yushan. "I never hid. It is just that you could not see me." Zhang Yushan looked up and saw a person standing on a huge tree. This person's body was bandaged and wrapped in a bedsheet, revealing only a pair of eyes as they looked at Zhang Yushan coldly. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. What a coincidence! He had not thought of taking the initiative to cause trouble for this Zhang Yushan. However, To think that he would run into Zhang Yushan in this paradise. Since Xiao Chen ran into Zhang Yushan, then he should take this opportunity to settle past grudges. Back when Zhang Yushan first came to Fiend Cloud Hall, he threatened Xiao Chen and even targeted Ryue. Later, when Xiao Chen used his killer move, he wanted to kill him in one move. Now, he was even more shameless. Not only did he snatch Wu Meng's 10,000-year-old Herb King, he even wanted to continue extorting him. This Zhang Yushan showed Xiao Chen what was called shamelessness. Zhang Yushan had utterly embarrassed Senior Shimu. Xiao Chen leaped down and landed in front of Wu Meng. Then he said softly, "You all go first. Leave this to me." Friend, the three of them are Yao Dao's disciples. They are not easy to deal with. Wu Meng looked at Xiao Chen, confusion filling his eyes. He did not understand why this strange person would help him, but he still had to warn him out of goodwill. Fiendish Saber Shimu was a famous expert among foe gods. For Zhang Yushan to become his nominal disciple, he naturally was not weak. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said, "You crazy fellow, let's see who you are. How dare you meddle in my business?" Buzz. When Zhang Yushan drew his saber intent spread out. He truly lived up to his reputation as the person who had listened to Shimu's teachings for 5 years. When Zhang Yushan attacked, he pushed his saber intent to the limits. When he drew his saber, it already contained a horrifying saber intent. It was like the roar of a mountain or the roar of a tsunami, surging towards Xiao Chen like a huge wave. Mad Cloud Chop. Zhang Yushan did not stop moving. The instant he drew his saber, he attacked with his killing move. When Zhang Yushan stretched out his hand, clouds gathered and unfolded, looking very majestic. He materialized a tyrannical aura of a lone tyrant in the sky. Together with the churning cloud sea behind him, his aura was truly overwhelming. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers could not help exclaiming in admiration. Their senior brother's Mad Cloud Chop truly reached perfection, making them sigh in amazement. How strong! Wu Meng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was somewhat unconvinced of Zhang Yushan. After all, Zhang Yushan was the one who sneak attacked him. However, when Wu Meng saw this move, he felt that Zhang Yushan's sneak attack had not been genuine. Now, this was Zhang Yushan's true strength. No matter what, he was Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple. Xiao Chen showed a somewhat grave expression. Although this Zhang Yushan was extremely shameless, he did have some talent in the Saber Dao. That made sense. If Zhang Yushan did not have some talent, Senior Shimu would not have accepted him out of consideration for Xiao Chen's sake. If Zhang Yushan were at his peak, it would be fine. However, he was somewhat problematic now. However, it was only a little troublesome. In the end, this Zhang Yushan was just trash. Mad Cloud Chop. If the cloud sea does not exist, let's see how you can be arrogant. Xiao Chen shouted coldly, unflustered as he faced the saber light that was about to chop down. Bolts of purple electric light tore through the sky. Closely following that, thunder roared. The majestic cloud sea mysterious phenomenon behind Zhang Yushan instantly crumbled. Zhang Yushan's heart skipped a beat, but he gritted his teeth and endured. The time it took for Xiao Chen to break his cloud sea mysterious phenomenon allowed his saber light to be only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen. As long as Zhang Yushan chopped down, even if the saber light's might was significantly reduced, it would still be able to take half of Zhang Yushan's life. Go to hell. Zhang Yushan showed a ferocious expression as he roared ferociously. The saber in his hand descended even faster. You lose. Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, he grabbed the bedsheet with his right hand and swung it ferociously. A strong wind blew, and the flawless Dao domain instantly erupted. Using his will as a saber and the wind as a saber, this swing was filled with saber light. Zhang Yushan clearly did not draw his saber, but the bedsheet was like a powerful saber being drawn, carrying an unparalleled sharpness as it swept over. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, Zhang Yushan was ruthlessly slapped back, as if he had been slapped in the face. I'll strike while you are down. Not giving Zhang Yushan a chance to catch his breath, the bedsheet occasionally gathered and scattered. As Xiao Chen's Dao domain spread out, saber moves filled the air like a torrential storm. It's over. I'm going to die here. Zhang Yushan felt a chill in his heart. He had not expected to be defeated in one move and be consigned to eternal damnation. Why are you still not coming to help? You two trash, what are you just watching for? When Zhang Yushan saw that his two junior brothers were still watching, he could not help feeling enraged. Senior brother, hold on for a while. We'll get reinforcements for you. Who could have imagined that his two junior brothers would flee when they saw that the situation was bad? Zhang Yushan was so frustrated that the bedsheet pierced his chest in a moment of carelessness, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Pa! Seeing that he had no hope of victory, Zhang Yushan wanted to beg for mercy. Who knew? The other party ignored him. The bedsheet gathered and slapped Zhang Yushan's face. The heavy slap to the face immediately stunned Zhang Yushan. There is no grudge between us. There is no need to do this. I am Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple, after all, one of the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If you anger me, not only will you offend Fiendish Saber Shimu's faction, but the entire profound Heaven Holy Land will not let you off. It would have been fine if Zhang Yushan had not mentioned Fiendish Saber Shimu. Now that he mentioned it, Xiao Chen's expression turned even colder. Put, 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 put. The bedsheet slapped Zhang Yushan several times in the air, leaving him hovering between life and death, unable to say a complete sentence. Now, the profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouses outside the trial tower felt incredibly ashamed. To think that the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land were tortured by such a strange person, unable to retaliate. This was no longer torture but humiliation. Damn it. Investigate. Investigate. You must find out who this little bastard is. I want to see who exactly he is. The profound Heaven Holy Land faux god powerhouse Gu Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. Brother Gu, please calm down. Didn't your profound Heaven Holy Land disciple humiliate the Heavenly Alliance disciples as well? Paradise is a competition of the younger generation. Making a big fuss over it is too much. That's right. Didn't Brother Mu not say anything just now? The other faux god powerhouses smiled faintly, reminding Zhang Yushan to mind his status. After all, he was a bona fide faux god. How could he lose his composure like that? Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. What could Mu Zifeng say? Did someone use a bedsheet to slap a Heavenly Alliance disciple into a pig's head? However, given the situation, Gu Fei could only keep his words in his heart, unable to say anything. No matter what, it was unreasonable for a faux god to bicker with a junior. Xiao Chen did not want to give Zhang Yushan a chance to admit defeat. He also did not truly threaten Zhang Yushan's life. Otherwise, Zhang Yushan would have chosen to withdraw. Xiao Chen would fight with Zhang Yushan, not giving him hope or despair. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance disciple immediately felt incredibly uncomfortable. Zhang Yushan's eyes lit up as he laughed. Ha! Senior brother Gu is here. He will definitely kill you. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Talk too much. Xiao Chen swung the bedsheet and directly sent Zhang Yushan flying. When Zhang Yushan landed, he paled. He had sustained severe injuries, nearly killing him. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw a person holding a flute with both hands. This person placed the flute by his mouth and gently blew on it. While in the air, he played the flute and quickly flew over. When he looked around and met Xiao Chen's gaze, he immediately burst forth with a cold, sharp light. A false emperor. Chapter 2161. A false emperor. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell that this person was a false emperor. Among the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples, this person was probably on the same level as Mu Yunzhu, a peak existence. Outside the trial tower, the eyes of the profound Heaven Holy Land's faux god First Elder, Gu Fei, lit up. Gu Yuhan arrived. This is great. As a false emperor, Gu Yuhan could condense divine energy. He had already advanced to half-step sovereign emperor many years ago. The flute music was indistinct, sounding like the sounds of nature. When Gu Yuhan played the song, "The Heart of the Night on the Blue Sea and Blue Sky," It was like waves crashing against reefs. The waves surged, and the blue sky and blue sea looked boundless. It seemed slow but was actually very fast. As Gu Yuhan played the flute music, he drove his divine seal and infused his Dao might into the flute music. Or rather, using the flute music to activate the divine seal's might was much more profound than using sound waves. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. While this person was still very far away, he already felt like he was facing a great enemy, putting immense pressure on him. If Xiao Chen got closer, who knew how strong this flute music would be? If Xiao Chen left now, it would not be a problem. The other party might not be able to catch up. It was unwise to fight a false emperor in his current state. However, Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow Daoist behind Xiao Chen were already affected by the flute music. If Xiao Chen left, the two would be finished. Xiao Chen would not feel at ease. If he did not feel at ease, how could he maintain his original intentions? Go! Xiao Chen shouted. Then he pressed his tongue against his palate, letting out a dragon roar. The flute music immediately paused. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, kicking up overwhelming waves. The flute music scattered, and the blue sea and blue sky song scattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Chen picked up Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow and sent them flying with all his might. Wu Meng, who was startled to his senses, felt a huge lightning-attributed force on him. Then he flew away like a beam of light. When Wu Meng saw that Xiao Chen was still where he was, he could not help feeling guilty. He shouted, "Who are you? Will you stay alive? I will never forget this favor. I, Wu Meng, will definitely repay it in the future." Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. "We are all Heavenly Alliance people, so we should take care of each other. Brother Wu Meng, there is no need to be so polite. I am fine. There is no need to worry. A member of the Heaven Alliance." Wu Meng's heart trembled when he heard this. Such a person existed? How laughable! To think that I thought that I was the strongest in the Heavenly Alliance, aside from Xiao Chen and Grim Reaper Lin Feng. I was truly a frog in a well. Normally, I would not be so arrogant, training day and night. Even if this Zhang Yushan was Shimu's disciple, I would not have suffered such a miserable defeat. Imperceptibly, this lesson allowed Saber Demon Wu Meng to undergo a transformation. Slowly, Xiao Chen's full-powered lightning-attributed energy quickly sent the two far away. However, he had no choice but to remain where he was. Woo-woo-woo. As the flute music spread out, it became even more difficult to deal with. Gu Yuhan clearly increased his strength. Moreover, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, which made it difficult for Xiao Chen to continue. Faint ripples appeared in his soul pool. Occasionally, musical notes could be heard. The golden divine seal seemed to be violently battered by raging waves. This made Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. Faint cracks had actually appeared on the divine seal. If this continued, he would probably die here. A false emperor. He truly lives up to being a false emperor. While Xiao Chen felt uncomfortable, lofty aspirations welled up in his heart. He had long heard of the strength of a false emperor. 5 years ago, he wanted to fight a false emperor. However, he had not gotten the chance. After waiting for 5 years, he finally got the chance. Boom! The battle hunger that Xiao Chen suppressed for 5 years turned into hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations spreading out in all directions. When people outside the trial tower felt this hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations, they immediately praised Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had courage and boldness, not fearing a strong enemy. Instead, he inspired such a strong battle hunger. What a great junior! If this person were a disciple of my Bushin Palace, I would definitely take him in as my final disciple and pass on my mantle to him. My Bushin Palace needs such hot-blooded people. Regardless of victory or defeat, let's fight first. So what if he is a false emperor? Earlier, Xiao Chen humiliatingly defeated a Bushin Palace disciple, embarrassing that Bushin Palace powerhouse. Now that this Bushin Palace powerhouse saw this scene, he could not help praising Xiao Chen. No matter how strangely this junior dressed, making others laugh and feel confused, Xiao Chen first revealed his perfect divine seal. Now, when facing a profound Heaven Holy Land false emperor expert, He burst out with such startling battle hunger. Xiaochen already fulfilled all the requirements of a powerful, outstanding talent. He just lacked one more chance to soar into the sky in one go. Could it really be Xiaochen? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. If it were an outsider, he would not have come to save Xiaochen. However, the white-clad Xiaochen with his fluttering long hair and a hidden sharpness appeared in Mu Zifeng's mind. Compared to this strange person covered in bandages and bedsheets, it was a completely different scene. Mu Zifeng would never have imagined that Xiaochen was the same person. The only similarity was that the two had lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. They both had a pride and tyranny that refused to admit defeat. So what if I am a false emperor? I will fight you. Bang. Gu Yuhan soared into the air, holding a flute with both hands and using the flute music to activate his divine seal. Gu Yuhan clearly sensed Xiaochen's battle hunger. This was a provocation, so he could not help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. This azure sea and blue sky immediately gained a cold and somber air. Frost spread out for tens of thousands of miles. This medicinal field and all the towering trees within sight were covered in frost. Then they all withered, their vitality destroyed by the killing intent. Vast sky, boundless sea, waves rise, falling flute music, cold killing intent. Each note was louder than the one before. Ding, 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 rang out. This azure sea and blue sky contained a cold and somber air, wanting to kill everything in the world. Who cares about your overwhelming battle hunger or your hot-bloodedness? The one I will kill is you. Xiaochen's soaring battle hunger and burning hot-bloodedness immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Before Xiaochen could show off his lofty aspirations, someone chopped them down in the air, making him feel very unbearable. Ha! Good. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaochen's mouth, dyeing the bandage around his mouth red. However, he could not help rearing his head back and laughing, saying "good" 3 times. No matter who this person was, he made Xiaochen feel the aura of an expert. Xiaochen felt deep veneration and heartfelt admiration for this person. This person was not someone that a shameless trash like Zhang Yushan could compare to. The bedsheet in Xiaochen's hand flung out ferociously. Then he tied it up like a cloak. Even though Zhang Yushan's hot-bloodedness was chopped down by someone's flute music, he did not feel discouraged. Zhang Yushan could not maintain his composure, not saying a word or moving at all. Am I going to die? Zhang Yushan's face swelled up like a pig's head as he leaned against a rock with much difficulty. When he saw Xiaochen's scene, he could not help laughing excitedly. Bang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, a crisp sound rang out in the air. After storing up power for a long time, Xiaochen punched with all his might. The fist light was like a saber moving in the air, giving off a surging saber intent. Under the pressure of the flute music, Xiaochen used his flawless saber domain to drive the divine seal. The flawless Dao uses the body as a saber. I do not have a saber in my hand, but I use my body as a saber and my thoughts as a scabbard. Every time Xiaochen punched, his fighting spirit spread out as he drew his saber. The sound of a saber being drawn unleashed his hot-bloodedness, blocking the increasingly difficult flute music. Bush. 2 figures landed. It was Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers. When they saw Zhang Yushan's appearance, they could not help finding it funny. Senior brother, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Who slapped you? Zhang Yushan immediately felt exasperated. You 2 bastards, to think that you have the face to come back. Do you enjoy watching me get beaten up? Senior brother, you are wrongly accused. Didn't we bring reinforcements for you? Since big brother Gu Yuhan is here, that brat will die for sure. The 2 did not blush. In reality, running into Gu Yuhan was a complete coincidence. Zhang Yushan looked like he saw something terrifying. Unable to care about anything else, he shouted, "Quickly, bring me away. We can't stay here anymore. Quick. I'll let bygones be bygones. Quickly, bring me away." Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers mocked, "Senior brother, did someone beat you silly? Senior brother Gu Yuhan is here. What are you afraid of? You 2 pigheads. Look behind you." The 2 quickly turned around. When they saw what happened, they were stupefied. They did not even have time to put away their smiles. They saw Xiaochen draped in a bedsheet, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a scabbard. The sound of Xiaochen drawing the scabbard reverberated in the surroundings, actually shattering the flute music, which had grown much stronger. The surrounding mysterious phenomena of the blue sky shattering and waves surging back did not injure Xiaochen at all. Someone actually blocked Senior Brother Gu's blue sky and blue sea. How can this be? Quickly leave. Otherwise, when Senior Brother Gu comes down, the shockwaves will definitely affect this place. This greatly startled the two. Without even thinking, they quickly retreated. Damn! You two bastards! Bring me along. Zhang Yushan, who was severely injured and beaten into a pig's head by Xiaochen, screamed hoarsely. Bush. The two figures quickly retreated. Then each of them grabbed one of Zhang Yushan's legs and moved as fast as lightning, continuing to flee. The flute music and the sound of Gu Yuhan drawing the scabbard reverberated even more intensely. This was no longer a battle of divine seals. Instead, it was the two's martial Dao clashing. The flute music and the sound of Gu Yuhan drawing the scabbard contained their respective understandings of the martial Dao. Neither could afford to lose. Once they lost, they would hurt themselves. A figure soared through the air. It was Gu Yuhan, who had finally arrived before Xiaochen. He looked at Xiaochen coldly with a sullen expression. However, he did not stop playing the flute. The flute music spread out as Gu Yuhan landed. It was like a surging tsunami surging over. Xiaochen could not help showing an even graver expression. As he played, he brought out his flawless Dao domain to its fullest. Gu Yuhan slowly paced the ground. As he walked, the flute music never stopped. It looked like there was no pattern to it. In reality, every step Gu Yuhan took contained the laws of the world. At this moment, his azure sea and blue sky technique was already driven to its limits. The two of them had already fought to the point where neither of them could let go. Both of them were holding back a killer move. The ending notes of Gu Yuhan's azure sea and blue sky technique would definitely overlap, unleashing all the rhythm of the earlier notes at the very last moment. As for Xiaochen, he was also hiding the dragon tone art that the Qing Emperor created back then. Given his current cultivation, when he executed the dragon tone art, he could bring out all the blue dragon's power in his bloodline. The fight looked incredibly intense, surging with battle hunger. However, in reality, they were both enduring, waiting, holding back a move, waiting for their peak strike. Chapter 2162. The two endured, hiding their moves. One attacked, and the other defended. Gu Yuhan's blue sea, blue sky would eventually come to an end. Xiaochen, who was forced to defend with the sound of a drawn scabbard, was forced to defend. Although Gu Yuhan was at a disadvantage, as long as he could defend, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. As Gu Yuhan walked, he blew the flute music endlessly. Gu Yuhan's movements did not change. However, those with eyes could tell that while his steps appeared slow, they were actually urgent. He had already unknowingly increased his pace. Clear sky. Waves rise. Flute music descend. Cold killing intent. With each step, each note, and each note, Gu Yuhan's rage soared into the sky. The long night arrived in the blue sky and the jade-green sea. Night covered this world, turning it into the sea. Xiaochen and Gu Yuhan stood at the top of the waves. Only the flute music and the endless waves remained in the dark night. Only the light of Xiaochen's drawn saber could illuminate this wrong night and the vast sea. Outside the trial tower, the many foe gods watched carefully. Their attention was attracted, and their expressions turned grave. Although the two's cultivations were low in the eyes of the foe gods, this was a competition of their martial Dao. Everyone's eyes lit up and they cheered in amazement. This blue sea, blue sky, is indeed incredible. Unfortunately, we can only see it and not listen to it personally. That strange person is really incredible. To think that he can simulate the sound of a drawn saber and use it to write his martial Dao. He changed very quickly. He knows that the essence of this competition is not the strength of one's divine seal, cultivation, or musical attainments. Instead, it's a battle of the heart, to see whose martial will is superior, and who can display it more perfectly. That's right. Why is this blue sea, blue sky so difficult to deal with? Even some sovereign emperors could not block it because they could not see through its essence. If one could not distinguish between the two and fell into any trap, they would immediately lose. From the looks of it, Gu Yuhan holds the advantage. However, this advantage is not huge and somewhat strained. The strange person adapted to the situation. Gu Yuhan should have a suppressive advantage. Given the current situation, while he holds the advantage, it can only be considered a draw. Void God Realm experts had outstanding eyesight. After all, their realms were much higher than theirs. They could see through what was real and what was fake with one glance. The profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouse, Gu Fei, showed a grave expression but did not refute. Such a situation had long surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Logically speaking, Gu Yuhan did not even need to land to force Xiao Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the fight was so intense now. It's almost over. The winner is about to be decided. In paradise, the blue sea and blue sky that Gu Yuhan played gradually grew softer. The waves receded. The blue sky and blue sea were calm. The flute music was low and deep, as if it wanted to say something. The calm didn't last for long. It was only for a moment, but in that moment, the surging melodies suddenly fell silent. The instantaneous difference caused space to freeze, as if time itself had stopped. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The sun set over the long river and the stars sank. The blue sea and blue sky filled the heart of the night. Rumble. Gu Yuhan held the xiao with both hands and continued to play. However, only a final note remained. The final note buzzed endlessly. At this moment, Gu Yuhan seemed to have dug out his heart and poured it into this final note. Before the song ended, the heart did not die. The sun set, the stars sank, and the sky became nightless. The melody that paused for a moment erupted at this moment. The stars fell, and the vast sea rose from the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was the final note that the other party used his life to play. Despite knowing how horrifying it was, he did not choose to dodge. A crazed look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His entire body trembled. It was hard to tell whether it was the anxiety of life and death or the excitement of hot-bloodedness. Xiao Chen only knew that he had to do his best, gambling on the pride of the blue dragon to fight to the death. The dragon tone art that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time erupted at this moment. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and a dragon roar came from his chest. This dragon roar was vast and dense. The deeply buried blue dragon bloodline power stirred up. Xiao Chen's entire body burned like fire. The perfect divine seal shone with resplendent light. Xiao Chen drove it at full power, holding nothing back. Boom! Just as the boundless sea carrying the setting sun and stars looked like it was about to swallow up Xiao Chen, a dragon roar rang out and forcefully shattered it. Amidst the loud noise, the boundless sea shattered, and the complete phenomenon was broken. Boundless starlight burst out. If not for this being paradise, the land for 500,000 kilometers would have instantly crumbled and turned into ashes. Fortunately, we left quickly. Far away, Zhang Yushan heaved a sigh of relief, showing an extremely horrified expression. The shock waves that erupted from the two's exchange were much more horrifying than he had imagined. The two junior brothers were dumbstruck as well, and they exclaimed endlessly with admiration and clicked their tongues in wonder. How strong! How terrifying! I can't imagine that we dared to provoke that strange person earlier. That's right. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would end up like senior brother, pigheads. It's hard to say. Senior brother is very strong. The two of us might not last long enough to turn into pigheads before we die here. Zhang Yushan showed an unsightly expression as he listened from the side through gritted teeth. However, he could not do anything. He could only swear to himself that after he recovered his strength, he would teach these two pig-brained junior brothers a lesson. Suddenly, a few beams of starlight descended together with the tide. This startled Zhang Yushan to his senses. He shouted, "Junior brothers, quickly save me!" Who knew? When his two junior brothers saw that the situation was bad, they had already fled. By the time Zhang Yushan remembered that he had forgotten about his senior brother, the starlight had already descended. It would be too late to save him. Boom! A huge pit appeared in the ground. No one knew if Zhang Yushan was dead or alive. The two junior brothers rushed over in fright, searching for Zhang Yushan's tracks. Naturally, no one paid attention to such a scene. The foe gods outside the trial tower all wanted to know who won this final exchange. Logically speaking, Gu Yushan should have won. His song was perfect, without any openings. He infused all his martial Dao will into the final note. It is truly incredible. That strange person should be someone from the Divine Dragon Empire. That final dragon roar was not much inferior. No matter how I think about it, only the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen can match this strange person's identity. However, I heard that this Xiao Chen failed to break through to the perfect divine seal. That news is definitely not fake. How could he recover in 3 days? Indeed, the backlash from breaking through to the perfect divine seal would cause him to lose his cultivation at best. At worst, he would die on the spot. How could he be so lively in just 3 days? A mystery. This is truly a mystery. The final dragon roar exposed most of Xiao Chen's identity. However, these foe gods all received the news. Xiao Chen had indeed failed to break through to the divine seal. His junior brothers personally saw it. Some people even directly asked fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu's answer was the same. The strange person's identity immediately became a mystery, hard to distinguish. It's out. Shock waves spread out in the light screen. The mysterious phenomenon vanished, and the scene reappeared. The discussion of who the strange person was ended. Everyone wanted to see who won and who lost. Gu Yuhan is still around. In the scene, Gu Yuhan held his bamboo flute with one hand. His complexion paled as he looked around, clearly trying to find Xiao Chen's figure. Where is he? Could he have run? In the end, although Xiao Chen forcefully shattered the blue sky and blue sea with a dragon roar, the many foe gods still sensed his rage. They believed that he would not be able to block the shock waves from the blue sky and blue sea. A wind blew like lightning, scattering the dust. Then, the bandaged strange person appeared. Gu Yuhan flung the bedsheet like a cloak, sweeping away the dust. Then he slowly revealed himself. His sharpness did not diminish, and his aura remained the same as before. What a blue sky and blue sea! I nearly died here. However, many thanks to your distinguished self. I advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor and have not experienced a huge battle. Since I did not die in this battle, I will definitely rise up, Xiao Chen said softly. Xiao Chen said softly. His voice came through the gauze, sounding deep and low. However, it felt even more mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Yuhan revealed a suspicious expression. He could not figure out Xiao Chen's current state, so his face turned somewhat sullen. Naturally, Gu Yuhan did not want to let Xiao Chen off. However, the earlier battle had not been easy for him either. Right now, Gu Yuhan could not figure out Xiao Chen, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, when he heard Xiao Chen's words, Gu Yuhan realized that Xiao Chen was thanking him for helping him. Gu Yuhan could not help feeling depressed, and murderous intent surged. The two continued to face each other, clashing their auras. However, they still did not intend to let go. Suddenly, a tricolored spiritual light tore through the sky, forming a curved rainbow bridge in the sky. A 100,000-year-old herb king. Xiao Chen's and Gu Yuhan's expressions changed as they split some of their attention to pay attention. Gu Yuhan hesitated for only a moment before finally making up his mind. Then he turned around and left. Trying to leave? Have you asked for my permission? However, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. When he saw the other party reveal an opening, his battle hunger surged, and he charged over again. Chapter 2163. When facing Xiao Chen's attack, everyone felt startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive. Gu Yuhan had just revealed an opening when Xiao Chen caught it and instantly attacked. Bang! Caught off guard, Gu Yuhan was forced to turn around and receive Xiao Chen's palm strike. The instant the two palms clashed, The two each took 100 steps back. Gu Yuhan stood firmly and shouted coldly, "This is never ending." Gu Yuhan's aura suddenly soared. He flicked his finger, and a strand of divine energy turned into a beam of light and shot out. The moment divine energy appeared, it was truly unrivaled. Xiaochen pulled on his cloak and executed the flawless saber Dao. He showed a grave expression as he continuously split the strand of divine energy. Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and spread his arms, slowly vanishing. This time, he did not leave any openings. Just like that, Gu Yuhan left in pursuit of the 100,000-year-old Herb King. Bang! When the other party completely vanished, Xiaochen, who had been retreating as he fought, suddenly stood firmly. Then he merged his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy, and threw a ferocious punch. The beam of light formed by the significantly weakened divine energy completely scattered. The shock waves spread out, and everywhere the golden light passed, nothing remained. Xiaochen wrapped his cloak around himself again. As he looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky, he revealed an expression of caution and luck. Fortunately, this 100,000-year-old Herb King suddenly appeared. Otherwise, he might have been forced to leave paradise. This Gu Yuhan was truly strong. In the end, Xiaochen was not in his peak state. His movements were somewhat restricted. There was already a gap between him and false emperors in the first place. In such a state, he was even harder to deal with. The earlier battle could not be described with just the word dangerous. That Gu Yuhan was very scheming. He simply did not want to give Xiaochen a chance to remain in paradise. If Xiaochen showed any weakness, Gu Yuhan would definitely kill him. If Xiaochen showed any weakness, the other party would ignore everything and continue attacking him. If Xiaochen did not leave paradise, the other party would definitely kill him. Unfortunately, Gu Yuhan could not see through Xiaochen, unable to calculate how much combat prowess Xiaochen had. Gu Yuhan did not dare to take the risk, lest he get severely injured and lose the ability to compete with the other false emperors. The other party was tempted by the 100,000-year-old Herb King's appearance. However, at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to test Xiaochen. He purposely pretended to be anxious, turned around, and left, leaving an opening. If Xiaochen didn't make a move, then it was certain that Xiaochen's current fighting spirit was faked. Then he would immediately turn around and fight again, forcefully killing Xiaochen or forcing him out of paradise. If Xiaochen made a move, it would prove that Xiaochen still had the strength to fight. There was no need to tangle with Xiaochen any longer. It was more important to quickly subdue the 100,000-year-old Demon King. However, he had never expected that Xiaochen's injuries were indeed not light, much more serious than his. It was just that he had seen through the other party's schemes and was a step ahead of them. I need to find a place to recuperate. I finally stabilized my strength as a half-step sovereign emperor. I now have a clear understanding of a false emperor's strength. Once I recover completely and return to my peak, I won't have to fear even a false emperor. In reality, false emperors were considered half-step sovereign emperors, but they were still not sovereign emperors. The difference between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor was not as large as one might imagine. False emperors had only two advantages. First, they had formed their divine seal longer. Second, they had condensed divine energy. However, such divine energy was not true divine energy. Without the support of divine veins, one could not bring out the true might of divine energy. False emperors were not scary. The scary one was Gu Yuhan. It was like a half-step sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan was also a half-step sovereign emperor. However, he could not last more than 10 moves against Xiaochen, who was of the same cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was always just one of the factors that measured one's strength. It was not absolute. This was especially so before the outstanding talents. Unless the difference in cultivation was too great, one could never use one's cultivation to judge one's strength. However, even if it was Gu Yuhan, Xiaochen was confident that as long as he entered his peak state, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving. The next time they met, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving this time. I won't have a chance to fight for this 100,000-year-old Herb King. Xiaochen thought for a while, but he did not show much envy. The 10,000-year-old herb kings that he obtained were all peak quality. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had directly consumed and refined all of them, which targeted him. After refining them, he could quickly convert them into his own cultivation. However, a 100,000-year-old herb king was indeed very rare. A 100,000-year-old herb king was nearly the same age as the faux god world. Furthermore, it was tainted by the demonic qi of this place, which made it very ferocious. It would be very difficult for a person to subdue it alone. Xiaoqin knew where some 100,000-year-old herb kings hid. However, he did not dare to rashly make a move. I wonder who will be the one to obtain this 100,000-year-old herb king in the end. I believe that it will take some time to fight for it. After Xiaoqin muttered to himself, his figure flashed and he left. After Xiaoqin left, the faux gods outside the trial tower no longer paid attention to Xiaoqin. The scenes on the light screens revolved around that 100,000-year-old herb king. A 100,000-year-old herb king was extremely important to these faux gods. Of course, the faux gods had to verify the rank of this spirit herb first. Otherwise, even a 100,000-year-old spirit herb would be useless. At a desolate place in the boundless herb fields in paradise, Xiaoqin looked at the sky and entered deep thought. It looks like the outside world can indeed notice everything that happens in here. Since entering, Xiaoqin felt like something was paying attention to him. This feeling only truly vanished just now. That sense of discomfort was very obvious. Combined with the 100,000-year-old herb king that just appeared, Xiaoqin already determined that this herb king had to have helped him attract attention. I really have to thank this 100,000-year-old herb king. It has helped me a lot. Xiaoqin said softly. Then, he said, I have to absorb all of this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment first, lest my hands and feet become tied. As long as my meridian injuries recover, they are actually just minor injuries. After making up his mind, Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, speeding up his absorption of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Previously, when Xiaoqin was asleep, he had been passively absorbing the ointment. Hence, the speed was extremely slow. After 3 days, he had only absorbed a small portion. However, just this small portion had pulled him back from the gates of hell. This showed how miraculous this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment was. Now that Xiaoqin took the initiative to refine it, his absorption speed was incomparable to before. In merely 1 hour, Xiaoqin recovered most of the injuries he suffered and the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he drained from the fight with Gu Yuhan. The ointment's effects were startlingly strong, allowing Xiaoqin to focus even more on healing the hidden injuries he suffered from his chaotic great Tao and unstable veritable essence energy. Time went by unknowingly. Xiaoqin's body emitted a green light as he anxiously treated his injuries. While he was anxiously treating his injuries, he did not notice that the strong life force contained in this green light actually caused many lush green grass to grow in this desolate land. Some withered old trees even sprouted. 2 days later, when Xiaoqin opened his eyes again, the scene before him immediately shocked him. The desolate land that he had purposely chosen, devoid of life force, actually turned into a scene brimming with life. All sorts of flowers and grasses appearing everywhere. Unexpectedly, this place turned into a valley filled with life and hundreds of flowers. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? What kind of ointment did Senior Shimu give me? Xiaoqin was shocked by the scene before him. He knew that this should be the lingering effects of the ointment as it was being refined. After 2 days, Xiaoqin's injuries had already healed completely, no longer showing any signs of relapse. Xiaoqin had returned to his peak. The more horrifying thing was that he sensed that half of the ointment in the bandages had not been absorbed. Xiaoqin used only half of the ointment to completely recover his battered body. He felt that it was overkill. The medicinal effects overflowed. Now, there is no need for this bandage to remain. A look of disdain flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes as he naturally showed a tyrannical air. However, just as Xiaoqin was about to tear off the bandages, he stopped. Why do I need to tear it off? Although his attire was strange, they didn't seem to recognize him. Xiaoqin hid his identity very well. This seems pretty good. If Xiaoqin appeared in paradise, Who knew how much trouble there would be? There were simply too many benefits to hiding his identity. Since that is the case, there is no need to rush to tear off the bandages. Although my attire looks strange, I have never cared about the opinions of others. With this thought, Xiaochen stopped what he was doing and covered himself with the bedsheet again. Hey! Just at this moment, Xiaochen let out a soft cry of surprise. He saw a tricolored light quickly flying over to where he was. It was that 100,000-year-old herb king. Chapter 2164. The thundercliff tree immediately turned sinister and terrifying in front of Xiaochen. Black aura wriggled around it, looking like a ferocious beast. However, the thundercliff tree had already gone berserk. When it sensed the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment on Xiaochen, it went berserk. This was its life-saving tonic. Xiaochen pulled back the thundercliff tree's heart, which nearly leaped out of his chest. Then he stretched out his hand above the valley. Either die or obtain the opportunity. 5. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he thought of the reason. This 100,000-year-old herb king was probably attracted by the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Whoosh! After it, even if I have to chase it to the ends of the world, I will make this fellow spit it out. Chu Feng felt incredibly frustrated. He and Fang Xiaobai were the ones who discovered this thundercliff tree. It should have belonged to the two of them in the first place. This is not a coincidence. Chu Feng thought about something. In the first place, he mainly cultivated the Thunder Dao and grasped the Thunder Dao domain. Now that he had returned to his peak, he did not fear this severely injured thundercliff tree. Rumble. Go all out. Right now, Xiaochen did not know what his chances were. However, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Originally, he thought that even if someone tried to reap the benefits, that person would not be able to quickly subdue the thundercliff tree. Instead, that person might even help them block the thundercliff tree. Mu Yunju could not help but ask when he saw Guyuhan's hand trembling as he held the flute with an exceptionally unsightly expression. For the next 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the thundercliff tree would continuously absorb lightning-attributed energy. A tribulation mark would be left on the thundercliff tree. Xiaochen looked carefully and saw more than 100 tribulation marks densely packed on the thundercliff tree. Xiaochen felt like an evil, ferocious beast was staring at him. He found this feeling very unbearable. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Road turning around. Xiaochen had made many decisions in the past. Most of the time, he would choose to take a gamble. However, when he was not confident, he would choose to retreat. With a cold shout, Xiaochen's battle hunger blazed like a fierce fire, breaking the heavy aura in the surroundings. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he tore off the bedsheet with his right hand. The messy bedsheet turned into a saber as he executed Xiaochen's peak attack. Their advantage was that they were familiar with the operating rules of this world and were well-versed in the surroundings. They were adept at escaping, and a moment of carelessness would allow them to escape. 6. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Xiaochen remained unmoved, his expression cold. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly as he sensed the power of heaven and earth locking onto him. The thundercliff tree searched around and finally found Xiaochen at the top of the mountain. The thundercliff tree's aura was greatly weakened. However, in this desperate situation, he only paused for a moment before unleashing all of his ferocious nature. Rumble. Martial Dao cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall back. On the path of cultivation, everyone would encounter fortuitous encounters. A single decision that seemed to take only an instant could change one's entire life. The universe origin sex Chu Feng muttered with an extremely sullen expression, "I only saw an afterimage. However, I think that it is definitely him." Aside from him, no one else's afterimage would have the silhouette of a bedsheet. Clearly, this was an outstanding talent that the various factions' false emperors or half-step sovereign emperors believed could hold their own against a false emperor. At this point, the weaker ones no longer qualified to compete for this herb king. The lingering lightning blocked the thundercliff tree's connection to the world, crippling it by half. Whoosh, whoosh. Spiritual light flickered, and electricity crackled endlessly at the bottom of the valley. Strands of purplish-black lightning lingered, radiating a startling baleful aura. 3, 2, 1. It's that strange person in the bedsheet. Xiaochen could clearly sense that this thundercliff tree's aura was weak. The spiritual light it gave off was much weaker than when Xiaochen saw it 2 days ago. Immediately, everyone felt incredibly frustrated. For 2 days, they had fought a battle of wits and courage with this thundercliff tree, exhausting themselves. Yet, in the end, that strange person easily collected it. Unexpectedly, when the 7 landed, aside from some lingering aura, they could no longer see that person or the thundercliff tree. Just at this moment, miserable cries came from deep underground. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky, and the entire herb field shook continuously. The 7's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Zhen said sullenly, "Everyone, we can no longer remain in this herb field." After the thundercliff tree fell to the bottom of the valley, anxiety spread in the air. A faint whirlpool formed. Whoosh! The entire valley lost its life force. All the flowers and plants withered without exception. The outstanding talents of the various factions were still behind the thundercliff tree. They would soon catch up. Xiaochen snorted coldly. Then he firmly grabbed the thundercliff tree, which had lost its ferocious nature, and left in a flash. As Xiaochen got closer to the thundercliff tree, time passed quickly. He only had 3 seconds left. A loud sound rang out, and that 100,000-year-old herb king fell to the bottom of the valley. Whoosh! 7. A battle raged in Xiaochen's mind. However, it only lasted for an instant. In that instant, he made his decision. The thundercliff tree grew excited. It finally discovered the source of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. The herb kings in paradise were all ferocious and tainted with a demonic nature. They were very different from those in the outside world. However, the other 6 did not have much time to think. They looked at the crack in the sky and hesitated for a moment before catching up to Yuan Zhen, leaving quickly. If Xiaochen could not subdue this thundercliff tree in 10 breaths, the people chasing after him would catch up. With so many false emperors watching, it would be practically impossible for him to leave. When Mu Yunzhu saw the situation, he did not ask any further. However, he thought to himself, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Firmaments rage, covering the sky with one hand. Damn it! They did not have complete souls, but they were sentient. Clearly, they knew to flee after being injured. Feeling anxious, all of them brought out their trump cards and sped up, rushing towards the valley. After glancing around, Xiaochen focused his attention on the 100,000-year-old herb king. A colossal hand containing the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared and covered the sky. Night enveloped the area as the back of the hand blocked the descending purple lightning. Before the thundercliff tree could execute its killing move, this saber light struck it. It lost its ferocious nature and fell to the bottom of the valley. The fluctuation of aura was like a heartbeat. Bang! 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 The thundercliff tree actually synchronized with Xiaochen's heartbeat. After 2 seconds, many figures descended. There were the profound heaven holy lands Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan, the universe origin sects Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai, the Bushin palaces Xiao Hozun and Bai Yunfei, and the hidden spirit temples Yuan Zhen. Bang! The divine seal in his soul pool activated, and Xiaochen leaped out. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he launched himself at the ferocious thundercliff tree. Xiaochen entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, "It is injured? Everyone, are we going to chase or not? The problem is, why did it come to where I am? Is it a coincidence or on purpose?" When the thundercliff tree pounced over, it kicked up lightning everywhere and the pitch-black sky. Bolts of purple-black lightning descended, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions as if a peerless ferocious beast was about to appear. Gu Yuhan said calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. At this moment, the thundercliff tree's trunk was about 1 meter tall, looking like a small tree. The branches branched off, and purple leaves grew on the branches, looking like refined iron. Without even a 10% chance of success, it would be unwise to risk it. At this moment, intense pain spread through Xiaochen's entire body. At the last second, he activated all the potential in his body, and his aura erupted. Humph! Bang! At that time, Xiaoqun might lose his Dao and his life before he could even retreat. Although Xiaoqun did not fear false emperors, he would not be able to protect himself if surrounded. 8. There was definitely something strange going on. Xiaoqun grew cautious as he spread his arms. He left a faint purple mark where he stood. Then, his figure appeared above the valley, temporarily avoiding it. After the thundercliff tree absorbed the remnant primal chaos heaven-replenishing ointment's medicinal energy, its body became brighter. That was why the thundercliff tree had run to this desolate land to treat its injuries and recover its strength. If Xiaoqun had not fallen for the thundercliff tree's trick, this would not have happened. Gu Yuhan and the others had been traveling quickly and had already unleashed their full power several times. Now that they were 1 second late, it would be difficult for them to catch up. However, compared to the severe injuries the thundercliff tree suffered, it was still a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Who could not be angry? For, when Gu Yuhan looked into the distance, he saw several strong auras behind the Medicine King. Although Xiaoqun had said 10 seconds, he had only given himself 8 seconds to unleash his killing move in advance. Under the heavy pressure, the heartbreaking style had surpassed its peak. When Xiaoqun saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. This was actually a thundercliff tree. 10. The most important thing was to be decisive and not hesitate. What's going on? Gu Yuhan could only watch from afar and see if he could get lucky. Gu Yuhan's hand faced the sky, and his palm faced the ground. A flash of saber light moved very quickly, appearing only for an instant. Gu Yuhan knew that Xiaoqun must have fooled him 2 days ago. The other party should be a spent force. The instant the thundercliff tree came into contact, Xiaoqun roared and suddenly accelerated. He shouted out the final 3 seconds in his mind. Then, this colossal hand grabbed all the purple-black lightning in the surroundings. In the next moment, it exploded. The lightning mixed with the saber light tore through the world, lingering there. It was not an easy task to subdue the Herb King in this herb field. The combat prowess that a 10,000-year-old Medicine King could bring out was already comparable to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. Its only weakness was that it was not flexible and did not know martial techniques. The 7 appeared almost at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Before they rushed over, they had sensed the fluctuations of battle. Of the 7, only the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhen looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. The branches and leaves on the Medicine King's body trembled, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The ferocious nature that it burst out with was no weaker than a false emperor's. Senior Brother Gu, what's wrong? This Medicine King should have grown at the top of the Thunder Cliff, receiving the baptism of the Thunder Dao. The moment it was born, it would suffer a 1,000-day lightning tribulation and survive for 3 years. That 100,000-year-old Medicine King actually took the initiative to fly towards Xiaoqun after he entered closed-door cultivation for 2 days. To think that a spirit herb wanted to swallow me. How reckless! Flawless Dao, using thoughts as a saber, heartbreaking stance. It's fine. That thundercliff tree seemed like a gourmet that saw a delicacy as it launched itself at Xiaoqun. After Yuanzhen finished speaking, he turned around and left with a somewhat grave expression. This was indeed true. This desolate valley, which was originally devoid of life, only had its aura exuding life force. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in this valley. This showed how horrifying the medicine's effects were. Chapter 2165. A sorrowful cry caused cracks to appear in the primal chaos sky, where demonic chi and immortal chi coexisted. The expressions of the various superfaction disciples in the herb field changed as they quickly fled. A great horror was about to appear. Before entering paradise, the various elders had instructed them to leave when the sorrowful cry appeared in the herb field. If they could not leave quickly, they had to forcefully leave this paradise even if they had to pay the price of not being able to continue experiential training. Otherwise, they might fall here if they were not careful. After subduing the thundercliff tree, Xiaoqun, who was fleeing, also saw the crack in the sky. The primal chaos sky was incredibly viscous. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared, startling Xiaoqun. Black fireballs rained down from the crevice. It was a terrifying scene. Are those things buried underground going to come out? Xiaochen asked with a slight frown. Previously, he had discovered that there were countless ancient demonic sovereigns kneeling on the thrones in this herb field. The spirit herbs were hidden underground. When everyone subdued the spirit herbs, it was only a matter of time before they startled the countless corpses. I have to go. The herb field was a treasure land. Just a 10,000-year-old herb king would be a huge harvest. Naturally, no one would be willing to leave. This was especially so for the disciples who had not obtained any herb kings or the cultivators who were subduing herb kings. These people would try their luck and would not be able to make a decisive decision. Xiaochen had gained a huge harvest. Naturally, he would not try his luck. His figure flashed as he soared into the air. Xiaochen moved gracefully, like a roaming dragon. A bedsheet fluttered like the wind, flapping noisily as it spun around, looking like snow or clouds. Xiaochen's figure moved nimbly, appearing as ethereal as an immortal as he dodged the many black fireballs. Even though Xiaochen's nimble figure was draped in a bedsheet, it was still breathtaking. The huge light screen outside the trial tower locked onto Xiaochen again. The many faux god powerhouses muttered to themselves. At this moment, the various faux gods had a rough idea of who this strange person was. It was Xiaochen. Dragon race bloodline, peak bladesman, firmament's rage, perfect divine seal. The various characteristics that Xiaochen revealed matched these characteristics. What's more, it was just him, Xiaochen. However, according to the news that everyone had received, Xiaochen had clearly failed to break through to the divine seal and suffered a backlash. His life and death were unknown, so it was impossible for him to be as lively as a dragon or a tiger within 3 days. This was something that Xiaochen could not understand. The faux god powerhouses of the various clans came to a tacit understanding. Now that they roughly confirmed Xiaochen's identity, they did not expose him. Because it was really awkward, it was not like he was their disciple, there was nothing much to say. Furthermore, there were some unexpected factors. He couldn't be 100% sure that it was Xiaochen. Apart from that, there was also the 100,000-year-old king herb, the thundercliff tree. A 100,000-year-old thundercliff tree was a natural treasure that could tempt even a faux god. These faux gods all had their own thoughts, thinking about how to obtain the thundercliff tree after this. This was especially so for some faux gods who cultivated the Thunder Dao. They were eager to give it a try, their eyes flickering continuously. Is it really him? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. However, he could not match the image of Xiaochen in his mind to this bandaged person draped in a bedsheet. Mu Zifeng already had an answer in his heart, but he still did not believe it. The difference in style was too great, completely different extremes. In the herb field in paradise, Xiaochen sped up and left. The situation had already worsened, but some cultivators were still unwilling to leave. Most of these people were subduing king herbs, unwilling to give up on this fortuitous encounter, hoping to get lucky. These people thought that they could still make it in time if they quickly left after subduing the king herb. These people consoled themselves by doing so. Naturally, Xiaochen would not care about people with such thoughts. These people were putting their lives on the line. That is. Suddenly, Xiaochen stopped, and his gaze froze. 2 people wearing alloy battle armor were gritting their teeth as they subdued a 10,000-year-old king herb. It was Yunfei and Nangongfeng. Why are these 2 still not leaving? Like Xiaochen, Yunfei and Nangongfeng were Heavenly Alliance newcomers from Desolate City. This was especially so for Yunfei. Like Xiaochen, he was a disciple of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Their friendship was deep, different from the others. Nangong, I feel that something is wrong. Let's retreat. If we do not leave now, we might not make it in time, Yunfei said with a somewhat nervous expression as he executed the 13 wind controlling swords. After some thought, Nangongfeng said, "You should leave first. This dream lotus flower is compatible with my attribute. As long as I obtain it, I will definitely be able to break through to half-step Sovereign Emperor. If I lose this opportunity, who knows how long I will have to wait." Nangongfeng knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, he found it hard to give up. This was an opportunity to break through to half-step sovereign emperor. However, he did not want to implicate Yunfei, so he let him leave first. Let's go together. I'll help you subdue it. It will be faster. Yunfei shook his head. He did not choose to leave alone, staying behind to help Nangong Feng subdue this 10,000-year-old king herb. The two moved together in the faux god world and had a deep relationship. Even if it were Yunfei, Nangong Feng would not abandon him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Before Yunfei could react, that skeletal hand yanked him out of the air. The skeletal hand grabbed Yunfei's ankle and pulled down, instantly dragging half of his body into the ground. Yunfei immediately panicked. However, even with all his martial techniques, he could not do anything about it. When Nangong Feng saw the situation, he quickly gave up on subduing the dream lotus flower and turned around to save Yunfei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more skeletal hands appeared. This time, even Nangong Feng found it hard to protect himself. I'm probably going to die here. Despair and guilt appeared in Nangong Feng's heart. It did not matter if he died, but he also implicated Yunfei. Nangong Feng should have left long ago. His greed led to this disaster. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, a figure descended from the sky. First, this figure directly scattered the dream lotus flower's ferocious nature with a palm strike, subduing it. Then, a dragon roar rang out, and a dragon roar rang out. As the perfect divine seal activated, the Tao contained in the dragon roar spread out. Kasi. Those skeletal hands shattered. Xiaochen did not stop moving like a phantom as he pulled out Yunfei, who was half buried in the ground. He subdued the Herb King, saved Yunfei, and activated the divine seal. This series of actions flowed smoothly, completed in an instant. Yunfei and Nangong Feng felt like they were dreaming, startling awake after a while. Brother, many thanks for helping me. I am unable to repay this life-saving grace. When Nangong Feng saw the strangely dressed Xiaochen, who was wrapped in a bedsheet, he felt shocked. This person's strength and attire were also incredibly strange. It's me, Xiaochen. There was no need to hide his identity from Yunfei and Nangong Feng, so Xiaochen told them the truth. Xiaochen. The two showed pleasant surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were in disbelief. To think that Xiaochen was already so strong. Here, this is not the time to speak. Let's go first. Those monsters underground. Aside from half-step sovereign emperors with divine seals, the other sovereign personages do not have a good way to deal with them. I'll escort you out. Xiaochen handed the dream lotus to Nangong Feng. Then he led the way, escorting the two away. It was not yet time for the true danger to arrive. It was not too late to leave. Right. The two did not dare to be careless. They had wanted to leave long ago. Now that they no longer had anything to worry about, they quickly followed behind Xiaochen. With Xiaochen leading the way, they naturally did not encounter any obstacles. The three managed to leave the herb garden after 1 hour, despite the daunting experience. When the three looked back, the cracks in the pitch-black primal chaos sky dome looked terrifying. Miserable cries came from underground, making one's hair stand on end. Nangong Feng and Yunfei felt a lingering fear. If not for Xiaochen making a move, they would have died for sure. Xiaochen, many thanks, the two said gratefully. This was especially so for Nangong Feng, as Xiaochen had even helped him subdue the dream lotus. Nangong Feng felt so grateful that he did not know what to say. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Then he thought about Yunfei's cultivation technique and gave him one of the 10,000-year-old herb kings. I cannot accept it. When Yunfei saw this, he was startled. A 10,000-year-old herb king was incredibly precious, worth cities. He simply did not dare to accept it. Xiaochen said calmly, I coincidentally obtained a 100,000-year-old herb king. This one is nothing. Yunfei and Nangong Feng felt greatly shocked, unable to hide the shock on their faces. I still have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. A fog sea lay before them. After crossing this fog sea, they would arrive at another experiential training ground in paradise. The other people in the Sea of Fog were already rushing forward with all their might, trying to seize the initiative. As Yun Fei and Nangong Feng watched Xiaochen disappear into the Fog Sea, they remained speechless for a long time, feeling deeply moved. Let's go too. I believe it is not convenient for Xiaochen to be with us now. I really can't recognize you as Brother Xiaochen with your attire. At the mention of Xiaochen's attire, the two could not help laughing. Then they stepped into the Fog Sea at the same time. Xiaochen was in a rush to leave not because it was not convenient for him to be with the two but because he wanted to deal with the 100,000-year-old Herb King's Thundercliff tree on the spot. If he did not deal with it, there would be a lot of trouble. Xiaochen chose to refine it on the spot, not giving the others a chance to do so. Chapter 2166. Beyond the herb field was a boundless sea of fog. This fog sea was said to be a land of fortuitous encounters in paradise. Someone had once discovered a divine crystal there. There were also people who obtained damaged divine armaments and secret treasures in the Fog Sea. There were even people who obtained damaged true god flames. As for Xiaochen, he had no intention of continuing to search for opportunities in the Sea of Fog. Fortuitous encounters in the Fog Sea were much more difficult to find than herb fields. Furthermore, they were all broken pieces of weapons. To a sovereign personage, they were practically useless. In this era, it was already impossible to become a true god. Even if one had a divine artifact, they would not be able to use it. Most faux gods used soul tools. The so-called divine weapons were not even as valuable as a medial-grade soul tool. The research value of the divine weapon fragment was greater than its practical value. Of course, the fragments of the faux god flame counted separately. However, the chances of finding the faux god flame were even lower than finding the divine herb in the herb field. As Xiaochen walked through the Sea of Fog, his spiritual sense and soul energy were greatly restricted. All he could see was a vast expanse of fog. His field of vision was less than 1,000 meters. On the ground, there was an ancient and dilapidated aura. There was a damaged Dao aura lingering about, making one think deeply. This place should have been one of the battlefields of the righteous and demonic Dao when the heaven realm shattered. Xiaochen was rather satisfied with this ancient battlefield. It was a superb hiding place, and it couldn't be any better to use it to refine and absorb the Thundercliff tree. This is it. Xiaochen randomly chose a barren mountain and confirmed that it was remote enough that no one would find it. He took out the 100,000-year-old king herb, the Thundercliff tree. What? On the light screen outside the trial tower, the image of Xiaochen in the Sea of Fog was slightly blurry, but one could still make out a rough outline. Thundercliff tree. This is the 100,000-year-old king herb. There hasn't been a 100,000-year-old king herb in that herb field for many years. If it were any other 100,000-year-old herb king, it wouldn't have much value, but this Thundercliff tree is really incredible. Even if it's not a thunder elemental virtual god, it's great to use it to avoid the thunder tribulation. That's right. If we can directly comprehend the principle behind how it absorbs the lightning tribulation and transforms it into our own energy, that would be really powerful. The faux god realm powerhouses of the various factions became excited when they saw Xiaochen take out the Thundercliff tree. Mu Zifeng thought for a while. If he really is Xiaochen, I have to give him a proper warning after I come out. If he did not handle this 100,000-year-old herb king well, it would bring him endless trouble. What is he doing? At this moment, a faux god suddenly exclaimed softly. He wants to refine the Thundercliff tree. Is this kid crazy? Refining the Thundercliff tree with his meager cultivation base is a waste of God's gift. Seeing Xiaochen refine this 100,000-year-old herb king by himself, the faux god powerhouses of the various factions showed somewhat unsightly expressions. Everyone held the thought that Xiaochen would definitely bring the Thundercliff tree out. After all, a sovereign personage could not completely refine the Thundercliff tree. Forcibly refining it would result in a great waste. The best way was to bring it out and trade it with a faux god expert, exchanging it for a treasure suitable for oneself. However, no one expected Xiaochen to directly give up on this fortuitous encounter in the Fog Sea. He quietly came to refine the Thundercliff tree. Many people did not expect such a scene, so they could only watch helplessly. Who exactly is this fellow? Does he know that refining the Thundercliff tree like this is a waste? Someone muttered. Although they guessed that the other party was Xiao Qin, he was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, so they could not be sure. If they wanted to curse, they would know who to curse. While in the fog sea, Xiao Qin did not think too much. He continued to focus on refining the Thundercliff tree. He only knew that 10,000-year-old fiend kings were fine. Foe god experts would not care too much about them. However, as long as he left, the 100,000-year-old herb king would not be his. Xiao Qin did not have the ability to resist something that a foe god wanted. The Thundercliff tree was very useful to Xiao Qin. If he forcefully refined it, it would be a waste. Xiao Qin could not use it to exchange for other treasures. It was not worth it. After the cultivators who fled the herb field settled down, they started searching the fog sea. Compared to the herb field filled with fortuitous encounters, the fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to search for. However, it was a land of fortuitous encounters after all. If one was lucky, one would gain something. This was especially so for the cultivators who could not find any spirit herbs in the herb field. They were in high spirits. After crossing this sea of fog, one would arrive at the final trial ground of paradise. There were not many chances left for them. The fog sea slowly turned lively. However, this excitement had nothing to do with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin focused on refining the Thundercliff tree, absorbing the Thunder Great Dao energy within. Xiao Qin could clearly feel his Thunder Dao domain strengthening rapidly. Xiao Qian's veritable essence energy continuously condensed, and his cultivation became increasingly stable. In just one day, Xiao Qin felt that his cultivation was as dense as when he advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor 100 years ago. Xiao Qin continuously absorbed and refined the 100,000-year-old medicinal energy of the Thundercliff tree. The Thunder Great Dao energy contained in the Thundercliff tree was simply too vast. Xiao Qin could only absorb less than 1% of it. The medicinal energy scattered in the surroundings, turning into lightning as it spread out. From a distance, it looked like a sea of lightning. Bit by bit, the medicinal energy sank into the ground, floated in the sky, or merged with the fog sea. It was indeed a waste. However, even with less than 1% of the medicinal energy, the benefits were too great for Xiao Qin. 7 days later, a loud rumble rang out, and the thunder might in Xiao Qian's body soared. The thunder might was as sharp as a sword as it soared into the clouds and tore through the fog sea. Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and an electric light flashed in them. The electric light in his eyes was like a saber flashing for a moment. Boom! Loud buzzing sounds came from Xiao Qian's body. His Thunder Dao domain broke through 2 layers in a row, directly reaching the 3rd layer. In a mere 7 days, Xiao Qian's Thunder Dao domain advanced from the 1st layer to the peak of the 3rd layer. Xiao Qin thought back to when Mu Yunzhu sat on the comprehension platform for a month to break through the bottleneck of his profound light Dao domain. Now, Xiao Qin broke through the bottleneck of 2 Dao domains, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of the Thunder Dao domain. This was simply incredible. However, when he thought about how Xiao Qin absorbed a 100,000-year-old herb king Thundercliff tree, all of this seemed natural. Furthermore, this was just 1% of the herb king Thundercliff tree's medicinal energy. Fortunately, I forcefully absorbed it now. If I went out and traded it with another foe god expert, I would have suffered a great loss, no matter what treasure I obtained. A bright light flickered in Xiao Qian's eyes, revealing a strong sharpness that others did not dare to look at directly. As far as Xiao Qin knew, no one in the entire foe god world had broken through to the 2nd layer of the Dao domain. Even an outstanding talent like Mu Yunzhu's profound light Dao domain only reached the peak of the 2nd layer. Without a miracle, it would be impossible for Mu Yunzhu to break through to the 3rd layer without 10 years. Given this, Xiao Qin finally had a trump card to deal with the other false emperors, the 3rd layer Thunder Dao domain. However, the benefits that the Thundercliff tree brought to Xiao Qin were far from limited to just this. After Xiao Qin completely refined the Thundercliff tree, his divine lightning eye advanced to peak consummation. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that he could use the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. However, many foe gods were watching, so it was not good to try. Compared to the improvement of the Thunder Dao domain, that 10,000 tribulation divine lightning excited Xiao Chen even more. Whoosh! The thunder cliff tree in Xiao Chen's hand lost its medicinal energy and immediately turned into ashes, scattering with the wind. Only purple leaves that were as hard as divine metal remained. Every purple leaf contained tribulation lightning patterns. The patterns were twisted like naturally formed divine characters, looking very profound. After counting them, there were exactly 360 purple leaves. He felt that these purple leaves were very extraordinary. After observing them for a while, Xiao Chen carefully put them away. His heart surged with excitement, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. Xiao Chen could not hide the excitement in his eyes. The opportunity of this thundercliff tree was simply too startling. If that Gu Yuhan meets me again, there is no need for me to play tricks with him. In the end, Xiao Chen had relied on his scheming to win against Gu Yuhan, allowing him to leave. Although Xiao Chen acknowledged the other party's strength, he did not feel that he was much weaker than the other party. Back when Xiao Chen recovered from his internal injuries, he had thought of fighting the other party again. After 7 days, I wonder if I still have a chance to explore the final trial land of paradise? After Xiao Chen calmed his emotions, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he quickly traveled through the fog sea. Chapter 2167. As Xiao Chen traveled through the boundless fog sea, he headed for Paradise's final experiential training ground. Paradise was vast and boundless. However, there was only one place where sovereign personages could seek fortuitous encounters. Naturally, the simplest place was a herb field. 10,000-year-old herb kings that even sovereign emperors could not easily obtain outside could be obtained by sovereign personages here. Xiao Chen could even obtain a heaven-defying item like the 100,000-year-old herb king, the thundercliff tree. The faintest place was the fog sea where Xiao Chen currently was. This used to be an ancient battlefield. There were broken divine weapons and remnant divine flames. However, death chi spread everywhere, and the vast fog blocked soul energy and spiritual sense. Searching for divine weapon fragments in there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. No matter how strong one could only gamble on boundless luck. Speaking of which, this fog sea was a rather fair land of fortuitous encounters. It did not matter whether one was strong or not. The final land of fortuitous encounters was the heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered, the world tree supported the central great realm and the heavenly realm. The heaven-bridging peak was the divine mountain where foe gods of the mundane world advanced to true God and headed to the heavenly realm. Unfortunately, the heavenly steps shattered, and the world tree broke in the Black Dragon King's charge. The heaven-bridging peak also broke into 3 segments. 1 segment for the central great realm, 1 segment for the great thousand realms, and 1 segment for the abyssal underworld. A divine mountain broke into 3 heaven-bridging peaks. From then on, there were no more true gods in the world. The heaven-bridging peak lost the miracle of comprehending the heavenly Tao, returning to the true state, and becoming a peak martial god. Even so, the heaven-bridging peak still had remnants of the heavenly Tao and the eternal supreme truths. The shock waves of the divine tribulation could be seen everywhere. To foe gods, comprehending the Tao and cultivating on this peak was no longer of much use. However, it held a fatal attraction for sovereign personages and sovereign emperors. They could instantly undergo a complete transformation when they comprehended the Tao. In the past, when Paradise opened, there were many such examples. Lu Benwei was the one who helped Xiao Chen find out all the information about Paradise. Before Xiao Chen prepared to head to Paradise, Lu Benwei had told him about it. As Xiao Chen traveled through the fog sea, he continuously thought about the various wonders and mysteries of the heaven-bridging peak. I really miss that era. The world tree didn't fall, and the sky-piercing peak still stood. The peak of the martial path was a place where everyone could fight to the death. Now that I'm at the false god realm, I'm at the pinnacle. Outsiders who don't know would think that I'm at the true god realm. I don't understand. Why is the Black Dragon King doing this? If the heavenly realm shatters and the true gods don't come out, what good will it do him? As his thoughts drifted, Xiaochen felt the sea of fog gradually weaken. Soon, his vision cleared up. Many disciples of the various superpowers stopped in front of them with grave expressions. It was unknown what kind of problem they had encountered. Xiaochen didn't show himself rashly. Instead, he observed his surroundings thoughtfully. As it turned out, he was still deep within the fog sea. He had not left the fog sea. However, in the center of this sea of fog was an unknown and vast abyss. No matter where one came from, they would arrive at the edge of this abyss. The abyss was a giant pit that reached the heavens. It was incomparably pitch black and contained a terrifying demonic energy. As Xiaochen stood at the edge of the abyss and looked down, his heart skipped a beat. After taking a few more glances, he quickly withdrew his gaze as if afraid that some monster would swallow him up. Above the abyss, there were a total of 9 mysterious pontoon bridges, all of them made from pieces of ancient green pine trees. They connected to 9 different directions. They looked like divine bridges that led to the heavens. At the same time, they looked like divine chains locking something terrifying. Xiaochen looked at the floating bridges. The 9 bridges in different directions gathered in the center and ended up in the primal chaos sky. At this moment, Xiaochen finally understood. The 9 bridges should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. Since there were 9 bridges, then any one of them should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. There should be many people gathered at the entrance of each bridge. Xiaochen wondered why these people gathered here did not step onto the bridges. I need to show myself. Otherwise, who knows how long I will have to wait. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he leaped out of the fog sea, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already dead. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the abyss. When he reappeared, he saw that the front of the floating bridges was empty, not leading to the abyss. If one wanted to go up, one could only cross the air and step onto the floating bridges hovering in the air. However, to the people here, crossing the air and traveling 5,000 kilometers in an instant was easy. Why did these people stop here with grave expressions, not daring to go forward? Xiaochen looked down and saw a pitch-black deep abyss demonic chi. It was absolute darkness, so dark that it felt terrifying. Xiaochen felt fear for some reason. With just a few glances, he felt like his soul was being sucked in. So, that was the case. This abyss was strange. There was no way to cross it. If one wanted to go to the heaven-bridging peak, one could only take the bridge. Aside from that, there was no other way. Based on these people's cautious expressions, it was clear that someone had tried to cross it before. In the end, that person fell into the abyss, scaring everyone into not daring to go forward. Damn it. It looks like we can't cross this bridge anymore. Earlier, several people tried to cross and fell into the abyss. We can't even jump over. There is a terrifying suction in the empty space of the bridge. Even a half-step sovereign emperor would be pulled in. A few people complained in low voices, feeling extremely depressed. Indeed, it was as Xiaochen expected. Just at this moment, someone noticed Xiaochen. It was impossible not to notice him. No one dressed as attention-grabbing as Xiaochen. Xiaochen was wrapped in bandages and wrapped in a bedsheet. Anyone would take a few glances at him. It's that strange person. It really is him. I heard that he was the one who snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king from the herb field. To think that he dares to show himself. Quickly, go and inform senior brother Mu. The people here were all disciples of the 5 super factions. Most of them had grudges with Xiaochen. When someone saw Xiaochen, he immediately wanted to go and inform senior brother Mu. However, someone immediately interrupted him and scolded, "You idiot! Don't be in a rush to inform him first. He might have a way to cross the bridge. Furthermore, those false emperors are all thinking about how to cross the bridge now. If we want to settle the score with him, that will be after this matter." Right. Let's see what he can do. Earlier, I went to the other bridges. None of the 9 bridges is easy to cross. After going around, everyone is blocked. Those false emperor outstanding talents are all thinking hard about countermeasures. Right? If we follow this bedsheet strange person, we might have a better chance. After all, he managed to snatch that 100,000-year-old herb king from the eyes of so many false emperors. He should not be simple. Xiao Chen ignored the chatter and headed for the bridge's entrance. The others quickly gave way. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, he looked at the winding bridge leading to the sky. It hung alone above the deep abyss, looking very mysterious. This sky-crossing bridge was at least 100,000 feet long, reaching into the clouds. However, the first few kilometers were completely empty. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Naturally, the simplest method was to leap up and step onto the floating bridge hovering in the air. However, it was clear that someone had already tried. That person had fallen into the deep abyss, probably dead. If every pontoon bridge is difficult to cross, then it shouldn't be a coincidence. Someone purposely tested me. Each of the 9 floating bridges tests something different. When Xiao Chen heard people discussing that the other floating bridges were similarly difficult, he thought that this should be a test. If one wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak, one had to clear these tests first. Since that was the case, then there had to be a way to cross. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. What is this floating bridge testing? Chapter 2168. At the same time, on the light screen outside the trial tower, the scenes of the 9 floating bridges appeared at the same time. Each floating bridge had a group of people in deep thought. The profound heaven holy lands Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan, the universe origin sects Fang Xiaobai and Chu Feng, the Bushin palaces Xiahou Zun and Bai Yunfei, the hidden spirit temples Yuan Zhen, and the other false emperor heavenly bridge geniuses all stood before the floating bridges, thinking hard about countermeasures. Every floating bridge had its own problems. The wooden planks that formed the floating bridges continuously spun, preventing people from stepping on them. Sometimes, they appeared and disappeared, making it hard to choose. Sometimes, they were covered in frost and fire. Some looked fine, but when one stepped on them, one would lose their mind. 9 bridges, 9 tests. I wonder who will comprehend them first? The God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak is not that easy to climb. The God-conferring platform, how unfortunate. If the God-conferring platform were still complete, we would not be trapped in the faux God realm. Indeed. Right now, the God-conferring platform is only of some help to sovereign emperors and sovereign personages. It is not of much help to us. It is useless to say all this now. Let's just look at what is in front of us. In my opinion, the first to solve the mystery will definitely be the hidden spirit temples Yuan Zhen. At the mention of the heaven-bridging peak, these faux gods could not help sighing. After a few words, they stopped talking about it. Solving the mystery of the heaven-bridging bridge is not too difficult for these false emperor outstanding talents. It is only a matter of time. Based on past practice, the hidden spirit temple's outstanding talents should be the first to solve it. This time should be no exception. Perhaps it will be that strange person. I think he noticed something with one glance. That fellow would rather waste more than 90% of the Thundercliff tree's medicinal energy than give it to us. At the very least, he will die in this 10,000 demon abyss. Just thinking about it makes me angry. At the mention of Xiao Chen, the faux gods all felt some resentment. Among them, the profound heaven holy lands Gu Fei felt the heaviest resentment. When he heard someone mention Xiao Chen, he could not help cursing. First, Zhang Yushan, a profound heaven holy land disciple, got beaten up by Xiao Chen. Then Xiao Chen tricked the false emperor Gu Yuhan. If Zhang Yushan hadn't left and attacked Xiao Chen wouldn't have been able to escape. Xiao Chen would definitely be able to force Xiao Chen to leave paradise. If Xiao Chen left, there would be no more problems. That Thundercliff tree would definitely not fall into the hands of Xiao Chen. Gu Fei, what do you mean? Initially, Mu Zifeng cursed like that just to vent his frustration. However, Mu Zifeng felt uncomfortable when he heard it. You are a faux god after all. What logic is there in cursing my Heavenly Alliance disciples to die? Gu Fei came to his senses. He also felt that it was inappropriate for him to say such words given his status. However, since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only stubbornly say, "What's wrong? He is just a strange person wrapped in a bedsheet. So what if I say a few words? Could he be a Heavenly Alliance disciple?" Although there were many doubtful points, most of the faux gods felt that the bedsheet monster should be Xiaochen. However, he was still wrapped in a bedsheet, and his entire body was covered in gauze, so no one could be sure. Mu Zifeng felt stifled when he heard that. He could not rebut Gu Fei's sophistry. Don't tell me that your Heavenly Alliance's people all have such a strange hobby? Do you like to run around in bedsheets? This old man really did not know. Otherwise, could it be that this bedsheet is also an illusion of the alloy battle armor? Seeing that Mu Zifeng could not rebut, Gu Fei decided to go all out. Gu Fei, don't go overboard. Everyone knows this very well. This person is very likely my Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen. You cursed him to die in front of everyone. Can't I say a few words about you? Seeing Gu Fei going overboard, Yi Zifeng felt enraged. When the spectators saw the smell of gunpowder, they all revealed a trace of a smile, actually treating it as a good show to watch. What a joke! You say that he is your Heavenly Alliance's person, but what proof do you have? I can say that he is my profound Heaven Holy Land's disciple. I am teaching him a lesson. Do I need you to interrupt? Interesting. In that case, do you dare to make a bet with me? If he is not a Heavenly Alliance member, I will agree to one of your requests. Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he would not bet. He said indifferently, "What is the point of this bet? If you want to bet, let's bet on who can ascend the God-conferring platform first. I bet that anyone can ascend the God-conferring platform first, but not your Heavenly Alliance's person." Of the 5 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was slightly inferior in the first place. Be it the outstanding talents or accumulations, they were all weaker. Yi Zifeng did not hold much hope for paradise in the first place, so he was very open-minded about it. However, Gu Fei still cursed at Xiaochen even though he was mostly sure of Xiaochen's identity. All right, I'll bet with you that my Heavenly Alliance's person will be the first to ascend the heaven-bridging peaks God-conferring platform. Mu Zifeng said sullenly as a cold look flashed on his handsome face. Good. It's a deal and everyone will be witnesses. Whoever loses will agree to one of the other party's requests. When Gu Fei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Mu Zifeng. Who knew, Mu Zifeng actually agreed to this sure-win bet. Gu Fei could not help rejoicing. When the other faux god powerhouses heard that, they felt somewhat incredulous. They shook their heads slightly. No matter how they looked at it, Gu Fei's chances of winning were too high. The expressions of the Heavenly Alliance elders changed slightly, wanting to dissuade Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand and said, "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more." Yuan Zhen is moving. The light screen showed Yuan Zhen stepping onto the seemingly ordinary floating bridge, which was actually an illusion and bewitching. As everyone guessed, the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen stepped onto the floating bridge first. Lotuses appeared under Yuan Zhen's feet, and a Buddhist light shone behind him. He held his right hand in front of his chest with his thumb on the second segment of his middle finger, forming a meditative hand seal. Then he held a Buddhist treasure in his left hand. Yuan Zhen appeared solemn and dignified. In the blink of an eye, he moved farther away. Yuan Zhen walked more than 1 kilometer on the floating bridge without any obstruction. This immediately elicited startled cries. Soon after, Chu Feng, Fang Xiaobai, and the others stepped onto the floating bridge. Then they climbed up the bridge and soared into the sky. On the other hand, Xiaochen already tried many methods but still did not take a step forward. He probably failed. Lord Gu, Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu have already stepped onto the bridge. The light screen showed the 2 false emperor outstanding talents of the profound Heaven Holy Land already stepping onto a floating bridge and ascending. Gu Fei looked around and saw that the bed-sheathed strange person still staring at the empty floating bridge, not moving at all. Gu Fei could not help smiling coldly, showing his disdain without words. "Lord Mu, is that person wrapped in a bedsheet really Xiaochen?" A Heavenly Alliance elder could not help feeling suspicious when he saw the situation. After all, the other outstanding talents had already made their move, but Yuan Zhen had not. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "The floating bridge in front of him is somewhat different. Those who are too smart will not be able to figure it out. However, as long as one can figure it out, one will be able to catch up. There's no rush. At the cliff of the 10,000 demon abyss, as Xiaochen looked at the floating bridge, he said after some thought, I tried at least 100 methods and came up with more than 1,000 results in my mind. Logically speaking, I should have figured out the reason long ago. These words were not due to arrogance but the confidence in Xiaochen's heart. Even people like Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan had already stepped onto the floating bridge. Xiaochen should not be unable to figure it out. Using his own talent and comprehension ability to compare with others, Xiaochen started thinking in reverse, rejecting all his previous deductions. After a while, he came to a rough guess. So, that is the case. Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. Then he strode forward and arrived at the edge of the cliff. If he took another step forward, he would fall into the 10,000 demon abyss. There were 9 pontoon bridges, and each one had a different test. I thought of thousands of different deductions and variations. In reality, I was wrong from the start. The Great Tao is the simplest. This floating bridge tests only one word: courage. If not for seeing the others step onto the floating bridge, Xiaochen might have needed much more time to break out of the trap of his thinking. However, the pride and confidence in the depths of his heart instantly woke Xiaochen up, allowing him to break out of the limitations of his thinking. Ah! The people behind Xiaochen exclaimed, startled. They saw Xiaochen, who was at the edge of the cliff, take a step into the deep abyss. This was no different from suicide. Everyone's heart tightened, completely dumbfounded. However, the next scene was even more shocking. The expected scene of Xiaochen falling into the deep abyss did not happen. Instead, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. It was like every step Xiaochen took bloomed lotuses. With every step he took, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. Soon, before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiaochen stepped onto the floating bridge that had been floating in the air. The brave are fearless and advance courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Chapter 2169. The courageous had no fear and charged forward courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Earlier, the disciples of the various large sects tried to leap up and reach the floating bridge 300 meters away. Without exception, they all died in the bottomless, absolute darkness of the 10,000 demon abyss. They probably all died. After that, no one dared to try again. They were all like Xiaochen, thinking hard about how to step onto the floating bridge 300 meters away. Unfortunately, they thought too much and ended up sinking into it. The more overcautious and cautious they were, the more they could not see through the principles behind it. The Great Tao was the simplest. After understanding it, it was just courage. Perhaps some people thought of it, or perhaps some people thought that they understood it. The principles behind it were all courage. However, they did not dare to step forward, not daring to take that step that might cause them to fall. Hence, they only thought about it and did not see through it. No matter how many thoughts there were, if one was not confident and did not put them into practice, it would be useless. Only Xiaochen was smart enough and confident enough. Why is it that the other outstanding talents have already stepped onto the floating bridge, but I have not? I, Xiaochen, have fought along the way. In this faux god world, have I ever suffered a loss against any outstanding talents? Since that is the case, it is not that I, Xiaochen, am stupid or that I, Xiaochen, do not have sufficient comprehension ability. No one was stupid, especially the outstanding talents that could come to the faux god world. What they truly lacked was not comprehension ability but confidence. Coincidentally, pride and ambition were rooted in Xiaochen's bones from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao. They flowed in the depths of his blood, growing endlessly. Xiaochen had never lacked confidence. With every step he took, a piece of ancient wood would appear out of thin air. Not long after, he had officially stepped onto the floating bridge that was 1,000 feet away. Whoosh! The instant Xiaochen's feet landed, he felt as light as a feather. A hot-bloodedness to advance courageously burned in his body. The floating bridge under his feet was like wind, allowing him to move forward boldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bedsheet fluttered like a cloak. Who dared to laugh at him? No one dared to. They only felt that this person had an indescribable pride and confidence. Even though his entire body was covered in bandages, it could not hide his sharpness. Damn it. I thought about it long ago. This floating bridge might be a test of courage. That's right. Actually, it is rather simple. You can't fly over, you can't use tricks, and you can't force your way over. This is clearly telling everyone that you can't be timid. Many people felt regret when they saw Xiaochen moving like the wind. It looked like he was about to catch up to the other outstanding talents. However, what was the point of regret? This kind of regret only meant that they still hadn't seen through it. Overcautious and indecisive, they shouldn't step onto this bridge. Xiaochen was already flying on the floating bridge, but the group of people behind him still stood at the edge of the cliff, hesitating. If we fall, we'll lose our lives. If we step on air, our lives will be over. Do we really want to gamble? Damn it. What if I am not as brave as Xiaochen? Xiaochen. Xiao God Xiaochen Dragonchen. But after seeing Xiao and seeing Xiao he. With them. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Gumu did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, he fell into the 10,000 demon abyss. This frightened the others into retreating quickly, their faces pale. If one is timid, one will not be able to cross this bridge. Only by being like Xiaochen, having a fearless heart, can one truly cross it. This group of people showed conflicted and unsightly expressions. Even though they understood the principle, not many dared to cross. Not to mention this group of people, Xiaochen walked on the floating bridge with a relaxed expression and light footsteps. The floating bridge meandered upward. It looked flat, but in reality, it climbed all the way to the primal chaos heavenly bridge. This was a heavenly bridge, a bridge that led to the heaven-bridging peak. In the scene outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods saw Xiaochen arrive first despite moving later. Unexpectedly, he silently took the lead. Even Yuan Zhen, who comprehended the primal chaos heavenly bridge first, was surpassed by Xiaochen. This could be seen clearly in the scene. Xiaochen had already taken the lead, taking the lead and charging into the sky. Damn, this kid actually got first place? Gu Fei was in disbelief. He read it again before cursing, F***K, it's really first place. However, this is only the first step. The Tongtian Peak is not that easy to climb. This brat has offended so many people. I don't believe he can hold on. Lord Mu, it's really as you expected. The Heavenly Alliance elders said excitedly. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, there's no rush. It is as that lunatic Gu said. This is just the beginning. Finally, other people in the 10,000 demons abyss gathered their courage and stepped onto the floating bridges. However, with this delay, these people would definitely not be as fast as Xiaochen and the group of false emperor outstanding talents. Actually, from this, it could already be seen that the false emperor outstanding talents were indeed superior to the others. Those who could be called heavenly geniuses in the faux god realm were not weak. At this moment, Xiaochen felt a little strange. The floating bridge gradually rose into the sky. He felt like he could touch the sticky, primal chaos sky just by stretching out his hand. However, it also felt extremely distant, right before his eyes but untouchable. While it was strange, Xiaochen still continued forward until he reached the end of the bridge. A seven-colored whirlpool with overwhelming spiritual energy appeared at the end of the floating bridge. Without hesitation, Xiaochen strode forward and entered the whirlpool. Others could not see the whirlpool. They only felt that Xiaochen had reached the end of the floating bridge. Then his figure entered the sky, never to be seen again. This is the scene before Xiaochen's eyes suddenly changed. The sky was gray, and the world around him was dark. A cold wind howled in this world. Corpses were buried in the desolate land. Dilapidated ships half buried in the ground and blood-stained war banners stretched as far as the eye could see. Broken skeletons were everywhere. Every skeleton gave off a startling aura, expressing boundless dissatisfaction. As the cold wind blew, the dissatisfaction, rage, and hatred all turned into roars. As the cold wind howled in the desolate land, it felt like they had existed for millions of years. Xiaochen turned solemn, showing a grave expression. Where did these skeletons come from? Why did the heaven-bridging peak give off overwhelming resentment and evil winds? A mountain peak stood not far away in front of Xiaochen. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, it seemed like another world was in the sea of clouds. The heaven-bridging peak. Needless to say, this was the heaven-bridging peak. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling assaulted Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately found it strange. It is normal for it to be unfamiliar. Why do I find it familiar? Just as Xiaochen was feeling confused, deep in thought, a dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from the dark world. A dazzling Buddhist light burst out of the dark world. The solemn and dignified Yuanzhen, who had a benevolent expression on his face, quickly followed, appearing in this God-conferred world. Xiaochen, your attire is rather eye-catching. Although the people of my Buddhist sect do not care about the gazes of the secular world, there is no one as bold as you. Yuanzhen said with a smile as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen asked, "You recognized me?" "That is natural. Others do not recognize you and cannot guess your identity. However, the Buddhist nature in your body cannot be hidden. No matter how much you change, you cannot escape my pair of wise eyes of the Buddhist sect." Yuanzhen smiled faintly, appearing calm. Then he casually looked at the surrounding skeletons. The smile on Yuanzhen's face slowly faded as he sighed softly. The path to becoming a god is very bumpy. These countless skeletons are the faux god powerhouses who died on the god-conferring platform since the heaven-bridging peak was established. The god-conferring platform? That's right. The god-conferring platform is at the top of this heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered and the heaven-bridging peak broke, all the faux gods of the world had to go there. After going to the god-conferring platform and undergoing the divine tribulation, one could return to the true state and become an eternal true god. Unfortunately, this path is not easy to tread. Who knows how many skeletons have been buried and how many heroes have died in the past 1 million years. In the past, this heaven-bridging peak was even more difficult to tread than it is now. There are 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, 3 minor calamities, 3 major calamities, 9 minor tribulations, and 9 major tribulations. Not a single one is missing. Xiaochen said after some thought, "You really know a lot. After speaking so much nonsense, do you not intend to ascend the god-conferring platform?" Yuanzhen pressed his palms together, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Then he said seriously, "There's no need. The heaven-bridging peak no longer has a divine nature, and the god-conferring platform is already broken. How can it truly become a god? It will just increase my cultivation a little and give me some comprehension. Before I came here, I already discovered that the skeletons here are all heroic spirits. Buddha is merciful. Although this little monk is weak, no matter how many I receive, it is all merit. You can go and climb this peak. We both have our own karma." Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Looking at Yuanzhen's solemn expression and his merciful appearance, others might really be fooled. However, Xiaochen was familiar with Yuanzhen's character. He retorted in disdain, "Speak properly. Stop pretending." Yuanzhen felt somewhat embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "There must be a senior of my Buddhist sect among these countless skeletons. If I can find an ancient Saraira, it will be much more beneficial than climbing the god-conferring platform." Xiaochen did not believe the words of this monk, not even a single punctuation. Since Yuanzhen was willing to remain at the foot of the mountain, there was no need to care. Xiaochen still wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak and climb the god-conferring platform. Xiaochen wanted to gamble on an opportunity on the god-conferring platform, an opportunity that Lu Benwei mentioned to him. Just at this moment, Mu Yunzhu, Chu Feng, Gu Yuhan, and the other false emperor outstanding talents arrived one after another. These people glanced at Xiaochen, and a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. However, no one said anything to him. After they appeared, they immediately looked at the heaven-bridging peak. Without saying anything, they quickly rushed over. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Without saying anything, he leaped up and climbed the heaven-bridging peak as well. Yuanzhen's gaze landed on the countless skeletons. Then he placed one hand on his chest and bowed. Buddha is merciful. Excellent, excellent. Chapter 2170. Yuan Zhen recited his Buddhist name and started chanting scriptures in this burial ground. A lotus appeared under Yuan Zhen's feet, carrying him through the boundless corpses. Who knew if he was searching for something or if he was really speculating in stocks and accumulating beneficence? Regardless of what this person was thinking, the focus of Paradise's final trial would definitely be on that heaven-bridging peak. The false emperor outstanding talents of the various superfactions all climbed the heaven-bridging peak, wanting to be the first to stand on the God-conferring platform. Without a doubt, whoever could truly occupy the God-conferring platform would be the greatest winner of paradise. Bush. The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, Bushin Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the other superfactions appeared one after another in the burial ground. Soon, they flew towards the heaven-bridging peak. Soon, the heaven-bridging peak was filled with people. Hundreds of outstanding talents of the 5 superfactions gathered here, climbing to the summit. However, the ones truly at the front were Xiaoqin and the other false emperor outstanding talents. These people were all chasing after them. The latecomers did not even get to see their backs. Everyone wanted to climb the God-conferring platform quickly, wanting to gain the chance to comprehend the Tao, soar their cultivation, and improve their strength. However, how could the heaven-bridging peak be so easy to climb? Although it no longer had any divine nature, the might and pressure from the remnant divine might was not something that a sovereign personage could easily resist. Occasionally, illusions of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared. These were not the 3 calamities and 9 disasters that faux gods had to experience, just illusions that existed in the river of time. However, to Xiaoqin and the others, the heaven-bridging peak was still filled with danger. Even if Gu Yuhan and the others wanted to seek trouble for the strange person here, even if they knew that he snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king, they would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Xiaoqin. For now, Gu Yuhan and the others would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Xiaoqin. As Xiaoqin walked between the peaks, he had an easier time than the others. His blue dragon divine body, which he had already awakened once, held an advantage here. Originally, Yuan Zhen cultivated the indestructible iron body. In terms of strength, his Arhat Dharma body was even stronger than Xiaoqin's divine body. Unfortunately, for some reason, this monk did not want to climb the peak. Without Yuan Zhen, no one could surpass Xiaoqin. Hundreds of people climbed the heaven-bridging peak. The various false emperor outstanding talents were far in the lead. Then, Xiaoqin took the lead, leading the other false emperor outstanding talents. Outside the trial tower, the expression of the profound heaven holy land's Gu Fei already turned somewhat unsightly. Who would have thought that such a situation would happen to the bet that they were sure to win? Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "Lunatic Gu, it looks like I have some chance of winning this bet. I'm afraid it was too early for you to be complacent before." Gu Fei snorted, "Oof. The show has only just begun. If he could stand on the conferred God platform and ignite the divine flame, then he would have won. Just standing there and not getting any benefits at all before being blasted off was not something to be proud of. Besides, none of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters have appeared yet. Our lead doesn't count." Light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes as he said indifferently, "I know what you are thinking. However, let's wait and see who will have the last laugh. This weirdo really got first place." Indeed. If he had not spent some time talking to Yuan Zhen, he would probably have gone even further. Although he's in the lead now, he's not really in the lead. He's mainly relying on the advantage of his physical body. However, the later tribulations were not something that could be passed by relying on the advantage of one's physical body. At that time, the others will be able to display their advantages, and they might have a chance to overtake us. Yes, let's continue watching. This bet is really interesting. I thought I would definitely lose, but who would have thought that this strange person would actually come out and kill me? Although the group of faux god powerhouses did not like Xiaoqin, they did not like him. However, in the depths of their hearts, they felt admiration for him for being able to get first place. Furthermore, The bridge of the brave that he walked was much more difficult than the bridges of the false emperor geniuses. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations are here, someone exclaimed softly. Then, on the light screen, countless flaming clouds gathered at the top of the heaven-bridging peak. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with flames as if doomsday had arrived. It was the first of the 3 calamities and 9 calamities, doomsday fire. Of course, this was just an illusion that came from the flow of space-time and not the true flaming doomsday. If it were real, not to mention a sovereign personage, even a faux god would find it hard to block it. The appearance of the doomsday fire was a test and an opportunity for many people. There was no need to say much about the test. In the face of the doomsday fire, no one dared to take it lightly. If Xiaochen didn't handle it well, it would be a great opportunity to overtake him. Boom! Almost as soon as the fiery clouds appeared, the doomsday fire descended with a loud rumble. No one on the peak of Tongtian could avoid it. However, there was a difference in order of priority. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He was already prepared for this, and he quickly untied the bedsheets. Xiaochen used the Ice Dao domain to support the bedsheet. The bedsheet immediately turned snow-white like frost. When it covered the body, it instantly felt bone-chilling. Just enough to offset the terrifying power of the doomsday fire. The entire sky-piercing peak turned into a blazing mountain of flames in the doomsday fire. Many of the people who grasped the fire great Dao immediately showed cocky expressions. These people all spread out their fire Dao domains and instantly felt much more relaxed. They could even refine the doomsday fire. Not only did they not suffer any injuries, but they even benefited from it. Only an illusion would dare to refine it like this. If it were a real doomsday fire, even a faux god would not dare to take it lightly, much less refine it. Naturally, the people who did not grasp the fire great Dao naturally showed extremely unsightly expressions. Not to mention advancing, even holding on would be a problem. At this moment, the ones who felt the most pleased were naturally the Bushin Palace's Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. A flame mark burned on the two's foreheads. That was the mark of the universe origin true flame that had been passed down for 1 million years. Compared to Xiaochen's universe origin true flame, these two's universe origin true flame had more spirituality and charm. Xiaobai, use this opportunity to surpass that strange person in one go. If you are confident, help me delay him, Chu Feng said seriously as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chu Feng wanted to sacrifice Fang Xiaobai at the crucial moment to help himself. Fang Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court and held a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. Fang Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court, someone with a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. If there's an opportunity, I'll make a move. The two seemed to have divine assistance in the flames. They immediately shook off the other false emperor outstanding talents and frantically chased after Xiaochen. These two guys have too much of an advantage now. I'm afraid they're going to surpass that weirdo. Bushin Palace's Xiahozun said somewhat gloomily as he watched Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai rush past him. Fang Xiaobai, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "There's no rush. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters have just begun. It will not be that easy for the universe origin sect to have the last laugh. If the two of them were to fight with that weirdo, we would be the ones laughing. Yes, let's be careful. This is the first calamity, so let's focus on stability. Don't use your trump cards for now." Thud thud thud. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai ran wildly through the surging Armageddon calamity. However, they were shocked to discover that Xiaochen was not much slower than them. What's going on? Chu Feng's expression could not help changing drastically. If they could not catch up to Xiaochen, they would not have a chance when the second calamity arrived. Fang Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. He was not confident of fighting with this strange person in this flaming mountain. If they were not careful, they might fall off the heaven-bridging peak. World exterminating lightning calamity. While the two were stunned, the Armageddon fire scattered, and the second calamity, the world exterminating lightning calamity, quickly descended. Suddenly, thousands of purple lightning bolts descended outside the heaven-bridging peak. From the outside, this heaven-bridging peak looked resplendent and dazzling. The entire peak bathed in the lightning tribulation, giving off a dazzling purple light. Whoosh, whoosh. As the lightning bolts descended, the frost on the snow-white bedsheet covering Xiaochen scattered, looking like white snow falling off. He silently spread out his peak third-layer Thunder Dao domain. To Xiaochen, dealing with this world-exterminating lightning calamity was even easier than dealing with a fire. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai had just blocked the lightning bolts. When they looked up, they could not even see Xiaochen's back. They did not know how far they had been left behind. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. It was Gu Yuhan holding the flute. When he played it, he could actually control lightning. Not only did the lightning fail to stop him, but it even aided him, allowing him to ascend the heaven-bridging peak. Soon, Gu Yuhan saw Xiaochen's figure, and the murderous intent in his eyes immediately turned cold. When Gu Yuhan thought about the scene of Xiaochen fooling him in the herb field, he could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Why is this fellow not moving? However, Gu Yuhan found it strange that Xiaochen, who had been moving very fast, suddenly stopped, appearing to be in a daze. At this moment, Xiaochen felt shocked as he looked at the heaven-bridging peak bathed in lightning and dazzling purple light. He finally understood why the heaven-bridging peak felt both familiar and strange at first glance. This sense of familiarity came from the azure mountain with a broken dragon head in the desolate sea. Chapter 2171. When he first saw the sky-piercing peak, he felt a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity. At that time, he felt puzzled. However, when Yuan Zhen appeared and got interrupted, Xiaochen did not overthink. Now that he was climbing higher and higher, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It was only when the entire mountain was illuminated by lightning that Xiaochen remembered the blue dragon's old haunt, the green mountain that had lost its dragon head. As he thought about it, Xiaochen was instantly stunned. Could it be that the green mountain was one of the broken sky-reaching peaks? But, although the sky-piercing peak in front of him was incomparably frightening, it was still a heavenly tribulation. However, its divinity clearly remained, and its spirituality was still present. It was majestic and magnificent, causing others to feel deep veneration and not dare to profane it. However, the headless Blue Dragon Mountain in the Blue Dragon Haunt was a demonic mountain, a mountain that almost made him become a demon. For a moment, Xiaochen was shocked. He was trying to figure out what was going on. That day, when he climbed the mountain, he instantly fell into a demonic trance. Today, when he ascended the conferred god platform, would the same thing happen again? If he were to fall into the demonic path in front of everyone, it would be disastrous. He really did not know what the consequences would be. While he was distracted, Xiaochen fell into deep thought and hesitated. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a flute rang in his ears. Boundless killing intent assaulted him, and Xiaochen was jolted awake. The bedsheet condensed into a saber, and he turned around and slashed. This slash happened to merge with the Daoist rhyme of the apocalyptic lightning tribulation. Although Xiaochen was in a daze, in reality, his Thunder Dao domain had been spreading out. Without needing to get distracted, he could merge with the heaven-bridging peak's lightning calamity. Boom! This slash happened to strike at the same time as the doomsday lightning disaster. Taking advantage of the timing and location, this slash was ridiculously powerful. Gu Yuhan's face sank. He had no choice but to stop playing the flute as his figure weaved through the electric light. In the blink of an eye, strands of energy condensed from divine energy shot out. So. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a total of 9 rays of light, destroying all the descending purple lightning. However, the saber light containing the purple lightning did not scatter. Gu Yuhan had to move back. On this heaven-bridging peak, I have the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. The remnant divine might in the heaven-bridging peak was oppressive. It was fine if one did not advance, but once one retreated, the pressure would increase explosively. Gu Yuhan showed an unsightly expression as the divine might pushed him back repeatedly. At the same time, he had to dodge the world annihilation lightning calamity. In an instant, his nimble figure turned into a sorry figure. Rumble. A few dangerous bolts of tribulation lightning forced Gu Yuhan to roll around on the mountain peak before he managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. Ha! Brother Gu's movement technique is excellent. To think that you, the bona fide profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talent, practiced the lazy donkey roll so skillfully. Gu Yuhan stood up and looked. Unexpectedly, he landed beside the universe origin sects Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. The one who sneered was the universe origin sects Chu Feng, who looked at him with a smile. Courting death. Gu Yuhan had a cold and aloof personality. Without saying anything, he leaped up and charged at Chu Feng. Fang Xiaobai and Chu Feng felt stunned. Unexpectedly, this person had such a decisive character. With just one teasing, he wanted to kill. This was the heaven-bridging peak. However, the two did not fear it. No matter how strong this Gu Yuhan was, he would only be sending himself to death. Senior brother, don't be impatient. Just at this moment, Mu Yunzhu appeared and quickly stopped Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan still showed some respect to his fellow sect member. He turned around and withdrew his killing move. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although they were not afraid of fighting, Chu Feng was not afraid. Although they were not afraid of fighting, if they really fought, the two would not be able to continue climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Senior brother, the person wrapped in bandages is Xiao Chen. Mu Yunzhu said as he looked at Gu Yuhan. What? Fang Xiaobai exclaimed in disbelief, his expression changing drastically when he heard that. If it is not him, who else could it be? A cold laugh rang out. It was Bai Yunfei rushing over with Xiahou Zun beside him. Bai Yunfei growled, "You're all a bunch of idiots. Think about the Void God realm. Aside from Xiaochen, who else possesses the dragon race bloodline, is skilled with the saber, and grasps the Thunder Great Dao and the Ice Great Dao? However, didn't he fail to form a perfect divine seal and suffer a backlash? Furthermore, why is Xiaochen dressed so strangely, coming out wrapped in a bedsheet?" Mu Yunzhu said, "Brother Bai and I discussed this earlier. Previously, he did not make a move much. Furthermore, he dressed strangely. Furthermore, even if we suspected him, we would not have expected him to be Xiaochen." However, after thinking about it carefully, among the faux God world disciples, aside from Xiaochen, no one matches his identity. Actually, they should have thought of this long ago. However, Xiaochen's current attire was simply too strange. Furthermore, they had already received news that Xiaochen failed to form a divine seal, so they did not think about it. Now that they came to their senses, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was Xiaochen. Damn it! Had I known that it was him, I would have taken his life in the herb field. To think that this fellow dares to appear. Fang Xiaobai cursed, unable to hide his rage. Bai Yunfei looked at the heaven-bridging peak and said, "If that Baldi Yuanzhen did not come, no one will have an advantage over him on this heaven-bridging peak. He already obtained 2 of the advantages of the right time, the right place, and the right people. He will probably monopolize the benefits of this God-conferring platform." "What do you mean?" Bai Yunfei replied indifferently, "Although there are conflicts and gaps between us, we clearly only have one common enemy. If we do not work together and fight on our own, we will not be able to catch up. If we work together, given our strength, there is no need to fear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters." The group remained silent. Working together meant splitting the benefits of the God-conferring platform equally. However, everyone here wanted to monopolize it. Otherwise, they would be able to benefit as well. That way, they would not be able to widen the gap between them. However, the higher Xiaochen went, the indistinct his back was no longer visible. If they did not work together, they would only benefit him. "Senior brother, what do you think?" Mu Yunzhu sent a voice projection as he looked at Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan sent a voice projection back, "We cannot trust these people. This is especially so for that Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei. These 2 are very scheming. We can work with them, but we have to hold back ourselves. When the time comes, we will act according to the situation. If there is an opportunity, you and I will monopolize the God-conferring platform." Senior brother's thoughts are about the same as mine. Chu Feng is still fine. However, that Bai Yunfei experienced 2 calamities along the way. However, he did not use any trump cards. He is especially terrifying. After the voice projection ended, Mu Yunju said, "Senior brother and I have finished discussing this. The heaven-bridging peak has only cleared 2 of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. If we do not work together, we will not be able to catch up to Xiao Qin." "I agree as well." A meaningful look flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he smiled faintly. "In that case, let's work together to clear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters." Hence, this group of people with ulterior motives and plans decided to work together to deal with Xiao Qin. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux god powerhouses exchanged glances, showing somewhat unnatural expressions. Mu Zifeng guffawed. "Ha! Interesting. This seems to be the first time the disciples of the Universe Origin sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushin Palace worked together to deal with my Heavenly Alliance since it was established. Compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was weaker in the first place, ranked at the bottom. If the disciples of the other super factions worked together, even if they lost this bet, the Heavenly Alliance's reputation would not be affected at all. Instead, it would boost the Heavenly Alliance's reputation. At that time, it would be a Heavenly Alliance disciple fighting 3 super factions alone. Useless thing." Gu Fei felt somewhat embarrassed, so he could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not show it. He smiled coldly and said, "What are you feeling cocky for? Let's see if you can still smile when this Xiao Qin falls to his death on the heaven-bridging peak." Mu Zifeng knew that Gu Fei was feeling righteous, so he did not mind. He smiled and said, "Ha! You are overthinking. If he is really a member of my Heavenly Alliance, he will have the alloy battle armor protecting him. Even if he falls off this heaven-bridging peak, he will not die. You should worry about the 2 disciples of your Profound Heaven Holy Land. If they fall, I wonder if the ancient Profound Heaven Sword can save them." Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Before this bet ended, he had already lost most of it. Even if he won in the end, it would be pointless. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents on the heaven-bridging peak each had their own merits. When they worked together, they were truly unstoppable. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared one after another, but they could not stop this group's progress. They immediately left the people far behind. Xiao Qin. For hours later, the 6 eyes lit up. They finally saw Xiao Qin's figure. The 6 immediately felt excited, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. "After him. If we put in more effort, we will be able to catch up to him in less than 1 hour." At this moment, the 6 were less than 3 kilometers away from the god-conferring platform. When Xiao Qin sensed the surging auras behind him, he turned his head back to look, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. To think that the 6 false emperor outstanding talents were working together. "Xiao Qin, if you stop here, we can write off the grudge between us." "That dog of a son, Xiao Qin, why are you still not revealing your true form? Do you think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy? Quickly stop. Otherwise, you will fall on this god-conferring platform today." The 6 below felt excited. However, they also felt somewhat anxious and worried, as they were not far from the god-conferring platform. They figured it out? Xiao Qin was not surprised. If this group of outstanding talents still could not figure out his identity at this time, they would be stupid enough to eat shit. He is not moving anymore. This fellow is frightened. When we catch up to him later, everyone will attack together and destroy him. Damn it. Previously, when he worked with that bald monk in the Icefire Wasteland, he fooled us badly. Seeing that Xiao Qin suddenly stopped moving in front, the 6 expressions immediately became excited, and their auras soared. Only Gu Yuhan felt somewhat confused. Earlier, Xiao Qin had been like this as well, hesitating to move forward. However, when Xiao Qin turned around and chopped down, Gu Yuhan fell. Gu Yuhan, who thought that his sneak attack would succeed, ended up suffering greatly. "Junior brother, be careful. There is something strange about this fellow. He is definitely not frightened." Gu Yuhan did not remind Gu Yuhan. The 4 beside him sent voice projections to Mu Yunju. Feeling suspicious, Mu Yunju replied, "Yes. Given my understanding of him, he should not be like this." But why did he stop like this? Just wait and see. If he is really stupid, don't give up on the opportunity to make a move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The six attacked again, all of them moving faster. Clearly, they had held back when they worked together earlier. Xiao Chen was getting closer and closer to the god-conferring platform. However, Xiao Chen did not reveal any of his trump cards. The six knew this but kept it a secret. They only increased their speed, not willing to fall behind. To go up or not. If Xiao Chen went up, he would be able to reach the god-conferring platform in 3 steps if he burst out with his full power. If he did not, he would turn around and leave, avoiding these 6. His life would not be in danger. Xiao Chen had gained a lot in paradise, so there was no need to find it too unfortunate. He did not need to reach the god-conferring platform and search for an opportunity to soar into the sky. However, the scene of him falling into a berserk Dao at the summit of the Azure Mountain appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This made the usually decisive Xiao Chen hesitate. If Xiao Chen reached the god-conferring platform and fell into a berserk Dao as well, even Mu Zifeng would not be able to protect him. Difficult. This path is difficult as ascending to the sky. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 6 false emperor outstanding talents closed in. There was not much time left for Xiao Chen. Chapter 2172. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents could not be bothered with these thoughts in the time it took for a spark to fly. As they moved, they slowly approached Xiao Chen, their eyes overflowing with killing intent. Why isn't this weirdo moving? Do you want to die? We're only 10,000 feet away from stepping onto the divine seal altar. What are you hesitating for? Xiao Chen wasn't anxious, but the spectators outside the training grounds were anxious. They all shook their heads and sighed, not understanding what was going on. Even Mu Zifeng felt very confused at this moment, revealing some anxiety in his eyes. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Mu Zifeng immediately felt uncertain. Even with the alloy battle armor protecting him, 6 false emperor outstanding talents surrounded him. Life and death were really hard to predict, everything was hard to say. At the same time, the disciples below the sky-piercing peak who were gradually catching up also saw this scene. Although they were still very far away and the divine might suppress them, they were all heaven-defying sovereign personages. Their vision was not restricted. Looking into the distance, he could still see the scene in the distance. The leader is actually that weirdo. Zhang Yushan's injuries were almost healed. When he saw Xiao Chen, who was high up in the sky, he immediately felt his face hurt. He hated this Xiao Chen to the core. He had slapped him so many times that he was hovering between life and death. He had lost all his face. Senior brother, why do you think that eccentric person isn't moving? If we don't, then Senior Brother Gu and the others will catch up to us. At that time, only death awaits us. The 2 junior brothers watched from the side, puzzled. Zhang Yushan gritted his teeth and said, "It's good that he's dead. It'd be best if he falls off this Tongtian peak. I'll definitely jump down and stomp on him a few times." The 2 junior brothers looked at each other in dismay. Ever since their senior brother was slapped into a pig's head, his brain had not been working well. This was the Tongtian Peak. It was hard to climb up, but even harder to descend. With the presence of the divine might, how could they jump just because they wanted to? Be careful that before others fell to their deaths, they would be smashed into meat paste first. Let's go. I want to see how a bunch of people beat up that dog. Zhang Yushan was burning with anxiety. He mustered his strength and wanted to take a look as soon as possible. Xiao Chen already imagined the scene of the 6 false emperor outstanding talents beating this strange person up like a dog. If he had the chance, he might even step on them a few times to vent his anger. Divine Seal Altar. Xiao Chen gazed at the top of the mountain. To him, the height of 1,000 zhang was as if it was right in front of him, and he could see it clearly. The auras of the 6 false emperor outstanding talents grew increasingly closer. Xiao Chen even felt a stabbing killing intent behind him. Sharp, cold, and icy. If there was a chance, these people would take his life in an instant. They would not be lenient. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, allowing the cold wind to surge around him, allowing the murderous aura behind him to surge, allowing his thoughts to drift, only seeking to empty his mind. To me, going up or not is actually a false proposition. Once he went up, he would not be able to suppress the demonic aura in his body, and he would reenact the scene at the peak of Green Mountain, turning into a demon under the moonlight. If that really happened, there was no doubt that he would die. The various superfactions would not tolerate a person who cultivated a demonic technique appearing in the faux god world. If they treated him as a spy of the demonic path, then they could kill him as they wished. There wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, the real question in his heart was not whether to go up or not, but whether he was afraid of death. How stupid, Xiaochen suddenly scolded himself. It was best not to step on this bridge because he had chosen a heavenly bridge that tested his courage. From the moment Xiaochen stepped onto the bridge of courage, his heart already gave him the answer. If he went up this divine seal altar, then so be it. There was no need to worry so much. Not to mention whether he would fall into the demonic path or not, so what if he did? With a clear conscience, there was no need to care about what others thought. It was just like how Xiaochen was now wrapped in a bedsheet, not caring about what others thought. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them, revealing a sharp light. Boom! Resplendent electric light burst out of Xiaochen's body, looking as piercing as the sun. Whoosh! The piercing electric light startled Chu Feng and the others. They squinted, finding it extremely strange. Surround him. This fellow is probably making a breakthrough in some secret technique. When the six saw the situation, they were slightly stunned. Then, they soared into the air and charged at that clump of resplendent electric light. When the light scattered, they saw a person wearing alloy battle armor. His handsome face looked like it had been carved with a knife. He looked very handsome and heroic, exuding a tyrannical air. Who else could that face be but Xiaochen? Xiaochen! Indeed it is you. I will definitely kill you today. Upon seeing Xiaochen reveal his true appearance, Bai Yunfei, Mu Yunju, Fang Xiaobai, and the others who had grudges with Xiaochen felt their qi and blood surge. Overwhelming rage twisted their faces, making them wish that they could tear Xiaochen apart. This was especially so when Bai Yunfei, who had vomited blood and fainted at the divine capital's gate, gritted his teeth. Just one look was enough to frighten everyone. It has been a long time. The few of you are still as graceful as before. However, it is not that easy to kill me. Get down. Seeing that the six looked like they wanted to eat him up, Xiaochen felt extremely happy. He threw a palm strike as he laughed loudly. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The rage from the ancient great desolate Aeon made the heaven-bridging peak tremble slightly. A huge palm materialized a world of lightning using the five-element divine lightning. Boundless saber intent spread out in that world of lightning. This was an incredibly strong Dragon's Gate secret technique in the first place. Furthermore, Xiaochen had the advantage of the heaven-bridging peak when he drove it with his third-layer Thunder Dao domain. When he threw a palm strike from above, it happened to merge with the divine might. In that instant, Chu Feng and the other five felt like the sky had fallen on them. The six's expressions changed. They felt heavy pressure bearing down on them, making breathing difficult. Retreat. This sudden palm strike, which Xiaochen held the advantage of time and place, instantly extinguished the six auras, forcing them to take 3 steps back. Only then did the six execute their killing moves and condense divine energy to break the palm strike. It's Xiaochen. When Zhang Yushan, who was below, saw the earlier scene, he nearly fell in fright. Then he quickly supported Zhang Yushan. Senior brother, be careful. Zhang Yushan had yet to recover from his shock. He said absent-mindedly, damn it. Didn't he clearly fail to break through to the divine seal? Why is he here? Xiaochen, who suppressed Zhang Yushan for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, was actually the person who beat Zhang Yushan into a pig's head. Zhang Yushan simply could not accept such a result. It really is the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen. Upon seeing Xiaochen attack, the group of faux god powerhouses outside the trial tower felt slightly stunned. Although they had already guessed it, they still felt somewhat shocked when they saw Xiaochen reveal his true appearance. Indeed, it is him. However, Mu Zifeng showed pleasant surprise in his eyes. He revealed a joyful smile. It really is that fellow. Gu Fei showed a grave expression, feeling a mountain-like pressure. After Xiaochen threw his palm strike, he turned around and flew towards the god-conferring platform. It looked like Xiaochen would truly step onto the god-conferring platform soon. Whoosh, whoosh. On the heaven-bridging peak, Chu Feng and the other 5 were false emperor outstanding talents, after all. They took 3 steps back and condensed their divine energy to break firmament's rage in just one breath. When the electric light scattered, they looked up and saw that Xiaochen was already less than 300 meters away from the god-conferring platform. If he had not delayed earlier, he would not have stood a chance at all. Now, it is hard to say. Bai Yunfei exchanged glances with Chu Feng and sent a voice projection. Then, the 6 charged over again. Mu Yunju felt incredibly frustrated. He did not notice this scene. Right now, he only had eyes for Xiaochen. Damn it. I don't believe that I can let you escape this time. Although the divine might here was at its densest, it was only 3 kilometers in the end. The 6 would only need 4 or 5 breaths to cross it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just at this moment, Xiao Hozun and Fang Xiaobai turned around and blocked Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan at the same time. Chu Feng smiled faintly and said, "The 2 of you, Brother Bai and I will take our leave first. Don't worry. The 2 of us will definitely help you kill Xiaochen." "The 2 of you, what is the meaning of this?" Mu Yunju shouted sullenly, enraged by the sudden situation. Xiao Hozun smiled and said, "Brother Mu, there is no need to act stupid. Everyone knows that. Splitting the benefits of this god-conferring platform equally is not enough. Just stay here in peace. You might as well help Brother Bai and Brother Chu." At this moment, Mu Yunju finally understood. These 4 had colluded in secret. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei must have promised them benefits. Mu Yunju had been waiting for this moment to get Xiao Hozun and Fang Xiaobai to block him and Gu Yuhan. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Mu Yunju could not help feeling anxious. The 4 were about equal in strength. There would be no problem for Xiao Hozun and Fang Xiaobai to delay the 2. If they really fought, as long as Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng left the mountain, the 2 would definitely suffer a great loss when the 4 worked together. Gu Yuhan glanced indifferently at the summit. A figure had just entered the summit. It was Xiaochen, who had already ascended the god-conferring platform. Gu Yuhan could not help thinking, this Xiaochen does not just hold the right time and location. He clearly holds the right time, the right place, and the right people. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng are 2 fools. They thought that they already had Xiaochen in the bag and did not fight with Xiaochen at all. If they underestimated the enemy, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 2173. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly set aside his thoughts. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. If a choice appeared before him, one that could sever all karma and allow him to become a true god, what would he choose? "Xiaochen, if I don't die today, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces in the future." Before the 2 could do anything, Xiaochen instantly spread out his peak 3rd layer Thunder Dao domain. The storm-like attacks were boundlessly sharp. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei brought out all their trump cards. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan Zhen, who was chanting scriptures, glanced over. His expression did not change as he continued walking through this vast and boundless burial ground. Xiaochen knew that this was because the heaven-bridging peak had broken into 3 pieces and lost its divine nature long ago. The world tree supporting the heavenly realm had broken, and the heaven-bridging peak had fallen. The martial epoch could no longer truly become a true god. Indeed, by severing karma, one could seek freedom and no longer be bound by anything. Everything in the past would become nothing. The many knots in one's heart and mental barriers would no longer exist now or in the future. One would no longer be tainted by karma or bound by the world. One could do whatever one wanted. Such a change made Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei's expressions turn somewhat unsightly. They showed anxious expressions as they exchanged glances and quickly sent voice projections. Calling it the god-conferring platform was too much of an exaggeration. Interesting. Xiaochen's lips curled up in a smile. He could see the surroundings from the heaven-bridging peak. Chaotic cycles, breaking the shackles of time, no longer suffering from the torment of aging, sickness, and death. From then on, one would be immortal, existing forever with the world. This made this God-conferring platform look somewhat strange. It looked like a skeleton with a soul. Xiaochen could not be bothered with this monk, who knew what he was thinking. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the God-conferring platform below him. He saw Yuan Zhen, the cunning monk of the hidden spirit temple, who hid his strength like a fox. Humph! Dream on. The two of us spent a lot of effort to get to the God-conferring platform. How can we let you take advantage of us? Immediately, a miniature scene appeared on Yuan Zhen's finger, showing the karma. Miserable cries immediately resounded throughout the heaven-bridging peak, startling everyone who heard them. Xiaochen fought against two alone, yet he still managed to knock Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei away. On the divine seal altar, there was a great wind. Xiaochen leaped over and placed half of his foot on it. The moment he landed, he was almost blown away by the strong wind. The entire peak of Tongtian Peak had been flattened, but there were no signs of human activity. His face instantly turned pale with fright, drained of blood, and panicked. Xiaochen couldn't help but ponder for a moment, but he immediately rejected it. This kind of hypothetical question was meaningless. With a boom, the powerful might of the Tao of Thunders spread out. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng were caught off guard and were forced to take several steps back. In an instant, they were pushed to the edge of the conferred god stage. Their bodies swayed and they almost fell. They could clearly see Xiaochen's appearance. His body was covered in silver armor, and his eyes shone brightly. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He looked heroic. Unfortunately, now that the heavenly realm was broken and the world tree was destroyed, all of this had already become a legend. Xiaochen asked himself. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak discussed animatedly, feeling extremely shocked by this contrast. When the light lit up, it also illuminated Xiaochen's appearance at the summit. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak immediately saw this mysterious phenomenon. After knocking back 6 people with Firmament's rage, Xiaochen did not hold anything back. He faced the strongest divine might at the peak and stepped onto the god-conferred platform. Fang Xiaobai and Xiao Hozun blocked Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju. However, this did not affect Xiaochen at all. Right now, Xiaochen stood on the god-conferred platform and looked at the flowing space-time and the karmic threads flowing upside down. When Fang Xiaobai saw the 3 Permitha lamps, he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Xiaochen, thank you for lighting these 3 Permitha lamps for me. Brother Chu and I will remember your kindness. Now you can scram down." Even though this was not Xiaochen's first time seeing a Permitha lamp, he still felt disappointed and frustrated. If only he could light up his divine bridge and ascend to the heavenly realm. How great would that be? Seeing that they could no longer endure, Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng lost all of their earlier arrogance. Their expressions were miserable as they begged Xiaochen for mercy. Even the heavenly gods that managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions lost their eternal lives. Karma bound them and they did not dare to leave the faux god world, fearing a backlash from the world. It's too late. Permitha lamp. 1 lamp, 2 lamps, 3 lamps. The veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body was continuously sucked into the god-conferred platform. Releasing it was extremely difficult. Connecting the sky. If it were in the past, he would have been 1 step away from the sky. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he said, "The fortuitous encounters in this god-conferred platform can be shared among the 3 of us. There is no need to fight to the death. If there are any grudges, we can resolve them on the god-conferred platform." So, that strange person is Xiaochen. This is too incredible. Time, location, and the 3-layer Thunder Dao domain. Xiaochen held all sorts of advantages. He had given these 2 a chance to enjoy the benefits of the god-conferred platform. In the end, they even tried to chase him off. Why did they insist on severing their karma? However, right now, Xiaochen could only look at the faux gods of the past. On the divine conferred altar, this was the most exciting moment. They could sever the karma that bound them to the heavens and earth, and obtain true freedom. 3rd layer Dao domain. How can this be? I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a drop of blood shot out and landed on the azure lamp. Xiao Chen. As a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen still had to respect the God-conferred platform. He could not underestimate it or profane it. Xiao Chen did not show any mercy, punching the two off the God-conferred platform. Chu Feng smiled sinisterly and said, I had the same intention. I am also not willing to share the benefits of this God-conferred platform with a third person. Xiao Chen took a step forward. The moment he stepped onto the God-conferred platform, something strange happened. I wonder how many Permitha lamps Xiao Chen can light up on the God-conferred platform? I heard that some people manage to light up 5 Permitha lamps at most. At this moment, no one said anything. Even the bet between Mu Zifeng and Gu Fei was temporarily put aside. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that this was not the time to lament about this. Not being able to advance to godhood did not mean that it was useless to him. However, just at this moment, 2 strong winds blew. Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng appeared at the same time, landing on the God-conferred platform. Was his life bitter? Did he have any regrets? Did he experience unbearable pain? The Permitha lamps were originally meant to allow one to surpass the Permitha lamp, illuminating the divine bridge and allowing one to step onto the deity realm. Now, they could only be used as treasures for sovereign personages to comprehend the Tao and obtain fortuitous encounters. It looked like Xiao Chen would have no problem lighting up at least 4 Permitha lamps. However, just as the two circulated their veritable essence energy, their expressions changed slightly. Xiao Chen was extremely strong in the first place, about as strong as a false emperor. After putting on the alloy battle armor, he immediately entered his peak state. The many faux god powerhouses outside the trial tower were entranced when they saw this scene. Xiao Chen continuously used his third-layer Thunder Dao domain to suppress the two. Then he pressed forward and instantly launched a sharp attack. Coincidentally, the 2 Permitha lamps floated out at this moment. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to sever his karma just because of this. Wanting to condense divine essence, how could it be that easy to condense it? Whoosh! Xiao Chen could not be bothered with the two's shock. He smiled coldly and said, The 2 of you are not capable of chasing me off. Refine divine energy? Let's see how the 2 of you refine divine energy on this God-conferred platform. Although this God-conferred platform was ancient and mysterious, it clearly lost its spirituality, leaving only an empty platform. As Xiao Chen continued pouring in veritable essence energy, the God-conferred platform turned as viscous as water. An azure lamp slowly appeared. A determined look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Turning into a demonic Tao or not? It has nothing to do with me. From the moment I stepped onto the Bridge of Heroes, there was no reason to retreat. When Xiao Chen squinted, he saw that it was the scene of Xiao Chen fighting Chu Chaoyun in the Sky Dome realm during the 5-nation youth competition. Whoosh! Damn it! However, Xiao Chen could only do his best to endure. He could not advance by even half an inch. Half of his foot hovered in the air, his divine body teetering on the verge of collapse. Every divine character was like a life. However, it did not have a soul or spirit. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. However, he did not show any fear at all. He had expected such a scene long ago. When Xiao Chen felt that his veritable essence energy and soul energy were still manageable, he revealed an expression of joy. The more Permitha lamps he lit, the greater the benefits he would gain. If it were anywhere else, Xiao Chen would fear the might of divine energy. However, this God-conferred platform continuously absorbed the veritable essence energy of cultivators. Xiao Chen had lived a bitter life. He had many regrets, as well as unbearable pain that he could not tear his heart apart. At this moment, Xiao Chen stood at the edge, half his foot still hovering in the air. He had not truly stepped onto the God-conferred platform yet. It is time to truly step onto it. Xiao Chen chanted sutras amid the boundless corpses. Even when standing on the God-conferred platform, his silhouette was visible. The circulation of veritable essence energy in this place did not change. However, Xiao Chen had the blue dragon divine body. His physical body and vital qi were much stronger than the two's. The veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body surged like a flood. This veritable essence energy surged towards the God-conferred platform uncontrollably. Rumble. However, what was the point of doing so? Xiaochen did not panic. Before coming, he already knew about the mysterious phenomenon that would occur after stepping onto the God-conferred platform. If karma was severed, although one would gain a new life, it would also negate one's life. Perhaps one had some regrets about one's life, feeling that the world of mortals was too bitter. No matter how strong one was, as long as one was tainted by karma, one would experience unbearable pain. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Brother Chu, each of us can condense a strand of divine energy. We will definitely be able to knock him down. Xiaochen, Brother Xiao, give us a chance. The two of us know we were wrong." A true god possessed vast might that surpassed time and space, jumping out of the cycle of reincarnation and not being bound by karma. However, one could only watch. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and touched a line of karma. He casually looked down. This boundless burial ground appeared insignificant in the depths of his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Severing karma, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation. As the veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body drained, the God-conferred platform slowly spun like a millstone. The surrounding scene changed. Time and space flowed, and beams of light made of karma flowed down in reverse, looking very colorful. Suddenly, a flickering flame lit up. A strand of light immediately appeared in this dark burial ground, illuminating the surroundings. It was like the worldly ghost hatchet divine art appeared naturally. Many divine characters were embedded in it, inspiring awe. Xiaochen revealed a nostalgic expression as he looked at the surrounding karma and the flowing time, entering deep thought. Chapter 2174. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei were knocked down. However, the Permitha lamps that they activated with veritable essence energy did not disappear. Together with the Permitha lamps that Xiaochen activated earlier, 5 Permitha lamps immediately appeared on the God-conferring platform. Bai Yunfei thought very well, wanting to chase Xiaochen down and forcibly take his 3 Permitha lamps. Unexpectedly, he and Chu Feng each gave Xiaochen a Permitha lamp in the end. Time flowed, and karma reversed. On the God-conferring platform, Xiaochen showed a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, another 2 drops of essence blood landed on a Permitha lamp. Xiaochen's complexion paled significantly. Every drop of essence blood contained his soul and divine seal's origin energy. Whoosh, whoosh. The lamp flames flickered, illuminating this part of the world. Xiaochen's face flickered on the heaven-bridging peak summit. Everyone on the sky-piercing peak could see his handsome, delicate face, with sharp features that looked like they had been carved by a knife. 5 Permitha lamps. That's 5 Permitha lamps. Those 2 fools, Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei, really gave him a great gift. They really went for wool and came home shorn. Xiaochen already gave those 2 a chance, but they rejected him. I wonder what's strange about the God-conferring platform. Those 2 false emperors cannot condense divine energy. The disciples of the 5 great sects continued climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Although the latecomers could not condense a Permitha lamp, as long as they reached the God-conferring platform, they would gain something from comprehending the Tao and cultivating there. Comprehending the Tao and meditating on the spot would result in some gains, just not as great as the ones before him. Boom! Suddenly, the world roared. Xiaochen condensed another Permitha lamp. 6 Permitha lamps appeared on the God-conferring platform in an instant. The high and mighty lamp flames looked as dazzling as stars from a distance. Every Permitha lamp's flame was lit by Xiaochen's soul. This had never happened before. Even the strongest person only condensed 5 Permitha lamps. However, this time, with Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng's help, Xiaochen lit 6 Permitha lamps, surpassing everyone in the past. Thunderous booms resounded in the surroundings. At that instant, the wind and clouds surged as a myriad of unusual phenomena took place. A boundless and majestic spirit appeared in the sky. Amidst all sorts of terrifying phenomena, the image of a broken bridge flickered in the clouds, flickering in and out of existence. Divine bridge. Heavenly bridge. Many disciples on the sky-connecting peak exclaimed as they stared at the bridge in astonishment. The divine bridge in front of them was definitely not real. It was just an illusion that came from space-time. Even so, it was still shocking. This divine bridge represented the glory of the martial epic, all the glory of the past. Once he stepped onto this bridge, he would be able to head to the heaven realm. Unfortunately, endless sighs filled the hearts of the crowd. The faux gods outside the trial tower fell silent as well. Compared to these sovereign personages, these faux gods felt even more deeply about this scene. 6 Permetha lamps and even the phantom of the divine bridge have appeared from the reversal of spacetime. This Xiaoqin is really surprising. An incredible demonic genius appeared in the Heavenly Alliance this time. We can't underestimate him in the future. I'm curious how much fortuitous encounter he can obtain after absorbing the fortuitous encounter of these 6 Permetha lamps. He will probably advance to peak false emperor with a thought. He obtained the years of bitter cultivation that others took in an instant. It's hard to say. He already refined the Thundercliff tree earlier. It's hard to say if he wants to make such a huge breakthrough. This was unprecedented. 6 Permetha lamps surprised everyone. However, another Permetha lamp appeared on the god-conferring platform amid this surprise. At the summit of the mountain, 7 stars shone brightly, illuminating the sky. The broken bridge, which flickered in and out of existence, appeared in the void. It was a sight that inspired awe and veneration. 7 stars. It turns out that he already possesses the ability to form 5 Permetha lamps alone. They are really 2 idiots. They gave Xiaoqin a great opportunity for nothing. Who knows what great fortuitous encounter Xiaoqin will obtain with these 7 Permetha lamps. Without Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei, Xiaoqin would have only 5 Permetha lamps. He would not have caused such a commotion. However, there were no ifs in this world. The 7 lamps lit up the god-conferring platform. The light of the flames shone on Xiaoqin's pale face, making him look glistening with divine light. He looked like a heroic divine general. After all, without the strength of a false emperor, 5 lamps is already my limit. As Xiaoqin looked at the 7 lamps, he nodded slightly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and pressed his palms together. Boom! In that instant, the 7 lamps turned into flowing light and entered Xiaoqin's body. The flowing space-time and inverted threads of karma immediately wrapped around Xiaoqin, spinning rapidly. Damn it! Are the 2 of you still trying to block us? Mu Yunju said to Fang Xiaobai and Xiahou Zun through clenched teeth as he looked at the mysterious phenomenon on the god-conferring platform from 3 kilometers away. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Right after Xiaoqin knocked Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei down, Mu Yunju and Fang Xiaobai saw the mysterious phenomenon on the god-conferring platform. Before the 2 could react, they saw Xiaoqin materialize 7 Permetha lamps. This immediately stupefied them. The series of strange changes stupefied Fang Xiaobai and Xiahou Zun. They could not digest this in such a short time. Mu Yunju's roar startled the 2 awake. Then, fear and shock appeared in their eyes. How could it be like this? Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and said, "It is within expectations. These 2 fools do not know what the god-conferring platform's environment is like." After Xiaoqin refined that 100,000-year-old herb king, even if his strength is weaker than ours, it should not be that much weaker. By relying on the terrain and timing, as well as the fact that these 2 fools underestimated him, I am not surprised that someone knocked them off the mountain. The moment Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei stepped onto the god-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan had already guessed the result. Others might not know Xiaoqin's strength, but Gu Yuhan was very clear on it. Before he refined the Thundercliff tree, this was the best opportunity to kill Xiaoqin. If he missed it, there would not be another. Gu Yuhan had encountered such an opportunity before. Unfortunately, he had not grasped it. What are we waiting for? The 4 of us should charge up together. I don't believe that Xiaoqin can defeat the 4 of us alone. Fang Xiaobai said seriously as he looked at the god-conferring platform. Foolish. If everyone was as brainless as you, not to mention 4 false emperors, even 10 false emperors would not be enough to kill him. How can Xiaoqin be that horrifying? Look at how scared you are. You are completely brainless. Disdain flashed in Gu Yuhan's eyes as he looked at the god-conferring platform. Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei not only lost because they underestimated him. If the four of us go up, we will not have a good time either. What should we do then? Xia Hozuan felt a bit depressed as a haze flashed through his eyes. He said with a low voice. Gu Yuhan replied indifferently, "It's very simple. The four of us will work together and start refining divine energy. The moment we ascend the god-conferring platform, we will immediately attack and use our divine energy to execute a peak strike. Even if Xiaochen has 9 lives, it will not be enough." The moment Gu Yuhan said that, the eyes of Xiahou Zun and the other two lit up. After thinking about it, if Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai had done the same earlier, the outcome might have been different. A bright light flashed in Fang Xiaobai's eyes. He said, "At that time, we will split his 7 Prometha lamps equally. We will still be the ones laughing in the end. All right, let's do that." Outside the trial tower, Gu Fei's lips curled up in a smile. Gu Yuhan truly lived up to his profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talent, second only to the Holy Sun. At the crucial moment, Gu Yuhan remained so calm. So what if he condensed 7 Prometha lamps? In the end, my profound Heaven Holy Land's outstanding talents will benefit from it. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help feeling cocky. Mu Zifeng, who had been rather relaxed, now showed some worry on his face. This Gu Yuhan was scarily calm. He was still young, but he already showed signs of being a major character. After Gu Yuhan and the other 3 made their choice, they started refining divine energy and approached the summit step by step. However, Xiao Chen, who sat cross-legged on the god-conferring platform, found it hard to make a decision. The moment the 7 Prometha lamps entered Xiao Chen's body, the scene before him suddenly changed. The incomplete bridge in the sky actually appeared before him. However, it was not one bridge but 2. One was pitch black, and the other was jade white. One was a divine bridge, and the other was a demonic bridge. Each bridge had 7 Prometha lamps on both sides. No matter what choice Xiao Chen made, he would obtain the opportunity that the 7 Prometha lamps brought. Xiao Chen could clearly sense that one of the 2 bridges was made of his spiritual energy veritable essence energy and the other was made of his demonic chi veritable essence energy. With a thought, one could become a demon or a deity. The choice was up to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen showed a strange expression. Clearly, he had not expected such a scene. Then Xiao Chen looked into the distance, to the other side of the bridge. There seemed to be an indescribably majestic existence on the other side. Xiao Chen took a step forward and approached the demonic bridge. He immediately saw a bright moon hanging high on the other side of the bridge. Under the moonlight, a majestic figure wearing the alloy battle armor radiated a treasure light, smiling at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and moved closer to the demonic bridge. A throne and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared on the other side of the bridge. Xiao Chen leaned on the throne, supporting himself with one hand on the armrest as he raised his wine cup and took a sip. Then, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and showed a sinister smile. The wine on Xiao Chen's lips was as bright as blood. A scarlet moon slowly rose in the sea of blood. Xiao Chen took 3 steps back and returned to his starting position. Then, he looked between the demonic bridge and the divine bridge. Chapter 2175. Inside the consciousness space, Xiao Chen still could not come out of the strange cycle. The Buddhist sects Kasyapa Buddha and the Blue Dragon Bloodline's blood-soaked Dragon Emperor all abandoned the demonic path and returned to the righteous path. Just as Xiao Chen felt at a loss, Gu Yuhan's group of 4 slowly approached the god-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak. It looked like they would need less than 10 seconds to charge up. Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought, thinking about which bridge to choose. It really is spiritual rain. Why is there spiritual rain on the god-conferring platform? Xiao Chen had already seen the might of divine energy long ago. As they slowly approached, it looked like they were going to merge. However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The situation changed drastically. A sharp light soared into the clouds on the god-conferring platform, piercing through the sky. An aura suddenly burst out, shocking the surroundings, unprecedented in the past and present. What's going on? Xiao Qun did not want to be an ancient demonic sovereign or a powerful divine sovereign. He only wanted to be himself. Xiao Qun already saw the future of the divine bridge and the demonic bridge. If he chose either, the benefits of the 7 azure lamps would not diminish. Suddenly, Xiao Qun felt horror in his heart. There seemed to be an unknown plot on this God-conferring platform. If Bai Yunfei and Chu Feng had not been careless and could not condense divine energy on this God-conferring platform, Xiao Qun would not have defeated them so miserably. Xiao Qun's position changed. 2 ancient, burning azure lamps blocked his way in all directions. However, Xiao Qun had not woken up yet. The scarier thing was that Gu Yuhan's group of 4 had been condensing divine energy as they climbed. How condensed was the spiritual rain contained within the rainwater? However, such a choice did not remain in Xiao Qun's memory. Perhaps it was erased. If one did not make a choice, one would not be able to reach the other side. No matter which direction one took, 2 bridges would appear, 1 divine bridge and 1 demonic bridge. The moment the 4 attacked, Mu Zifeng's expression changed. He knew that he was in trouble. With Xiao Qun's experience, he could easily tell that anyone who blocked these 4 killing moves would die unless a sovereign emperor made a move. Gu Yuhan felt stupefied. Although Xiao Qun was domineering earlier, everything was within Gu Yuhan's control and expectations. The disciples of the various factions were overjoyed. The spiritual rain falling from the sky was even purer than the origin liquid. There was no third option. It wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate together, but that they couldn't. Ling Yu. Perhaps it was not without reason that the sky-bridging peak was broken into 3 pieces by the Black Dragon King. The 2 bridges in front of him were formed by sensing the demonic energy and spiritual energy in his body. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, began to laugh wildly, feeling incomparably pleased with himself. In the illusory space, Xiao Qun opened his eyes and made his choice. Haha. In the end, Gu Fei won this bet. Mu Zifeng, remember, you owe me a wish. I hope you can accept your defeat. A figure suddenly stood up. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Instantly, the killing moves of the 4 experts crumbled and crumbled in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qun could only rely on himself to resolve the problem before him. Back then, he could not find the answer to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's question. Furthermore, now that Xiao Qun's cultivation had fallen from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage, he would definitely die. In the past few years, Xiao Qun had purposely given up on cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Amid thunder and lightning, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured endlessly. In just a few breaths, Xiao Qun's cultivation plummeted like a flood, incredibly fast. Before the 4 could sigh, the remaining palm lights shattered their internal organs, leaving thousands of holes in their bodies. Then they fell off the sky-bridging peak. However, when Xiao Qun looked back, nothing changed. Only by making a choice could one see where the other shore was. If it were someone else, perhaps only 1 bridge would appear before them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 divine bridges appeared because of Xiao Qun. Long ago, Xiao Qun learned that one could not cultivate the righteous Dao and demonic Dao cultivation techniques at the same time in the martial epoch. As Xiao Qun looked at the 2 ancient bridges in front, he sat down cross-legged and formed hand seals. Immediately, the spiritual energy and veritable essence energy in his body flowed out continuously. If he had to choose one path to obtain the benefits of the 7 azure lamps, then he would not mind giving up on it. Back in the real world, on the God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak, after entering this God-conferring platform, Xiao Qun did not say anything about turning his head back. He would not run into such a problem. Xiao Qun searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did indeed cultivate a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Could there be only 1 bridge left before him? If the veritable essence energy in Xiao Qun's body could reach the state of primal chaos, yin and yang, perfectly merging. Right, let's do that. However, why must I separate myself? Inside his consciousness space, Xiao Qun scattered his spiritual energy and veritable essence energy as fast as he could. The two ancient bridges in front had already started flickering endlessly. On the heaven-bridging peak, many cultivators were drenched by the rain. When the rain seeped into their skin, they discovered that their cultivation had increased slightly. The four of them condensed divine essence along the way. At this moment, the moment they attacked, the terrifying aura instantly severed the thunder clouds, and the entire heaven-span peak started trembling. Boom! A single thought from a fiend god. This fall was even worse than Chu Feng's and Bai Yunfei's. Whether or not he could survive was up to fate. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. As expected, it was like this. Good. Mu Zifeng snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Chen. He only looked at Xiao Chen, feeling confused. He still could not understand. Gu Yuhan said coldly, determination flashing in his eyes. Although he said that he was turning back, he was actually running away. How could running away solve the problem? The figure who stood up gently waved his hand. When his palm was facing the sky and his back was facing the sky, he pushed out his palm. Facing the howling wind and torrential rain, the few of them took large strides. Just as they were about to step onto the conferred god stage, they leaped up and attacked simultaneously. Divine energy that was purer and denser than Gu Yuhan's and the others surged out. As the Buddhists say, repent and you will be saved. Oh no! Now, the four who were only a few steps away from the conferred god stage did not dare to move rashly. Gu Yuhan's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the spiritual rain in his hand, he showed a strange expression in deep thought. What is this Xiao Chen up to? Shock flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he turned around. There were actually two bridges behind him as well, one divine bridge and one demonic bridge. That is possible. Perhaps he sensed that the four below are coming and knows that he will die for sure. So, he might as well take a gamble. Even if he did not want to, he had to choose. What cultivation did these people have? They were heaven-defying sovereign personages at the very least. When the spiritual rain entered their bodies, it actually increased their cultivation. With this thought, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. His thoughts immediately cleared up. Xiao Chen did not get overly anxious. He continued to think calmly, thinking of a way to resolve this. Be it the ancient demonic sovereign under the blood moon on the other side of the demonic bridge or the powerful deity sovereign under the bright moon on the other side of the divine bridge, they were all himself. Mu Yunzhu glanced at the conferred god stage a few steps away. Then, he said, "Senior brother, this fellow's cultivation has fallen to late-stage sovereign personage. What move are you making? To think that I cannot understand it." Mu Yunzhu and the other two gaped at each other, unable to figure it out as well. Even if Xiao Chen had been at his peak, he would not have had any chance of victory against these four killing moves, which were formed entirely from divine energy. At best, he would have been hanging on by a thread. Strange. Even if Xiao Chen found Xiao Chen's memories of this problem, it would not be of much help. Quickly absorb it. This is even purer than origin liquid. It really is the immortal spiritual rain. Suddenly, a large amount of veritable essence energy flowed out of Xiao Chen's body, looking pure and dense. Wind blew, thunder roared, clouds moved, and rain fell. Soon, the spiritual energy that Xiao Chen gave off turned into a heavy downpour. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it poured down with a crashing sound. Be it in the future or in the past, I will only choose to be myself. No one can determine my future. As long as Xiao Chen's spiritual energy veritable essence energy and demonic qi veritable essence energy reach a balance, he will be able to merge his veritable essence energy into one. We can't wait any longer. No matter what tricks he plays, we just need to suppress him with strength. This is origin energy. It looked like this made sense. They might have faced a similar situation before. With a thought, a god demon could either become a god or a demon. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods, including Mu Zifeng, could not understand either. Let's do it then. Now that Xiao Chen made up his mind, he no longer hesitated, turning to leave. There were many god monarchs and demonic lords in the world. However, there was only one Xiao Chen. However, the price is too high. Even jumping off the god-conferred platform would be better than this. Furthermore, he still has not opened his eyes. This means that he is still refining the Permetha energy of the azure lamp. After living for so long, I can't even understand the actions of a junior. It was not that some people had not cultivated the Permetha energy. However, in the end, they were forced to give up on one of them. Cultivation is not easy to come by. Who knows how many resources he exhausted and how much time he had to spend to reach his current cultivation? Why did he scatter it just like that? Gu Fei, who was laughing maniacally outside the trial tower, was stupefied. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen actually became a sovereign emperor, instantly turning the situation around. Is it possible that he is brewing some kind of secret technique? I know that some secret techniques will cause one's cultivation to drop when executed. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body could no longer reach its initial state of balancing yin and yang, merging them into one. Now that Xiao Chen suddenly released his origin energy, he could not understand. Xiao Chen executed a horrifying killing move at the same time, instantly drowning out Xiao Chen. Gu Fei smiled and said, "I think you are overthinking. Perhaps you are just stupid? The Permetha energy is not that easy to refine. If you are not careful, you might end up damaging your brain. Don't you think so, Mu Zifeng?" Who would scatter the veritable essence energy that they had cultivated so painstakingly? How many years would it take to condense it? Chapter 2176. Sovereign Emperor. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. On the God-conferring platform, Xiao Chen's aura and the surging divine energy in his palm proved that Xiao Chen was already a bona fide divine vein realm sovereign emperor. First, Xiao Chen's cultivation dropped significantly, falling from half-step sovereign emperor to late-stage sovereign personage. Then he jumped 2 grades, directly advancing to sovereign emperor. Many people felt stupefied. Xiao Chen's advancement felt like a dream. Even false emperors could not advance to sovereign emperor in a short time. How could the bottleneck between sovereign personage and sovereign emperor be so easy to break? The Cloud Sea realm had 3 major stages: Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. After passing Sovereign Personage, one would break through the limits of humans and start cultivating the divine. The bottleneck between Sovereign Personage and Sovereign Emperor was from human to divine. Even the peak geniuses of the faux god world needed 1 year to comprehend before they could break through. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, the Profound Heaven Holy Sun, Chu Chaoyan, and the others, who had already left the faux god world, had to cultivate for 1 or 2 years before they broke through their bottlenecks. However, someone like Xiao Chen, who instantly broke through the bottleneck of a sovereign emperor, was one of a kind. 1 moment ago, Xiao Chen was still a late-stage sovereign personage. In the next, he became a divine vein realm sovereign emperor, defeating Gu Yuhan and the others with a wave of his hand. Then, he soared into the sky from the god-conferring platform. He actually became a sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan's voice trembled as he spoke in a daze. Zhang Yushan was not the only one. All the disciples of the various factions on the heaven-bridging peak were shocked. Everyone had only one goal in the faux god world: to become a sovereign emperor as soon as possible and return to the great thousand realms to show off their might. However, for most people, becoming a sovereign emperor in 10 years was an extravagant hope. Even though the faux god world's environment and fortuitous encounters were much better than the outside worlds, it was still somewhat difficult to become a sovereign emperor in 10 years. Those who could become sovereign emperors within 10 years would be heavily nurtured by their sects and factions. They would hold high positions and their futures would be limitless. In the past, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had told Xiao Chen this. No matter how talented one was, if one could not become a sovereign emperor, everything would be meaningless. At the trial tower, Mu Zifeng looked at Gu Fei and said, "Brother Gu, it looks like I won this bet in the end." Gu Fei's expression was gloomy as he shouted, "I can still afford to lose, don't worry." Then he left in a hurry. He looked anxious as he flew towards Real God Hall. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen wanted to see the Holy Lord and do his best to protect Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju's lives. These two were outstanding talents. Their strength was clear for all to see. The profound Heaven Holy Land had spent a lot of resources on these two. Dying like this would be a huge loss. The many foe gods sighed softly. No one had expected things to end like this. In the end, the heavenly alliance's Xiaochen monopolized the greatest benefit of the god-conferring platform. There were many obstacles along the way. Gu Yuhan, Chu Feng, and the others did their best to monopolize it. In the end, all their efforts ended in vain. Back then, if Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei had agreed to Xiaochen to form their own azure lamps and absorb the Permitha energy, the result might have been different. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiaochen absorbed 7 azure lamps, breaking the shackles of godhood and becoming a divine vein realm's sovereign emperor. Did Xiaochen really absorb only 7 azure lamps? Only Xiaochen knew the answer. He did not absorb 7 azure lamps but a total of 14. When the divine demon bridges merged into one, the Permitha lamps did not merge. There were 7 on each side, for a total of 14. The instant Xiaochen refined the energy of the 14 Permitha lamps, he felt his cultivation soar. This was the first time in his life that he experienced the carefree feeling of soaring into the sky, advancing rapidly. It was truly a carefree feeling. Sovereign Emperor. Xiaochen tightly clenched his right fist. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light as confidence welled up in him. Xiaochen had waited for this moment for a very long time, for many years. He had not wasted his 7 years in the foe god world. Many outstanding talents ended up as sovereign personages. Since they could not become sovereign emperors, they could only waste their lives and die in sorrow. Xiaochen finally cleared the hurdle of becoming a sovereign emperor. After glancing at the foot of the mountain, Xiaochen shouted, "Where are the Heavenly Alliance disciples? Xiaochen will open the way for you. Aside from my Heavenly Alliance disciples, no one else is allowed to enter the god-conferring platform." What? Damn it. What is this Xiaochen trying to do? Why can't we go up? Because he is a sovereign emperor. If you are not convinced, just look at what happened to Gu Yuhan and the others. Ha! Xiaochen is a sovereign emperor. Let's go. Let's see who dares to stop us now. Immediately, some people rejoiced while others grieved. Naturally, the Heavenly Alliance disciples rejoiced. Along the way in paradise, the Heavenly Alliance disciples had been bullied and humiliated. The heaven-bridging peak had also been ostracized by the other factions. The Heavenly Alliance disciples had always been at the bottom of the heaven-bridging peak. Mu Zifeng, this disciple of yours is really arrogant. Once he gained the upper hand, he immediately became arrogant. Why doesn't he think about how pitiful he was before he came? He was even wrapped in a bedsheet to deceive others. How shameless! I thought that he was some big shot. He is only his. When the other foe god powerhouses saw this scene, their expressions naturally turned unsightly. What did this mean? Xiaochen directly chased their disciples off the god-conferring platform. All of them felt enraged. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Everyone is right. This Xiaochen is really undisciplined when doing things. He is simply shameless. I'll teach him a lesson later." However, Mu Zifeng felt incredibly pleased in his heart as he laughed loudly. Indeed, this Xiaochen did not make a mistake. This was what Xiaochen needed to do. Even when he stood in a high position, he did not forget his status. What a bunch of fellows. Previously, when the Heavenly Alliance disciples were ostracized, he did not say a word. Serves you right for having such a day. Naturally, Xiaochen had to thank the Heavenly Alliance for his accomplishments today. He was doing this to return the favor. Hence, he did not find anything wrong with it. After looking down the mountain, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he went to a corner of the god-conferring platform. Then, he suddenly attacked, using his own strength to block all the divine might there. Boom! Immediately, Xiaochen forcefully opened up a fast passage on the heaven-bridging peak, which was filled with divine might. Naturally, only the Heavenly Alliance disciples could use this passage. Soon, the stronger Heavenly Alliance disciples, Wu Meng, Gong Zilan, and Mou, climbed up the god-conferring platform one after another. They showed somewhat complicated expressions, feeling very grateful. "Congratulations, Xiaochen. You are too polite." When the Heavenly Alliance's people arrived at the summit through the fast passage, Xiaochen smiled faintly and stopped. I'll leave the rest to the three of you to maintain order. I'm going down the mountain. Wu Meng nodded. There were many Heavenly Alliance disciples, so there had to be an order. The three also understood the rules, so they easily took on this task. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and directly jumped down from the summit. As Gong Zilan looked at Xiao Chen's back, he sighed. Back then he was defeated by me. In the blink of an eye, he already left me far behind. Mo said after some thought. Xiao Chen has a sense of toughness, sharpness, and pride. However, he is low-key and dependable, matching the air of the faux god world. It is simply tailor-made for him. It is not strange for him to surpass us. The three withdrew their gazes and looked at the god-conferring platform. Wu Meng said after some thought, the three of us should be able to condense an azure lamp each. Being able to obtain such a harvest is already an opportunity. Right? If not for Xiao Chen, not to mention one permethal lamp, we might not even be able to reach the god-conferring platform. The three sighed in their hearts. Compared to the other super factions, even with the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance disciples were still slightly weaker. Indeed, they had to thank Xiao Chen for their current opportunity. However, there was a reason why Xiao Chen was in such a rush to leave. In the burial ground, Yuan Zhen chanted scriptures, purifying the dead. A Buddhist light shone on his body as he walked among the corpses. He looked like a Buddha in the world, inspiring awe and veneration. I found it. Yuan Zhen suddenly rejoiced. Then he saw a pile of corpses turn into fireflies and scatter after being purified, revealing a dust-covered, ancient key. However, just as Yuan Zhen was about to collect it, a strong aura descended from the sky. The Buddhist light that Yuan Zhen originally gave off was forcibly suppressed into his body. The strong aura forced Yuan Zhen to take a few steps back before he could stand stably. The ethereal immortal palace key? Monk Yuan Zhen, why are you looking for this? Xiao Chen, who descended from the sky, grabbed the key. Then, he raised his eyebrows as he looked at Yuan Zhen. Chapter 2177. An ethereal immortal palace key. Xiao Chen also had one, which the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him. According to rumor, there were a total of 7 ethereal immortal palace keys. If one gathered all of them, one could open the ethereal immortal palace and take out the transcendent grade soul tool, the Wings of Time. This Wings of Time had a great origin. It was the only transcendent grade soul tool in the world. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor relied on this Wings of Time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. However, the world did not have much interest in the ethereal immortal palace, as the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys were scattered throughout the Great Thousand Realms. The most important one, the inheritance key, had been lost for a long time, its whereabouts unknown. More importantly, no one knew where the ethereal immortal palace was. Even if one found the key, it would be useless. Hence, Xiao Chen felt very curious. Why did Yuan Zhen give up on the opportunity on the god-conferring platform? Why did Yuan Zhen come to this burial ground to search for the ethereal immortal palace key? The instant Yuan Zhen saw Xiao Chen appear, he showed an extremely stunned expression. The combination of his bald head and his shocked face looked very interesting. After stabilizing his emotions, Yuan Zhen smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Benefactor Xiao was joking with this monk. Congratulations! Being able to obtain the opportunity of 7 azure lamps is unprecedented in paradise. After you become a sovereign emperor and leave this faux god world, your name will shake the world. Why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? When Yuan Zhen saw that Xiao Chen did not budge, he continued to pursue the matter. After some thought, he said, everyone has their own secrets. Although this monk is a monk, I am no exception. Benefactor Xiao, please stop asking. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he nodded and said, that's fine. I won't make things difficult for you then. As Xiao Chen spoke, he tried to put the ethereal immortal palace key into his storage ring. Yuan Zhen immediately panicked. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to stop Xiao Chen. Benefactor Xiao, this monk found this after much difficulty. Don't do this. Xiao Chen toyed with the ethereal immortal palace key for a while. Then he smiled and said, It belongs to whoever looks for it first? You are a monk. There is no need to be so unreasonable. Since it's in my hands, it naturally belongs to me. What's wrong with putting it into my own storage ring? Yuan Zhen frowned heavily. Then, he said sullenly, Benefactor Xiao, we have some friendship, right? Let's not talk about the matter of the ice-fire wasteland. Let's talk about today. If this monk didn't withdraw today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have obtained such a great fortune, right? When Xiaochen heard this, he immediately found it funny. This monk had almost cheated him of his ice-fire lotus platform in the ice-fire wasteland, yet he still had the nerve to mention it. As for today, if you don't fight for it, what has it got to do with me? Xiaochen said softly, let's not talk about this. Tell me, why are you looking for the ethereal immortal palace key? If you tell me, I can give it to you. Yuan Zhen revealed a troubled expression. He said, I cannot tell Benefactor Xiao about this now. Xiaochen didn't make things difficult for him and said, then I'll keep it for you for now. When you can tell the truth, I'll give it to you. Ignoring Yuan Zhen, Xiaochen leaped into the air. His figure gradually grew weaker and eventually vanished from paradise. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the trial tower. He immediately noticed many gazes on him. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 super-factions looked at Xiaochen with somewhat unsightly expressions. Xiaochen, come over here. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved at Xiaochen. Greetings, Lord Mu. Xiaochen landed and performed a cupped fist salute. Mu Zifeng carefully sized up Xiaochen. Then he nodded and said with a smile, not bad. Your performance this time is pretty good. Among the rewards, I'll think about what to give you after we leave the faux god world. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiaochen had to leave the faux god world. This trip to the faux god world came to a perfect conclusion. Xiaochen would appear in the Great Thousand Realms as a member of the Heavenly Alliance for a long time. Thank you, Lord Mu. How much longer can I remain in the faux god world? 3 days. Xiaochen thought to himself. With only 3 days remaining, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave now. The environment of the faux god world was similar to the Great Desolate Aeon, very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen had stayed here for 7 years. However, it felt like less than 1 year had passed in the outside world. This felt rather wondrous. Mu Zifeng said, there are still 3 days. You should deal with your matters first. I'll take you away after 3 days. Alright, I'll take my leave first then. Wait up. Just at this moment, a voice containing great might rang out. The one who spoke was a Bushin Palace old man. This old man wore hemp robes and looked like an immortal. He showed a dignified expression without showing any anger. He gave off a blazing aura, looking like an inextinguishable sun. No one dared to look at him directly. Senior Jean. When Mu Zifeng saw the old man, his heart sank. He did not dare to be slow. However, Xiaochen did not understand what was going on. This Senior Jean should be a Bushin Palace expert with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he did not know why Senior Jean stopped him. It seemed like this person did not come with good intentions. The faux god powerhouses of the other factions showed suspicious expressions, guessing what was going on. This should be snatching Xiaochen away. Senior Jean looked at Xiaochen and said, Xiaochen, someone previously told this old man that you once had a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City. Mu Zifeng felt nervous when he heard that. This was blatantly snatching Xiaochen away. However, Xiaochen's dragon race bloodline was real, so he could not say anything about it. Mu Zifeng's thoughts raced as he said softly, Senior Jean, Xiaochen did indeed have a grudge with Ancestor Dragon City, which is why he left the Divine Dragon Empire. Right now, he is a free person in the Heavenly Alliance, able to come and go as he pleases. My Heavenly Alliance does not interfere with the internal conflicts of the other factions. Senior, rest assured. Senior Jean smiled and said, Little Feng, you are treating Xiaochen like an outsider by saying that. No matter what, Xiaochen is a Divine Dragon Empire person. He just suffered some grievances. I have a pretty good relationship with Ancestor Dragon City's old fogies. Xiaochen, if you have any grievances, tell me. I can still help. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. The third palace master was right. If one did not become a sovereign emperor, one was nothing. Back then, if Xiaoqin had been a sovereign emperor, there would not have been any problems with that matter in the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that Xiaoqin had become a sovereign emperor, the powerhouses of Bushin Palace would be willing to step forward and resolve the matter. Reality was really interesting. However, the grudge between Xiaoqin and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor was not as simple as Senior Jin thought. Xiaoqin believed that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor would give Senior Jin face. However, the dragon race also had its own faction in Bushin Palace. If Xiaoqin did not become a dragon emperor, he would just be asking for trouble by remaining in Bushin Palace. Xiaoqin said straightforwardly, "Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. It is just a small matter. This junior will deal with it himself." Xiaoqin could tell that Senior Jin held a high position among the faux god powerhouses. Xiaoqin's words had humiliated this senior powerhouse. It would not be easy to face him in the future. In that case, take it as me saying too much. Senior Jin remained expressionless as he quietly withdrew, not saying anything more. Senior Jin was a senior, a powerhouse of Bushin Palace, much more important than Xiaoqin. Clearly, it was impossible for Senior Jin to persuade Xiaoqin. However, Mu Zifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Xiaoqin, you can withdraw first." Faux gods surrounded Xiaoqin, making him feel uncomfortable. Fearing that someone would call him again, he quickly left. Just after Xiaoqin left, the profound Heaven Holy Land's Gu Fei returned from the True God Palace. As he watched Xiaoqin leave, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Damn it! If I were still here earlier, I would have smacked that fellow to death. When Gu Fei met the Holy Lord earlier, Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan were severely injured. Although they managed to survive, it was hard to say whether they could become sovereign emperors in the future. Gu Fei felt stifled in his heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Paradise's trial was more or less over. Xiaoqin had obtained the greatest benefits: 1 thundercliff tree and 7 permetha lamps. The remaining benefits on the god-conferring platform had to be shared with a group of people. There was nothing more to see. The faux god powerhouses of the 5 superfactions shook their heads and sighed as they left one after another. Back in the burial ground, Yuan Zhen played with the skulls of the dead, feeling very depressed. "Screw you." Yuan Zhen flew into a rage and tossed the skulls in his hand. He did not look like a monk but more like a hooligan, appearing very ruffian. He had found the ethereal Immortal Palace key after much difficulty, but Xiaoqin snatched it away. This truly angered Yuan Zhen. Furthermore, this fellow had become a sovereign emperor. Even if Yuan Zhen wanted to make a move, he could not. After venting his frustration, Yuan Zhen stood up and looked at the vast sea of corpses. Then, he said softly, "I really cannot remain in this rundown place. I have to become a sovereign emperor as well." Yuan Zhen sighed. He felt helpless when he met Xiaoqin. Chapter 2178. After leaving the trial tower, Xiaoqin immediately headed for Fiend Cloud Hall. Lu Benwei showed a faint smile. He had been waiting for a long time already. When he saw Xiaoqin arrive, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "How do you feel about soaring up and becoming a sovereign emperor?" Xiaoqin thought for a while before replying seriously, "At first, I was very excited. When I looked at the entire paradise, I could clearly feel how insignificant the others were. However, after I left paradise and saw a group of faux god powerhouses, I no longer felt anything." Ha! Lu Benwei could not help guffawing when he heard that. Xiaoqin's answer was rather interesting. However, when he thought about it, he found that to be true. This was the faux god world. The faux gods that one could not meet in the Great Thousand Realms were all gathered here. No matter what kind of accomplishments one had, one would not be able to feel proud. Xiaoqin spoke honestly. The instant he advanced to Sovereign Emperor on the God-conferring platform, he had felt hot-bloodedness surge in his body. It was like he had gained a new life. Gu Yuhan and the other 3, who were originally strong opponents, were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Only when one truly became a sovereign emperor would one understand the difference between a false emperor and a true sovereign emperor. After leaving paradise, the group of faux gods looked around. This was especially so for Senior Jin, who held a high seniority. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. Now that Xiaochen arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall, his mental state had completely calmed down. Xiaochen thought about how many obstacles he had faced on his path to becoming a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm. He had experienced too much and could already remain calm when facing anything. I'm here to say goodbye, first senior brother. Xiaochen looked at Lu Benwei. After thinking for a while, he said, first senior brother. Lu Benwei appeared slightly stunned. Then he asked softly, what did you call me? First senior brother. Although I did not become senior Fiendish Saber's disciple, we have been together for 5 years. Although we are not master and disciple in name, our relationship has already surpassed that of ordinary master and disciple. Whether senior Fiendish Saber recognizes me as his disciple or not, he is my master in my heart. In 3 days he would be leaving the faux god world. There were some things that he would not have the chance to say if he did not say them now. Lu Benwei was quite pleased in his heart. He patted Xiaochen's shoulder and said, it's good that you have the heart. I have always treated you as my junior brother. Come, follow me to see master. He should see you. Yes. It was as Lu Benwei said. This time, Fiendish Saber Shimu did not avoid Xiaochen. Thump. When Xiaochen saw Shimu seated above, he immediately knelt without saying anything. This junior Xiaochen will be leaving this faux god world soon. I will never forget senior Fiendish Saber's various favors. Not to mention how much guidance he had given to Xiaochen in the past 5 years. Just the life-saving grace a few days ago was enough for Xiaochen to kneel. Towards this eccentric senior, Xiaochen's heart had always been filled with awe and respect. This was especially so after Xiaochen learned that Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen but chose the saber Dao. Shimu's expression was clearly stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered and said coldly, I'm not your master or your parents. What is there to kneel for? Right after Shimu spoke, he lifted Xiaochen up with a palm strike, not letting him continue kneeling. Lu Benwei smiled and said, Master, I have worked hard for you. In this trial of true God paradise, I managed to do my best. Xiaochen was in the limelight this time, occupying 7 lamps on the God-conferring platform. This was unprecedented. Many faux gods were stunned. This time, I am here to say goodbye to you. Shimu retorted with a serious expression, What work? If I go out wrapped in a bedsheet, who knows how many people will laugh at me? I'm leaving? Shimu spoke halfway when he suddenly thought of something. He revealed a melancholic expression and turned to leave. Before he left, he said, Stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the next 3 days. Don't go anywhere else. Xiaochen found this somewhat strange. He still had some friends in the faux god world. It did not seem appropriate for him to stay in Fiend Cloud Hall for the last 3 days. Xiaochen could not help glancing at Lu Benwei, hoping that the other party would say something. Who knew? Lu Benwei smiled and said, Xiaochen, just stay here. If you want to meet anyone, I'll bring them over. Since Lu Benwei already said that, Xiaochen could not rebut, so he nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while. Then, Lu Benwei imparted many of his Sovereign Emperor cultivation experiences to Xiaochen. Sovereign Emperor was just a title, not a realm. The true realm was the Divine Vein Realm. However, everyone had always referred to it as Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Now, the two meant the same thing. After transcending mortality, there were 3 major realms, Veritable Personage, Primal Core, and Cloud Sea. Each realm had 3 stages. At the Cloud Sea realm, there were Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, and Sovereign Personage. However, be it Star Venerate, Holy Venerate, or Sovereign Personage, they were all in the Cloud Sea realm. Above the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. Above the Divine Vein realm was the Supreme Faux God realm. After crossing the Cloud Sea realm, one would be considered to have broken through the limits of cultivation. When one reached the Divine Vein realm, one would start cultivating the soul. The physical body was ordinary. There were 12 meridians, 12 tendons, and so on, forming the major cycle and minor cycle. The meridians ran through the entire body. Veritable essence energy and spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, forming the foundation of cultivation. However, After crossing the Cloud Sea realm and transcending mortality and entering Sage realm, the physical body would undergo a rebirth. It would become an extraordinary body, the Golden Emperor body. When cultivating now, one had to open divine veins. When one opened all 9 divine veins, one would reach great perfection in the Golden Emperor body. One would have an undying body. This undying body could be reborn from just a drop of blood. Even if one's physical body was destroyed, one could reform it with just a drop of blood. Such an opportunity was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That was why sovereign emperors were so horrifying. After reaching the divine vein realm, we can no longer be called humans? Lu Benwei asked seriously to Xiaochen. However, we are not gods. Divine vein realm sovereign emperors are existences that exist between gods and humans. At first, Xiaochen felt that these words sounded strange. How could anyone say that they were not human? However, after thinking about it carefully, how could anyone be reborn from just a drop of blood? How could one survive even after their head and heart were chopped off? There is a total of 9 stages in the Sovereign Emperor realm. One divine vein is one stage. With every additional divine vein, the divine energy one can condense and the comprehension of the Tao will deepen significantly. If one gathers all 9 divine veins, one can be called a demigod. Such a person can be called a god just short of igniting the divine flame. In reality, one could only be called a faux god. However, in this martial epic, faux god was already the peak. It would not be wrong to call one a god. Lu Benwei continued. After reaching the Sovereign Emperor realm, one has to forget all the cultivation techniques one cultivated in the past. Divine energy is not something that one can easily drive and refine using one's cultivation techniques. Divine vein realm cultivation techniques are extremely rare. However, now that you are in the Heavenly Alliance, you will not lack them. Xiaochen listened quietly, not interrupting. Occasionally, he would make note of his doubts in his heart. After Lu Benwei finished, Xiaochen voiced the questions in his heart, and Lu Benwei answered them one by one. This conversation lasted for a long time before Xiaochen returned to his residence in Fiend Cloud Palace. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation can no longer help me cultivate. However, I have the 10,000 Dragons art, so I do not need to seek help from the Heavenly Alliance. The 10,000 Dragons art was a cultivation technique of the dragon race that had been passed down since the Great Desolate Aeon. After many epochs, it had been continuously improved. Starting today, I will formally cultivate the 10,000 Dragons art. I have to quickly condense a divine vein. Although Xiaochen was already a sovereign emperor, he had not opened a divine vein yet. According to Lu Benwei, he was only an early-stage sovereign emperor. Xiaochen had already converted all his veritable essence energy into divine energy. He was no longer like a false emperor who needed to condense divine energy before he could use it. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiaochen closed his eyes and sensed his body. The 9-star primal core in his dantian had already shattered, turning into a golden sea. There seemed to be a heart beating strongly under the sea. A vast life force poured into Xiaochen's body. Divine Energy Sea. The golden divine energy turned into a vast sea. When his consciousness entered, Xiaochen stood in it. As Xiaochen walked on the sea, ripples appeared. Immediately, dignified Buddhist chants and ethereal immortal music appeared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared with the ripples. However, Xiaochen entered deep thought. When he looked up, he saw a vast sea above him. However, that sea was pitch black like ink. The Black Sea was filled with a tyrannical will to consume. With a thought, the world turned upside down. The place where Xiaochen's consciousness stood turned into a pitch-black divine energy sea. When he looked up, he saw a golden divine energy sea. At the God-conferring platform, Xiaochen had chosen the primal chaos divine bridge. Now that he was a sovereign emperor, he actually had 2 divine energy seas. This resolved Xiaochen's worries. In the future, even if he cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique, as long as he did not want to, no one would be able to see his black divine energy sea. The 2 divine energy seas were one and also not one. Xiaochen could not understand the mysteries behind them. Immortal and Buddha dual cultivation, divine and demonic as one. Xiaochen did not know what the future would be like. After all, this was a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 2179. Master. Time passed slowly. At some point in time, a soft, cold snort came from the vast fiend mountain. Since you are not willing to say more, I will not ask. In any case, you only need to remember that you are now a formal member of the Heavenly Alliance. Although our Heavenly Alliance is not as strong as the other factions, we will not fear trouble. Many people in the faux god world were paying attention to him. Even if he knew who it was, it would be useless. Back at Xiaochen's residence, he showed a grave expression as he rushed back. His heart pounded heavily, unable to suppress his excitement. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not forgive him, returning the bow. The interesting thing was that Lu Benwei called Zhang Yushan and the other two over to send off Xiaochen. Lu Benwei did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, "You are too polite. Take care. With Lord Mu taking care of you, there should not be any problems along the way." For hours later, the image of a dragon formed by divine energy burst out of the sea. It roared proudly in all directions, and a dragon roar rang out. However, fiendish saber Shimu did not give Xiaochen a chance to explain. He shouted coldly and sheathed his saber. The waves scattered, and space returned to normal. That dragon image left in a fluster, feeling like it had been granted amnesty. Scram! Xiaochen calmed his emotions and continued to circulate the 10,000 dragons art unhurriedly. The two chatted for a while. Then, Lu Benwei arrived late to send off Xiaochen. Zhang Yushan felt incredibly frustrated. These two junior brothers are as stupid as dogs, touching my sore spot. Xiaochen did not deny it. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, Lord Mu." After the assassination attempt failed in the Icefire Wasteland, those people still did not give up. If not for Fiend Cloud Hall, I would have died several times over the past few years. A resplendent saber light flashed above Fiend Cloud Hall. This saber light disappeared in a flash. The saber light was too fast. Even a regular sovereign emperor would not be able to see it clearly. If one was weaker, they might not even see it. Immediately, light and shadows appeared on Xiaochen's body. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. Xiaochen turned back to take one last look at the Holy Domain's divine capital. He could vaguely sense that someone was watching him. If it were a regular cultivation technique, even Xiaochen's purple thunder divine incantation, refining divine energy would be difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Mu Zifeng asked with some surprise. Clearly, he had some understanding of Shi Mu's reputation. Only today did he suddenly realize that there was such a hidden danger. For the past 5 years, he could have lost his life at any moment. Although this Xiaochen is not my disciple, he has, after all, stayed in this Demon Cloud Hall for 5 years. "Benwei, I have something to tell you." A silhouette dashed out with a terrifying aura that caused time and space to freeze. "I am 500,000 kilometers away from Fiend Cloud Palace." A miserable shriek rang out. After a long time, Lu Benwei suddenly appeared. Then he said softly, "It is as you guessed. There are indeed faux gods receiving them from behind. They are golden dragon race experts with horrifying strength." Lu Benwei nodded and listened attentively. Damn it! Everyone saw a golden dragon image vanish. In the next moment, the owner of that figure was covered in shattered bones. Only a boundless scarlet light flew in all directions. "Goodbye. I'll have to trouble you all to take care of Senior Shimu in the future. Big Brother Lu, thank you for taking care of me for the past few years." Xiaochen had not expected the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to have such a relationship with this Lord Mu. This was the first time Xiaochen used his divine energy to form a dragon roar. Now, his dragon might had an additional divine nature. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Xiaochen recited the 10,000 dragons art and slowly circulated his energy. Ripples appeared on his divine energy sea, and waves slowly rose and fell. So, he is protecting me. No wonder, this senior fiendish saber wants me to stay in Fiend Cloud Palace for the last 3 days. Unexpectedly, you have been staying in Fiend Cloud Palace for the past few years. This Shimu is famous for his strange temper. It is incredible that you can stay here even though you are not his disciple. When that dragon image scattered, fiendish saber Shimu's face quickly aged, turning back into that of an old man. I have to make a trip to the Blue Dragon ancient city as soon as possible. Xiaochen lamented the danger of his situation. Without any trump cards in hand, he did not feel safe at all. When he went out to check, he would still be in the dark, not knowing anything. Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. 3 days later, Mu Zifeng arrived at Fiend Cloud Palace, preparing to bring Xiaochen back to the Heavenly Alliance. However, this 10,000 dragons art only managed to condense one dragon image after 4 hours. The progress was simply too slow. This was a grudge between Xiaochen and the Golden Dragon bloodline. He did not want to drag the Heavenly Alliance into it, not wanting to create too much trouble. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a while, he did not say anything. If Xiaochen were strong enough and followed that line of sight, he would discover a mask on that figure's face. However, based on the three's unwilling expressions, it was clear that they had to give Lu Benwei face and could not rebut. Shimu smiled coldly and said, "How is this seeking trouble? This is taking his life. This fellow is about to leave. That group of people will definitely be driven to desperate measures. If we turn a blind eye, we will be taking a risk." Scram. According to the records in the secret manual, one could only truly grasp the basics of this cultivation technique after one condensed a 10,000 dragons picture above one's divine energy sea. If not for cultivating the 10,000 dragons art and sharpening his senses, Shimu would not have been able to catch that faint light. It looks like little brother Xiaochen has indeed offended some incredible people in the dragon race. However, Master's action this time shows Master's attitude. At the very least, no one will seek trouble for Xiaochen for some time. This way, Shimu and Shimu were much closer. "Brother Xiaochen, take care. I wish you a bright future in the Heavenly Alliance." Shimu braced himself and said some polite words. Going to a faux god's dojo to hide was disrespectful. Any faux god would get angry. Xiaochen could only go to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Only there could he have a trump card to protect himself. All right. There is no need to be so polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and I are old acquaintances. Back then we risked our lives together. Unfortunately, he made his own choice. Otherwise, he would not be much weaker than me. You are his disciple. Although he did not ask me to take care of you, there is no need to be so distant. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand. A bright light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes. He was very meticulous, figuring out some other meaning from Lu Benwei's words. Cultivating immortal and Buddha together, divine and demonic as one. This was Xiaochen's martial Dao. "Come with me to the Heavenly Alliance to officially confirm your identity." "Humph." Shimu snarled, "You are really seeking death. If it were in the past, I would definitely charge my way to Bushin Palace to seek an explanation for bullying me like this." This farewell meant that Xiaochen would be leaving the faux god world for good. He did not know when he would return. Senior Fiendish Saber, spare me. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan. He felt somewhat unnatural when he saw Xiaochen. The junior brother at the side found it strange and asked, "Senior brother, why do you keep touching your face? The swelling has already subsided. There is no need to be afraid." 10,000 dragons art, soaring dragons dancing, playing with the sea and clouds, diving, flying, or hiding in the depths. It encompasses all the dragons in the world, using the 10,000 dragons to soar and return to the origin, condensing the ancestor dragon's origin. The saber light recovered, and the air rippled. In an instant, it radiated for thousands of kilometers. Space seemed to surge like waves. As they surged, saber intent spread to every corner of space. After leaving Fiendish Cloud Hall, Mu Zifeng asked, "Xiaochen, did you encounter anything in the faux god world?" When Xiaochen thought about it, he found it somewhat terrifying. Life in the faux god world was rather peaceful and dull. In the past few years, Xiaochen had been immersed in bitter cultivation, comprehending the Saber Dao domain. He could not afford to be distracted, nor did he think that he would run into any danger in Fiendish Cloud Hall. Xiaochen gave Lu Benwei a meaningful look. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. Plop, plop. This 10,000 dragons art was not easy to cultivate. Xiaochen had read through any cultivation technique in the past once or twice, and he could circulate it as he pleased. He would be able to operate it freely and control it as he pleased. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then he used the 10,000 dragons art to drive the divine energy sea. The surface of the sea immediately rippled. Miserable shrieks that came from the depths of Xiaochen's soul rang out. All the fleeing scarlet light was destroyed. No wonder Big Brother Lu often cultivated outside my room in the past 5 years, nearly always by my side. They saw a handsome, demon-like young man holding a long saber in his hand. However, now that so many people were present, he could not afford to flare up. He could only follow Lu Benwei and send off Xiaochen. If Xiaochen follows me, nothing will happen. Why did Lu Benwei purposely say all that nonsense? The remaining scarlet light condensed into a golden dragon image. At this moment, that golden light was incredibly weak, looking very miserable. It turned out that this handsome, fiendish youth was fiendish Saber Shimu. Shimu said coldly, "In the past 5 years, you have been wandering around my fiendish cloud peak many times. I treated you as if you did not exist. Did you really think that I did not see you?" Chapter 2180. The Boundless Starry Heavens, the Boundless Universe. A supercontinent floated in the sky. From a distance, it looked like it was made of 7 golden shards. This supercontinent looked boundlessly vast in the starry heavens, flickering with golden light. The thousands of stars in the surroundings looked like lanterns dotting its surroundings. This was a true supercontinent. Even the stars looked incredibly insignificant before it, like the light of a firefly. What was even more exaggerated was that there seemed to be people using cauldrons to refine stars, using the flames of the stars to forge secret treasures. Occasionally, huge fireballs flickered like meteors on this vast supercontinent. One might think that they were really meteors, but in reality, they were just sparks shot out by blacksmiths during forging. At first glance, the enormous artifact cauldrons were like mountains that stood tall and straight, unending and rising and falling indeterminately. If one had good eyesight, one would be able to count a total of 9,800 cauldrons. These cauldrons lined up on this supercontinent, looking like a coiled ancient dragon. The flames in the cauldrons flickered like day and night alternating. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg on this supercontinent. There were also boundless herb fields and medicine cauldrons belonging to alchemists in the herb fields. Aside from refining alchemy and refining blacksmiths, which were the 2 industries most closely related to cultivators, there were also many other industries. On this supercontinent, everything related to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, everything related to business, could be seen. You could see a grand scene that would make you gasp in amazement. Various major trades intersected with each other, densely packed like ants occupying this supercontinent. However, everything was orderly, busy, but not chaotic. It was like an invisible hand was controlling everything. This was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Even though Xiaochen had seen it from afar before, he still felt incredibly shocked when he saw it again on Mu Zifeng's alloy warship. The alloy warship flew over the Heavenly Alliance's supercontinent, heading for the center. Along the way, the many sceneries that Xiaochen saw left a deep impression on him. Given the alloy warship's startling speed, they flew for half a day before arriving at the center of this supercontinent. There was a sea of clouds there. The floating white clouds looked solid. Many buildings stood on the white clouds, looking very strange. Heaven outside. Xiaochen followed Mu Zifeng down and arrived above the white clouds. Soon, he saw a towering mountain gate with the ancient words, "Heaven outside," written on it. After you enter this gate, you will enter the core of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Come, I'll bring you in. Mu Zifeng led Xiaochen in, feeling familiar with the place. Along the way, Mu Zifeng performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to ask. Now, the Heaven Alliance is a very complicated organization, and its internal power is in a mess. However, to put it simply, we, the Heavenly Alliance members, exist to protect the interests of the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. You should know that the Heavenly Alliance members exist in the 1,000 Great Realms. As long as there are cultivators, there will be merchant associations controlled by the Heavenly Alliance. However, as long as there are benefits, there will be disputes. We are responsible for resolving disputes. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xiaoqun. These were things one needed to know to join the Heavenly Alliance. As Heavenly Alliance members, we have nothing to do with those merchant associations. As Mu Zifeng walked, he explained the Heavenly Alliance's internal structure to Xiaoqun. However, you have to remember that the Heavenly Alliance is the Heavenly Alliance, and the merchant associations are the merchant associations. Now, we are members of the Heavenly Alliance and have nothing to do with those merchant associations. Even Mu Zifeng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. However, he did not say anything about it. It was more or less the same as what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. Even Mu Zifeng had to make this clear to Xiaoqun. As for you, I believe that you are about the same as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. You will not have too many thoughts about authority. In fact, you might not even be able to stay in the Heavenly Alliance for long. In that case, you have even less to worry about. Mu Zifeng seemed to be speaking casually. Xiaoqun did not comment, but he did not object. You want to use the Heavenly Alliance's resources to advance your own martial Dao. There are many cultivators like you in the Heavenly Alliance, so you don't have to think too much. The Heavenly Alliance will not give you resources for nothing, nor will it let you work for nothing. Everyone is mutually beneficial. Using each other? Mu Zifeng did not say it out loud. Instead, he changed it to mutually beneficial. Xiaoqun remained indifferent, not paying much attention to this. In the end, this was a super faction established by the merchant associations. Compared to a sect, the Heavenly Alliance lacked a spiritual inheritance, making it hard to integrate. What do I need to do in the Heavenly Alliance? Xiaoqun asked. He saw many people coming and going in heaven outside of heaven. However, they came and went in a hurry, not conversing much with each other, appearing somewhat cold. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "The Heavenly Alliance has endless problems to deal with. You are new here, so you will have to work harder. Take out your Heavenly Alliance medallion." As promised, Xiaoqun took out the medallion. The back of the medallion showed a vast snowy scene with an indistinct 8-petal plum blossom in the snowy scene. Only one petal lit up. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and extended his hand. Then, another petal lit up. After lighting up one petal, you are considered a probationary member. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, you are a formal member and can light up too. In the Heavenly Alliance, you are considered the lowest ranked member. Before you light up 3-petal, you can only remain in heaven outside of heaven, unable to go anywhere. Mu Zifeng's next words made Xiaoqun's expression change slightly in confusion. How do I light up 3-petal? Contribution. You have to work for the Heavenly Alliance and deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems. The amount of contribution you obtain depends on the size of the problem. After lighting up 3-petal, you can go in and out freely. However, you still cannot leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Only after lighting up 4-petal are you truly free. At that time, you can choose to remain in the Heavenly Alliance or leave. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered the Heavenly Alliance with me. After he lit up 4-petal, he chose to leave, becoming an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. I chose to stay, so you can see that I am now a Core Doyen, a 7-petal Plum Blossom, a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god." Xiaoqun entered deep thought. Mu Zifeng's words were a hint to Xiaoqun. If Xiaoqun chose to stay and continue climbing the ranks to enter the Heavenly Alliance's core, he would gain even greater benefits. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor chose to leave. Now, he was only an 8-vein Sovereign Emperor. However, Xiaoqun was already a 9-vein Sovereign Emperor, a half-god. The two chatted as they walked. Xiaoqun gained a rough understanding of the members who lit up only 2-petal. They did not have much authority in the Heavenly Alliance, only duties. This place had a strict hierarchy and strict order. The higher-ranked members had overwhelming privileges over the lower-ranked members. This was a form of motivation for the Heavenly Alliance's members to work hard to deal with the Heavenly Alliance's problems and raise their status. As for contribution, it was similar to the sect's mission hall. However, in the Heavenly Alliance, one did not have much authority to refuse or choose. The two petal members could not even choose their own missions. The Heavenly Alliance had to make arrangements for them. No matter what the mission was, one did not have the authority to refuse. If one completed it, one would be rewarded. If one failed, one would be punished, losing contribution points. As Xiaochen spoke, he suddenly felt the divine energy sea in his body stir for some reason. Xiaochen's divine energy sea surged, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. A great temptation drew him. "This is," Xiaochen muttered as he looked at a towering mountain in front. The temptation came from this mountain. To think that there was a mountain above the cloud sea. This was a spiritual mountain that contained divinity. The higher one went, the stronger the divinity. One could even see faint divine light overflowing from the shining mountain. At the peak of the mountain, the divine light was so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. This is the Heavenly Divine Mountain. The Heavenly Alliance gathered boundless resources to build this divine mountain. There are boundless benefits for a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. However, you can only stay at the foot of the mountain now and cannot climb it. Mu Zifeng explained softly. After arriving at the foot of the divine mountain, Mu Zifeng got someone to arrange a residence for Xiaochen. Then he said, "You can stay here first. You can walk around more when you have time. There are no forbidden lands in this heaven beyond heaven. I'll take my leave first." "Lord Mu, take care." Xiaochen turned his head and looked at his residence. Then he nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. "Young Master Xiao, do you have any instructions?" As Mu Zifeng had personally brought Xiaochen over, the old man responsible for the handover did not dare to slight him. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "No." "All right, I'll go and arrange for servants for young Master Xiao. If you have any instructions in the future, you can come and look for this old man at any time." The gray-clad old man performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Arranging for servants is probably a form of monitoring. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. The Heavenly Alliance is colder than I thought. However, this is understandable. They are not related. How can it be that easy to obtain resources? After entering the residence, Xiaochen wandered around. This place was much better than his residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the necessities for cultivation, there were all sorts of facilities. This was simply a noble residence. There was even a spirit beast pavilion with all sorts of spirit beasts. After Xiaochen wandered around, the old man's servants arrived at the entrance of the residence. The leader was a pretty maidservant. Many male and female servants followed behind her, all of them kneeling respectfully. These servants even had all sorts of items placed on top of their heads. "Young Master, this servant Bao will be responsible for young Master's daily life in the Heavenly Alliance." "What is your name?" "This servant is Bao." The pretty maidservant replied softly, feeling somewhat bashful. When Xiaochen heard that, he became somewhat distracted. But long ago, he had a maidservant called Bao as well. After that, he did not have another maidservant. This was truly a distant memory. "Young Master?" Bao asked, finding it strange when she saw Xiaochen in a daze. Xiaochen recovered his wits and said softly, "I am older than you. Just call me Big Brother Xiao. There is no need to address me as Master." "All right, Big Brother Xiao. If there are any areas of this residence that require improvement, I'll get the servants to design them for you." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Let them in first. They just have to help me tidy up." "All right." As the group of servants entered in a single file, Xiaochen looked around, trying to find the eyes and ears of the Heavenly Alliance. However, after thinking about it, he chose to give up. So what if he found them? If he kept his guard up, he might end up attracting more attention. At that time, he would be even more problematic. Chapter 2181. Under Bao's arrangements, the group quickly cleaned up the residence. To Xiaochen, the residence was already very clean. However, after this cleaning, It actually looked brighter. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it looked brand new. The flowers and grass were trimmed, the walls and doors were repainted, and incense lamps were lit in the room. Wherever one went, one could smell a fresh fragrance, making one feel refreshed. Xiaochen sighed. Having servants and not having servants were indeed two different living environments. Big Brother Xiao, I have cleaned up the entire residence for you. This herb field has not been developed yet. If you have natural treasures or other spirit herbs, you can replant them here or go to a shop to buy the seeds you need. There are apothecary disciples among the servants who specialize in this. There will also be professionals taking care of those spirit beasts. I guarantee that they will not suffer any losses. Bao bowed slightly and asked, Is Big Brother Xiao satisfied? When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. He could put the herb field aside for now. After all, he was not an alchemist. He did not cultivate cultivation techniques that required natural treasures. However, he could think about the spirit beasts first. Xiaochen had not had the time to take care of the demon blood vulture, basically letting it roam. With professionals taking care of it, it should be better. Who is in charge of rearing the spirit beasts? Xiaochen asked, and an old man immediately appeared. He knelt before Xiaochen and said, Little master, this old servant is in charge of the spirit beasts. Just call me Elder Lu. Master, what instructions do you have? A flash of red light appeared, and the demon blood vulture appeared on Xiaochen's shoulder. Its wings were scarlet, glistening, and exceptionally beautiful. Do you recognize this bird? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he answered, This is a demon blood vulture. Rumor has it that it lives in the Ash-Gray Sea, one of the 7 great forbidden seas. Its race is isolated from the rest of the world and hard to capture. It feeds on demonic nature and can consume any demonic nature in the world, growing infinitely. If one can activate its bloodline and feed its spirit blood fruits, it might even be able to recover its ancestral blood and become a great, desolate Aeon ferocious beast, the Blood Phoenix. Master, this demon blood vulture is incredible. Its eyes are golden. It must have an extremely noble bloodline in the demon blood vulture race. What's even rarer is that his bloodline seems to have mutated. There's a very good chance that he'll become a blood phoenix. He, of course. My father is the blood vulture king. How can my bloodline not be noble? This old man has good eyesight. I can let him serve me. The demon blood vulture's cocky voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. Ignoring it, Xiaochen sized up the old man and was surprised. He really knew a lot. There were many things that he had never heard of before. However, he still had to continue experimenting. Then, do you know how to nurture the demon blood vulture? Senior Lu smiled and said, This old servant grew up in the beast-taming abode. I spent all my time raising 9,000 kinds of spirit beasts and demonic pets in the world. Although I have never raised a demon blood vulture before, I still know the method. At the side, Bao said softly, Big Brother Xiao, this Uncle Lu is a treasure. Xiaochen once nurtured an underworld ghost bird into a 9-vein sovereign emperor mutated beast. He was one of the top beast tamers in the Heavenly Alliance. If it wasn't for Lord Mu's order, he wouldn't have come with me. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said softly, My eyesight is poor. I could not tell that Senior Lu was so capable. Sorry for the disrespect. No one in the Heavenly Alliance can be underestimated. What about you? Xiaochen turned his head to look at Bao and asked her, changing the topic. Bao's expression did not change. She smiled mischievously and said, How can I be capable? I'm just a maid who helps Big Brother Xiao dress and make his bed, serve tea, and pour water. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. He continued, Senior Lu, tell me how to raise this demon blood vulture. Senior Lu nodded and said, That will depend on how much resources Master gives me. If there are enough resources, I will definitely feed it demonic spirit fruits every day and bring it to the blood prison once every half a month. Then, I will go to the Spirit Beast Palace to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial techniques for demonic pets. This will also depend on how Master raises it. You can raise it in all aspects or focus on one attribute, like speed, killing intent, or devouring. The demon blood vulture is a rather well-rounded demonic pet. You can raise it however you want. It will depend on master's preferences. Xiaochen thought for a while. This Senior Lu is really knowledgeable. He asked in his heart, Demon blood vulture, are you willing to follow me? I'm already drooling, the answer went without saying. Xiaochen said, from today on, you will be in charge of raising the demon blood vulture. Don't be stingy with resources. May I ask, what is the currency used for transactions in the Heavenly Alliance? Bao replied softly, any currency in the Heavenly Alliance will do. After all, we are doing business. Spirit jades, primeval heavenly pills, origin liquid, and divine crystals will do. However, we usually use origin liquid. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the primeval heavenly pills in his storage ring and the 10,000-year-old herb kings he obtained in paradise and handed them to Bao. Help me exchange them for origin liquid. From today on, you will be in charge of all the expenses in the residence. The amount that Xiaochen took out was a huge sum, especially the 10,000-year-old herb kings. Originally, Xiaochen intended to use these herb kings for himself. However, there was no point in using them after refining the Thundercliff tree. When Bao received all this, she did not feel shocked at all. Xiaochen sighed in his heart. Even the servants of the Heavenly Alliance are servants who have seen the world. Big Brother Xiao, thank you for your trust. I will help young master settle this matter within half a day. After Bao counted the items, she agreed without hesitation. In that case, you all can withdraw first. I need to rest for a while. All right. After the group took their leave, Xiaochen went to a medicinal spring in the residence alone. The spring water surged, and spiritual energy spread everywhere. This was a medicinal spring that the Heavenly Alliance's alchemists specially refined for sovereign emperors. After soaking in it, one could eliminate fatigue, nourish one's mind, and remove hidden injuries. If one spent some origin liquid, one could add in medicinal pills to aid one's cultivation. The warm spring water made Xiaochen feel exceptionally comfortable as he soaked in it. After he closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsy. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, cultivators basically did not need to sleep. In fact, they found it very difficult to sleep. If one wanted to rest, one only needed to enter a meditative state. However, falling asleep would be somewhat difficult. Many people even found it impossible to fall asleep. Their spiritual sense would remain somewhat awake. However, in reality, sleep was the best nourishment for sovereign emperors. It was even beneficial to cultivation. There should be spirit herbs for calming the mind in the medicinal spring. Otherwise, it would not be so effective. Xiaochen did not reject this drowsiness, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, Xiaochen felt refreshed and full of energy. He looked around and discovered that Bao was already standing across from him, holding a white towel in her hand. Mist wafted out. When looking at Bao, who was not far away, he felt like he was looking at flowers in the mist, a hazy yet intense sense of beauty. Bao stood up and splashed the spring water. Then, she walked over and wiped down Xiaochen's body, then helped him put on his clothes. Xiaochen did not want to stand out in the Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, he had nothing else on his mind, so he did not avoid these things and did not refuse. Bao found this somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were many scars on Xiaochen's body. They were not as clean as his delicate facial features. Some of the scars even layered over each other. The crisscrossing scars all over his body looked somewhat sinister and scary. When Bao finished helping Xiaochen put on his clothes, she still felt somewhat unsettled. How long was I asleep? Big Brother Xiao happened to have slept for a night. I have already completed the task that you instructed me to do yesterday. I exchanged for a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. I gave old Lu half, and the rest is with me. Does young master need it? Not for now. Keep it for me first. Xiaochen still had 25 tons of origin liquid on him. That was sufficient for regular cultivation. However, he had not opened his first divine vein yet, so he did not need so much origin liquid. All right. After hesitating for a while, Bao said, young master had best not cultivate for now. You can continue resting. When the Heavenly Alliance's missions come, you might not have time to rest. I'll listen to you. Hence, aside from occasionally cultivating, Xiaochen spent the rest of his time wandering around the residence. The residence was very large. There were several places that Xiaochen had not explored. Now was an opportunity. Only 2 days passed peacefully. Then, Xiaochen's first mission in the Heavenly Alliance arrived. A black-clad administrator hovered above Xiaochen's residence and said, "Heavenly Alliance 2-petal member Xiaochen, heed my orders. A local sect elder in the Ink Sea cluster is advancing to Sovereign Emperor, threatening the Merchant Association's interests. I order you to go and deal with this problem for the Alliance within 10 days. Otherwise, you will fail the mission, and you will be severely punished." A jade strip fell. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and caught the jade strip. Then, he placed it on his forehead and checked it, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. "Big Brother Xiao, should I get old Lu to call the demon blood vulture over?" Bauer asked. "There's no need. The demon blood vulture is in the early stages of nurturing and is not suited for battle. Help me take care of the residents." Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he followed the administrator to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. Chapter 2182. The Constellation Zone referred to the Constellation Zone. In the Great Thousand Worlds, there was a sea of stars at the center of many star fields, and then they were named after the sea. For example, the Grave Sea cluster that Xiaochen once stayed in. The various cluster zones were now like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Central Great Realm. The outer regions that the Central Great World cultivators spoke of mostly referred to these cluster zones. In the eyes of the Central Great World cultivators, the outer regions were like the countryside. Apart from some special clusters in the Outer Endless Sea, most of the Outer Endless Sea clusters didn't have enough connate spiritual qi, and the inheritances weren't complete enough, so the competition wasn't fierce enough. It was very difficult for an imperial lord to be born. As a sovereign personage, one could dominate the outer seas and enjoy the treatment of the Central Great Realm's foe gods. The Grave Sea cluster that Xiaochen once stayed in was like this. On the surface, it did not have a single sovereign personage. Perhaps only some rank 4 sects had sovereign personages nearing the end of their lifespans. Normally, such sovereign personages would not appear. The Ink Sea cluster was much stronger than the Grave Sea cluster. It had 2 rank 5 sects, and the sect masters were sovereign personages. Many of the supreme elders were heaven-defying sovereign personages and even false emperors. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had never been an imperial lord. The various factions maintained a delicate balance, but now, a rank 1 sect had an imperial lord. This was incredible. Xiaochen was very clear about how strong a sovereign emperor was. In front of a sovereign emperor would only need one move to kill a sovereign emperor. No matter how many powerful trump cards one had, it would be useless. Even if one had a soul tool, it would only be a slight deterrent. If one side suddenly became stronger, the balance would be broken, and the original distribution of benefits would naturally need to be reshuffled. Xiaochen was going to the Ink Sea cluster to protect the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant associations. He could not give up his own benefits just because the other party had a sovereign emperor. The mission did not specify a specific solution. He could choose to kill this newly advanced imperial lord or negotiate with him. There were many methods, but there was only one goal: to ensure the benefits of the Heavenly Alliance's affiliated merchant associations. The better this task was done, the higher the merit would be. Otherwise, there would be punishment. Using the Dao platform at Sky Beyond Heaven, Xiaochen teleported to a Dao platform near the Ink Sea cluster. This Dao platform belonged to everyone, not the Heavenly Alliance alone. By the time Xiaochen set foot on the Ink Sea, half a day had passed. Xiaochen clearly sensed the difference between the spiritual energy of this place and the Central Great Realm's spiritual energy. 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Alliance's subsidiary merchant association here was the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiaochen thought about it, he felt that he had some fate with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. If he remembered correctly, he had a VIP card in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's headquarters in the Ink Sea first. The starry sea possessed a great gravitational pull. If one was not careful, they would be sucked in. The starry sea possessed a corrosive nature. If one's cultivation was not high enough, falling into it would be life-threatening. Xiaochen recalled that when they first arrived at the Grave Sea, Xiaochen and Xiao Sua's group had been very careful, not daring to let down their guard at all. Now that Xiaochen was a sovereign emperor, he did not need to worry too much. He turned into a bolt of lightning above the ink sea, piercing through the clouds without fear. 2 hours later, an island that could be called a continent appeared in front of Xiaochen. This was the largest island in the Ink Sea, Red Cloud Island. The headquarters of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was there. Normally speaking, since it was called Red Cloud Island, the largest city on the island would be called Red Cloud City. Red Cloud Island was not surprised. As Xiaochen swaggered into the city, none of the guards or experts in the city noticed him. Hovering in the air, Xiaochen swept his gaze around, spreading his spiritual sense to every corner of the city. In the next moment, his figure flashed, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was tall and majestic, occupying the best location. However, the entrance was somewhat deserted. This did not match the reputation of the top merchant association in the Ink Sea. Xiaochen guessed something and directly entered. "This young master, are you here to buy something?" Upon seeing Xiaochen appear, a pretty maidservant with a faint smile immediately came forward to greet him. "Long Yun, withdraw. I'll take care of this guest." Before Xiaochen could answer, a spirited old man in embroidered robes with a flushed complexion walked out of the hall's staircase. The maidservant gave Xiaochen a strange look before withdrawing. However, she could not understand why the pavilion master would personally receive a youth. "This old man's family name is Qin, and my first name is Pe. May I ask for young master's great name?" the embroidered-robed old man said to Xiaochen with a smile as he walked down. This old man must have figured something out. Xiaochen did not bother speaking nonsense with him. He flashed his Heavenly Alliance medallion in front of the old man. Qin Po's expression did not change. He said seriously, "Young master, please come with me." When Xiaochen arrived at the private room at the top floor, Qin Po's expression changed drastically. He performed an incredibly respectful cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, my lord. I did not want to attract attention earlier, so I did not greet you properly. My lord, please forgive me." Xiaochen sat on a mahogany chair with a calm expression, indicating that he did not mind. He said softly, "Xiaochen, Grasshead Xiao, Morning Sunday. I do not like to speak nonsense, so please do your best to give a simple introduction of the situation. I will deal with you within 10 days. "Very well, my lord." Qin Po was very careful, not daring to be slow. This was a major character from the Heavenly Alliance. He could not afford to offend him. Even though Qin Po had seen many major scenes, he still felt somewhat nervous. After calming himself, he said, "The Ink Sea has 2 rank 5 sects, the Flying Cloud sect and the Azure Smoke Pavilion. 2 years ago, the Azure Smoke Pavilion's Supreme Elder, Qingyan Shangren, advanced to Sovereign Emperor. Half a year after that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion took 70% of the Ink Sea's resources. The other factions shared the remaining 30%. The Azure Smoke Pavilion has always done business with our merchant association. In the past, we earned 70% and they earned 30%. After Qingyan Shangren advanced to Sovereign Emperor, he demanded an exorbitant price. To think that he wanted us to take only 2%, while they wanted 80%. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The Ink Sea's resources were definitely in the hands of the sections. However, if the sects wanted to develop, they needed to work with the Merchant Association to maximize the benefits of the resources. This could be considered mutually benefiting, helping each other out. There were many ways to do this. However, it was very simple. It was just that whoever was stronger would benefit more. In the past, when the various factions interfered, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could gain 70% of the profits. However, the situation changed now. The Azure Smoke Pavilion produced a sovereign emperor. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion could not gain any advantage, even getting bullied. There was no need to probe too deeply into the business matters. They had nothing to do with him. Xiao Chun grasped the main point. He asked seriously, he advanced to Sovereign Emperor 2 years ago? I reported this matter to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters 2 years ago. However, we never received any attention, Qin said helplessly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it is not that we do not pay attention. It is just that we do not have enough manpower. Continue. Right? He wanted 80% of the profits. Naturally, we refused. After that, the Azure Smoke Pavilion stopped doing business with us. Instead, they supported a small merchant association and secretly suppressed us. For the past 2 years, we have nearly lost all of our business. You saw how bleak our business is now. Xiao Chun felt doubtful. How can a small merchant association compare to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had branches in the central Great Realm. In terms of strength and accumulations, a small merchant association could not compare to it. In a fair competition, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could take out more secret treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques than the other merchant associations. Qin smiled bitterly. With the Azure Smoke Pavilions secretly supporting us, we cannot do business at all. The merchant association's cargo ships responsible for transporting resources have even been robbed a few times. During this period, they have been openly suppressing us. Several of my 9 Cauldron Pavilions guards died. Qinyan Shangren has already spread the word that all Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples are not allowed to do business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. On the surface, it looked like Qinyan Shangren forbade the Azure Smoke Pavilion disciples from doing business with my 9 Cauldron Pavilion. In reality, it was a warning to all the cultivators in the Ink Sea. Who in the Ink Sea would dare to offend a sovereign emperor? Xiao Chun grasped the key point again. He asked seriously, he killed people from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? With the Azure Smoke Pavilion supporting us, the other party does not have to worry. Xiao Chun said calmly, that's easy. What is that merchant association called? Qin did not understand what Xiao Chun meant, but he still answered honestly, in the past, it was called the Red Cloud Merchant Association. Now, it is called the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. When Xiao Chun mentioned the name of the other party's merchant association, Qin Po's expression turned even more unsightly. This name was a direct slap in the face. You have 9 and I have 10. This high-profile name is meant to suppress you. Is that merchant association's association chief in Red Cloud City? He has always been. Right after Qin spoke, he looked up and saw that Xiao Chen had already disappeared from his chair. The curtains fluttered a few times, indicating that someone had just left. How fast? This startled Qin. However, after he sat down, he felt somewhat uneasy. This Xiao Chen was simply too young. Xiao Chen's cold attitude also made Qin feel somewhat unreliable. He muttered to himself, the Heavenly Alliance has not sent anyone for more than 2 years. Now that someone finally came, they sent a rash youth. Qin did not see any commotion, but Xiao Chen appeared before him again. Qin raised his head and spat out all the tea in his mouth. Xiao Chen held a head in his hand. It belonged to the head of the Red Cloud Merchant Association's association chief, whom Qin wished he could hack into 1,000 pieces. The other party appeared stunned. Based on his expression, he probably did not even know how he died. If Qin recalled correctly, this fellow was a holy venerate and had the protection of a heaven-defying sovereign personage from the Azure Smoke Pavilion. How did he die just like that? How did he do it? Before Qin could even warm his seat or drink his tea, Xiao Chen returned after killing someone. Qin could not help feeling fear in his heart. He quickly stood up and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, I killed the person and demolished the 10 Cauldron Pavilion. Make your preparations. Business should be here in the next 2 days." Xiao Chen said indifferently. His expression remained calm as if he had just done something unremarkable. However, killing a holy venerate before a heaven-defying sovereign personage was indeed an insignificant matter. However, Qin was already frightened silly. He said in a trembling voice, I'll go and make my preparations. This little one will take his leave first. Wait a moment. Qin immediately asked in a fluster, "My lord, what instructions do you have?" Send this head to the Azure Smoke Pavilion as quickly as possible. Qin Per immediately felt startled. "Milord, you are provoking Qingyan Shangren. You have to think this through. Just do as I say." "Why so much nonsense?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Qin Po's words made it sound like he should not provoke the other party. However, when Xiao Chen thought about how the other party had been suppressed for a long time, it was understandable that he feared Qingyan Shangren. Xiao Chen softened his tone and said softly, "I want to provoke him. The faster I deal with this problem, the more contribution I will obtain, and the more benefits your 9-cauldron pavilion will obtain." Yes. I'll do it now." Qin Per immediately felt somewhat excited. This little lord's temper and boldness were really great. It looked like the 9-cauldron pavilion was going to turn things around. Chapter 2183. Ink Sea, Heavenly Cloud Mountain, one of the 3 blessed lands. A blessed land should have many sects, just like the Purple Flame sect, where Xiao Chen once stayed, which was just one sect in the Blessed Land. However, this Ink Sea's Heavenly Cloud Mountain only had one sect, the Azure Smoke sect. The reason went without saying. Since a sovereign emperor appeared in the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect naturally wanted to monopolize all the benefits of this great blessed land. Disagree? If one dared to disagree before a sovereign emperor, it would be no different from seeking death. Right now, the Azure Smoke sect lived up to its name in the Ink Sea. No one dared to oppose it. The sect disciples were even more arrogant and despotic, considering everyone else beneath them. In the Ink Sea, no one dared to offend them. In an era when sovereign emperors did not appear, even the strongest false emperor could not be so domineering. After all, a rank 5 sect had a soul tool. Even a false emperor had to fear them. Everyone coexisted peacefully, living in harmony. However, now that a sovereign emperor appeared, a soul tool in the hands of a sovereign emperor and a sovereign personage were 2 different secret treasures. The might that a soul tool could bring out was completely different. In the hands of a sovereign emperor, the horrifying might of a soul tool could truly be brought out. In this Ink Sea, a sovereign emperor was a supreme god. But tonight, there was something wrong with the Azure Smoke sect. A rumor had spread through the entire sect, from top to bottom, from the mouth of all the disciples and elders. "Did you hear? Someone killed the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief. His head was delivered to our sect master last night." How could I not have heard about it? That fellow's death was really strange. He was not weak in the first place, and he had Marshal Grand Uncle Jiang's protection. However, he died just like that. Someone saw Marshal Uncle Jiang return last night. I heard that he was pale and dispirited, like he was scared silly. Who exactly is it? To think that he dares to provoke us. Does he not know that our Azure Smoke sect's ancestor is already a sovereign emperor? This is the most horrifying thing. He clearly knows that you are a sovereign emperor, yet he still dares to kill your people. The rumors were hard to stop. The 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's association chief was killed, and the entire Merchant Association's headquarters was torn down on the street. This was an earth-shattering matter in the Ink Sea. The various major factions received the news at the fastest time. The other factions had already received the news. It would be hard for the Azure Smoke sect disciples not to know about it. At this moment, the sect master and all the elders gathered in the Azure Smoke sect's ancestral hall at the main peak of Skycloud Mountain. Their expressions were incomparably grave as they looked at the items placed in the center of the hall in silence. That object was the head of the 10 Cauldron Chamber of Commerce's president. After the group of people received the heads, they discussed for an entire night, but they still couldn't come up with any ideas. The Azure Smoke sect's sect master, Luo Yun, did not look old, like a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a scholarly temperament. There was a sharp aura hidden between his brows. That was the foundation of an overlord. "Everyone, we've discussed for an entire night, but we still haven't come up with a good idea?" Luo Yun glanced at the elders gathered in the ancestral hall and said in a deep voice. There were not many elders. However, even the weakest was a holy venerate. 4 or 5 of the older ones were even sovereign personages. The Azure Smoke sect's entire foundation was here. Even without Qingyan Shangren, The Azure Smoke sect could be considered a peak existence among rank 5 sections. Those who could stand here naturally had some vision. They could tell that this was not a simple murder. Before a heaven-defying person died, Xiao Chen had silently killed another sovereign personage. Everyone was very clear on what kind of strength one needed to achieve this. This was especially so for that martial Uncle Jiang. After he returned, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Clearly, he had suffered a huge trauma in his heart. A false emperor could not make martial Uncle Jiang feel such fear. What kind of existence was above false emperor? No one dared to think about it, nor did they want to. They could only continue playing dumb when faced with Luo Yun's question. This is indeed making things difficult for everyone. Luo Yunling, who was sitting on the throne, let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of exhaustion on his face. Originally, Martial Uncle Qingyan should have been in charge of this matter. Unfortunately, Qingyan Shangren was currently in closed-door cultivation. Even when Luo Yun summoned him several times, he ignored him. Naturally, there was no solution to this difficult problem before everyone. Actually, Luo Yun guessed something. As the sect master of a rank 5 sect, he naturally knew some of the secrets of the Central Great Realm. Several thousand years ago, a sovereign emperor had appeared in the Ink Sea cluster. However, that sovereign emperor did not unify the Ink Sea. There seemed to be an invisible hand controlling the Ink Sea's movements in the unseen world. This kept the various factions of the Ink Sea in balance, preventing one faction from becoming too strong and monopolizing the Ink Sea. Even though martial Uncle Qingyan had become a sovereign emperor, Luo Yun did not want to drive the other factions to the edge. He feared that something bad would happen if this balance was broken. Although Luo Yun did not know what would happen, he still felt worried. However, martial Uncle Qingyan was stubborn, and the other elders were eager to try. Even if Luo Yun wanted to, he could not. Over the past 2 odd years, the Azure Smoke sect had continuously grown stronger, showing a flourishing momentum. This further dispelled Luo Yun's worries. Unexpectedly, the thing he worried about the most happened. This sigh contained some helplessness. Luo Yun was limited by his knowledge and vision. He could guess something, but he did not know what was going on. This was the helplessness he felt the most. The 5 super factions secretly controlled the entire Great Thousand Realms. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know about this. Even many sovereign personages in the Central Great Realm did not know about the Heavenly Alliance. How much could Luo Yun, a rank 5 sect master of the Ink Sea, know? Martial nephew, what are you worrying about? This sigh is very puzzling. Ha! Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Then, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall. Although this old man was skinny, his frail body gave off a frightening energy that could not be underestimated, appearing unfathomable. Old ancestor, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. We were all scared out of our wits last night. Indeed. Quickly, think of a solution. This person was the most famous person in the Ink Sea for the past 2 years, the Qingyan Shangren, whom nearly everyone knew. Luo Yun's eyes lit up. He felt that his martial uncle's strength had improved significantly, becoming even more unfathomable. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Martial uncle, please take a seat." Qingyan Shangren did not stand on ceremony. He sat down in the seat that Luo Yun vacated. As he looked at the heads below, he smiled sinisterly. This fellow is finally dead. Whoosh! Qingyan Shangren stretched out his hand, and the head of the 10 Cauldron Merchant Association's chief flew into his hand. Then there was a loud bang. Only a skull remained amid the azure smoke. Qingyan Shangren ferociously grabbed, and the skull turned into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone, including Luo Yun, showed startled expressions. This time, they were truly frightened. "Martial uncle," Luo Yun called out, feeling somewhat anxious. "This fellow is just a pawn that I placed in front of me. He will die sooner or later. It was worth it to be able to roam free for 2 years and suppress the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association." Qingyan Shangren waved his hand and said, "As for the rest, martial nephew, there is no need to worry. I already made arrangements. If he had come a year earlier, I might have been in some trouble. As for now, this old man is waiting for him." If he dares to come, I will make sure that he never returns. As you wish, I am here. Bang! Right after the old man spoke, the doors of the ancestral hall, which were reinforced by formations, shattered. A strong wind blew at the broken doors, and a dazzling light as bright as the sun appeared, so bright that no one could open their eyes. A figure slowly appeared from the light. This figure was dressed in white, and he strode in with his head held high. How young! When the Azure Smoke Sect elders saw this person's appearance, they all sighed in their hearts, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the person that the old ancestor was waiting for. This was the mysterious person that scared their martial uncle Jiang silly. Yu Weimian looked too young. Based on his appearance, he did not even look 50 years old. Naturally, the person who came was Xiao Chen. The head had been delivered to the Azure Smoke Sect for one night, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen came himself. I was wondering why the person did not arrive after one night. It turns out that you already condensed a divine vein. How admirable! How admirable! It is already not easy for you to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this desolate place. Now that you have condensed a divine vein, it is even more shocking. Xiao Chen glanced indifferently at the somewhat blind people. Then, he said softly, "Do you not understand what I said? Even in the Central Great Realm, this martial granduncle of yours can be considered a top character." These words were true. Even in the Central Great Realm, it was extremely difficult to advance to Sovereign Emperor. Old Ancestor, you. Clearly, the Azure Smoke Sect's elders did not know how strong Qingyan Shangren was or where he ranked in the Central Great Realm. Qingyan Shangren revealed a cocky expression, gladly accepting Xiao Chen's praise. Being able to advance to Sovereign Emperor in this ink sea already boosted Qingyan Shangren's ambition, filling him with pride. This was the so-called instant success. However, that is all. In the end, the accumulations in the ink sea are lacking. Forcefully plundering the ink sea's resources to condense a divine vein is even more foolish. You probably do not even have a divine vein level cultivation technique to cultivate. Such a sovereign emperor would not be able to cause much trouble in the Central Great Realm. No wonder you only know how to put on airs in this ink sea. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would suddenly change the topic, belittling Qingyan Shangren as worthless? Qingyan Shangren was already extremely proud of advancing to Sovereign Emperor. He even felt that the Sovereign Emperors of the Central Great Realm would not be much stronger than him. Earlier, Qingyan Shangren enjoyed Xiao Chen's words. So, he prepared to negotiate with Xiao Chen about the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen's words would suddenly change the topic, deeply stabbing at Qingyan Shangren's pride? Rage flared up in his heart. The atmosphere in the hall immediately turned strange. The Azure Smoke Sect's elders were frightened into silence. Everyone could tell that this youth had touched on the old ancestor's reverse scale. An icy chill spread in the hall. Qingyan Shangren showed a sullen expression, his skinny face filled with murderous intent. A great battle would start at any moment. Chapter 2184. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall turned strange. No one dared to speak. The group of elders, including Luo Yun, felt increasingly unbearable. The hall was so quiet that one could hear their breathing and heartbeats. Despite this unbearable feeling, they did not dare to move. It was like they feared breaking some sort of balance. Normally, these sovereign personages could call the wind and summon the rain in this ink sea cluster, supreme existences. Even though sovereign emperors appeared, sovereign personages were still incredibly rare in this ink sea cluster. Wherever they went, they were aloof and aloof. When had these sovereign emperors ever felt so unbearable? To put it bluntly, they did not even dare to let out a fart. The battle between Xiao Qin and Qingyan Shangren had already started. The two's auras clashed, their auras spreading to every corner of the hall. Both were storing up power in secret, searching for the other's openings, trying to suppress the other's aura. The invisible auras were already incredibly intense. Everyone here was a sovereign personage and naturally understood the profoundness of this. At this moment, if anyone dared to move, it would be like adding oil to the fire. Bang! Everything would explode. It was like time stopped in the hall. No one moved at all, their expressions did not even change. Qingyan Shangren felt somewhat shocked. Although this youth before him had not opened any divine veins, his aura moved according to his heart. However, his aura moved according to his will, moving as he pleased. There were no openings at all. Could be said to be perfect. Dragon images seemed to appear behind Xiaoqin, howling and roaring ferociously. That was dragon might. This was a powerful, outstanding talent with a great, desolate Ian bloodline. Kasi. Just at this moment, one of the Azure Smoke Hall elders felt somewhat unbearable, so he shifted his body slightly. However, the sound amplified infinitely at this moment. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm lake. However, it did not kick up ripples. Instead, it kicked up a deafening wave like a tsunami. Luo Yun's face sank. Knowing that things were bad, the group of elders executed their movement techniques and quickly moved far away. In that instant, the limit of stillness shifted to the limit of movement. It was like these people came back to life. The elders already moved very fast. However, they were not faster than Xiaoqin and Qingyan Shangren. The incorporeal dragon image behind Xiaoqin gathered together, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, turning into a huge azure dragon image that roared furiously into the 9 heavens. Qingyan Shangren's expression turned cold as he slapped the armrest heavily. He mobilized all the accumulations of the entire Qingyun Peak sect. The illusion of a huge incense burner appeared in front of him. There were 3 incense sticks in the incense burner, and green smoke curled around them. Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and the lingering azure smoke immediately turned into thousands of sword images that shot out. The 2 auras collided in an instant. With a loud bang, the green smoke ancestral hall collapsed into nothingness. Puchi. Luo Yun and the other elders of the azure smoke hall spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The weaker elders, who were only at the holy venerate realm, even died on the spot from the shockwaves of the 2 auras. Not only did Luo Yun and the others not have the qualifications to interfere in this battle, but they might even lose their lives if they were careless. When sovereign emperors fought, the scale of the battle was already beyond what these sovereign personages could imagine or resist. Dang! The melodious sound of weapons clashing rang out, echoing throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain. This blessed land, which was as large as a great realm, buzzed endlessly and trembled. The heavenly cloud mountain was very large and vast. It was at least 100 million kilometers long. In the past, dozens of rank 4 sects lived in this place. One could easily imagine how vast it was. However, this heavenly cloud mountain was also very small. To Xiaoqin and Qingyan Shangren, who were fighting, just the shockwaves could cover most of heavenly cloud mountain. Whoosh! A purple figure retreated from heavenly cloud mountain's main peak. As he retreated, he crashed into many peaks, kicking up huge waves in the seawater. Xiaoqin was not retreating alone. Instead, he was retreating with his aura. He did not crash into the tall peaks. Instead, his aura crushed them, turning them into surging tsunamis along with the seawater. Humph! How dare you disrespect me on Heavenly Cloud Mountain? Not to mention the fact that you have not opened a divine vein. Even if you did, you would not be a match for me. Qingyan Shangren stood proudly on the mountain summit. At this moment, his slender body seemed to contain boundless might, inspiring others to look up at him like looking at the sky. A strong wind blew as Qingyan Shangren looked coldly at Xiaoqin, who got knocked back. Then, he said sullenly, "You have a great background. I will not kill you. I will use you as a bargaining chip. My azure smoke pavilion will dominate the ink sea, and we will not have to worry about anything in the future." Old ancestor. When the many azure smoke pavilion disciples saw Qingyan Shangren's majestic appearance and bold words, they felt their hot-bloodedness surge endlessly. Whoosh! Xiaoqin gently pushed off the surface of the sea, stopping his retreating figure. At the same time, the surging mountain-like seawater slowly fell back. However, the way it fell was incredibly gentle, following Xiaoqin's aura and spreading out again. What was even more miraculous was that the tall mountain that Xiaoqin crushed earlier actually retreated together with the seawater. It looked like time and space had reversed. In reality, it was just reuniting with Xiaoqin's aura. The mountain had already shattered. The mountain that Xiao Chen saw was only the mountain that existed in Xiao Chen's aura. It was like a painting. When Xiao Chen retreated, the white clouds, mountains, rivers, and sunlight had already entered the painting. Now, the painting was just reuniting. Xiao Chen looked at Qingyan Shangren, who stood proudly on the main peak like he was the sovereign of the world. However, Xiao Chen was not surprised at the other party's strength. A sovereign emperor's accumulations would not be child's play when a rank 5 sect erupted. However, since Xiao Chen dared to come, he had to have considered the other party's geographical advantage. You are courageous. After seeing my Azure Smoke Pavilion's accumulations, you still dare to not flee. Youths are like this, not fearing anything, thinking that they are fated. Today, I will teach you a lesson and show you what fear is. Qingyan Shangren smiled coldly. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the azure smoke lingering around the incense burner circled around his fingertip. At the instant his thumb and index finger came into contact with each other, countless sword cries resounded. They were loud and clear, and they seemed to descend from the heavens and descend from the netherworld. Since the establishment of the Azure Smoke Pavilion, the many disciples had been using their swords to visualize the incense burner every day. They used their bodies as swords to worship the incense burner, accumulating accumulations for 100 years, 1,000 years, countless days and nights. Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and thousands of sword hums gathered. This sword hum pierced through the entire blessed land from north to south. Stimulated by this sword hum, Heavenly Cloud Mountain's 300-kilometer-tall main peak erupted with resplendent light, looking like a sharp sword illuminating the entire blessed land. Aside from the strand of sword light that Qingyan Shangren flicked out for 50 million kilometers, only black and white remained in the world. The sword light illuminated Xiao Chen's eyes, making his handsome facial features look even more distinct. The sword wind scattered Xiao Chen's long hair, making him appear even more unruly and unruly. The sword light, which carried the sect's accumulations, looked like it could split the world apart. Then it instantly charged over. Everyone in the Azure Smoke Pavilion gasped in amazement at this sword strike. They had only heard of the sect's founding ancestor in the legends, having once flicked out such a strand of sword chi. Now they saw it with their own eyes. It was like the legends unfolded before them. The shock was indescribable. Everyone thought that Xiao Chen would die for sure under this sword strike. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, unable to fight anymore. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. The yin and yang divine essence sees in his body silently merged, and the Taiji force field spread out. Whoosh! The instant the Taiji force field appeared, a light burst out from Xiao Chen's body in the originally black and white world. The entire world regained its color. This was Xiao Chen using his own strength to suppress the other party with his aura, breaking the momentum of this sword strike. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to receive this sword strike head-on. This sword strike carried the accumulations of a sect that had accumulated for thousands of years. If he tried to receive it, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating himself. Not to mention whether he could receive it or not, he would be too stupid to do so. After the sword chi entered the Taiji force field, it looked like it could travel through space and time. However, to Xiao Chen, it slowed significantly. Whoosh! Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and gently moved, looking like he had dodged this sword strike by a fluke. When the sword chi entered the sea, it was like a stream flowing into the sea, silently vanishing. This was because the charm contained in the sword chi had automatically dissipated after losing its target, and the sect's foundation had returned to the mountains and rivers. He dodged it. This startled Qingyan Shangren. To think that Xiao Chen managed to dodge his sure-hit sword strike. He could not help saying angrily, "Let's see how many sword strikes you can dodge." Qingyan Shangren flicked his finger, and another strand of sword chi that seemed to travel through space and time charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He drove the primal chaos divine energy in his body to the limits and used the Taiji force field to carefully slow down Qingyan Shangren's speed, narrowly dodging again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it! I don't believe that I cannot kill you. Qingyan Shangren felt somewhat flustered and exasperated after failing to hit his target. He flicked his finger, and strands of sword intent shot at Xiao Chen without end. Day and night immediately sped up in the blessed land. Sometimes, only black and white remained. Another moment, the colors returned to normal. It was like the rising and setting of the sun were sped up. The Azure Smoke sect disciples were horrified to discover that as day and night sped up, their faces aged. Their fine black hair turned white. It was like time sped up several times. Let's see how long you can last. Under the berserk attacks, Xiao Chen appeared somewhat unable to hold out. Qingyan Shangren could not help laughing cockily. Just as he was about to make another move, enough! Xiao Chen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted. This shout was like a clap of thunder, immediately kicking up countless huge waves on the vast sea. You are really vicious. Draining the sect's accumulations like this, completely disregarding the life and death of the disciples. I have a saber strike. Please give it a try. Gurgle. An unremarkable drop of seawater soared into the air amid the huge waves. Xiao Chen moved like a swallow, looking like he was about to fly but not soar. Then he flicked his finger. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplets shaking the firmament. Chapter 2185. A drop of water could break the vault of heaven. Qingyan Shangren used his one-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to drive the sect's 1,000-year-old accumulations. He used the 30-kilometer-tall peak under his feet as a sword, and hundreds of strands of sword qi could cause the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon to pale in comparison. Xiao Chen would be defeated with just one strike. Xiao Chen, who could drive Taiji with primal chaos divine energy, finally recovered. Xiao Chen's counterattack was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the sword qi of mountains and rivers. What he flicked out was a drop of water, a drop of rain, a drop of sweat that contained the inheritance of the devil blade. The scorching sun had tortured it for 3,333 years, the gale had battered it for 3,333 years, and the lightning had struck it for 3,333 years. Over the past 9,999 years, the thunderstorm, the gale, and the scorching sun could not change his heart. What is a demon? Lonely as I am, 10,000 years of time hanging high in the 9 heavens, I exist alone. What is a demon? Just like me, I am so proud that even the heavens cannot tolerate my heart. This was the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, using the state of water droplets to break the sky. This drop of water was so tiny that if one did not look carefully, they would not even notice it. But once one discovered it, they would never be able to forget it. It was so ordinary, yet so special. It was a demon. It's a drop of water. He flicked a drop of water. What is he trying to do? It's clearly just a drop of water, so why do I feel like I'm shivering and my legs aren't listening to me? Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, what the hell happened? Initially, when he saw this drop of water, he didn't think much of it. But soon he found himself unable to shift his gaze away from it, and his legs wouldn't listen to him. How strange and bewitching! Qingyan Shangren was somewhat dumbfounded. This raindrop that Xiao Chen flicked out completely surpassed his common sense. Although Xiao Chen was not a sovereign emperor, his knowledge was limited. He had never heard of the fiendish saber's name or seen such a martial technique. He knew that this raindrop was extraordinary, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Not just for a moment, but with his experience, even if he racked his brains, he still wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. If they had the advantage of the terrain, it would have been impossible for them to suppress Xiao Chen before by consuming the foundation that the sect's disciples had been accumulating for thousands of years. I don't believe that a mere drop of water can overturn the heavens. Qingyan Shangren shouted coldly. Then he waved his hand at the 3 incense sticks in the incense burner and wiped them gently. The little accumulations that the sect had accumulated were immediately drained. Using the sect's accumulations, Xiao Chen activated the sect protecting formation. Instantly, sword lights covered the main peak of Heavenly Cloud Mountain as the sect's formation activated. Then, the light surged, and the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to come to life as if a long sword had come to life. In an instant, thousands of mountains became one. Is it useful? Xiao Chen's face was expressionless and cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. That drop of rain appeared in the eyes of the Azure Smoke sect disciples. It got closer and closer, silently piercing through the tall mountains and breaking through layers of sword veils, heading for a lake in the middle of the sect. He watched as the droplet of rain pierced through the mountain and tore through the sword veil, but nothing happened. Seeing this scene, Qingyan Shangren could not help but laugh. "You are just bluffing. You nearly drip." Before Qingyan Shangren could finish speaking, that droplet of rain landed on the lake. With a loud boom, the entire blessed land, not just the Azure Smoke sect's 1,000-layered mountain gate, exploded with a loud bang. "No!" Qingyan Shangren showed a horrified expression as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The foundations of the Azure Smoke sect, which had been around for thousands of years, vanished before his eyes, completely destroyed. After that, the wind blew continuously. Layers of seawater exploded, and spirit springs spewed out everywhere. 7 colored lights scattered like fireworks. That was the top-grade spirit vein that sustained the blessed enclave. It had also been destroyed. Everything that he could see had been destroyed. However, he could only watch helplessly as the saber intent that erupted from that droplet of rain brought a calamity of destruction. One droplet of rain could destroy the sky. If the droplet of rain in that painting truly appeared, it might be able to sweep through the entire ink sea and destroy everything. Such a killing move already surpassed the norm of the mortal world. It could only be described as demonic. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back as he slowly approached. With every step he took, the dilapidated mountains and rivers recovered. It was like time flowed in reverse. By the time Xiao Chun arrived before Qingyan Shangren, the entire blessed land had recovered to its original state. "You, how ruthless! Even if I was in the wrong, you could have just killed me alone. However, what crime did the tens of thousands of my Azure Smoke sect disciples commit? To think that you slaughtered them all. You destroyed the foundation of my sect for thousands of years." Qingyan Shangren felt extreme grief, looking haggard. The killing intent that erupted from that droplet of rain landed on him. That inferior-grade soul tool incense burner had already shattered. Qingyan Shangren looked haggard, in an extremely sorry state. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I did not kill them." "Old ancestor." Many figures descended from the sky with confused expressions, clearly at a loss as to what to do. In fact, they did not even know what was happening. Xiao Chen purposely controlled that droplet of rain. Most of the saber intent landed on the Azure Smoke sect's formations and Qingyan Shangren. The moment the saber intent erupted, the others got knocked back. When they landed, they saw this scene. These people did not even know that their sects were already destroyed and that the entire blessed land was gone, as everything had happened too quickly. "You all?" Qingyan Shangren looked over. These sect disciples all had white hair and faint wrinkles on their faces. They looked like they had aged many years. Qingyan Shangren could not continue. Previously, he only cared about defeating Xiao Chen, squandering the sect's accumulations and overdrawing on the vitality of these sect disciples. Otherwise, given his foundation in the ink sea, even if he condensed a divine vein, he would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chen. He would not be able to gain any advantage against Xiao Chen. He would reveal an opening with one strike, not to mention suppressing Xiao Chen. "Old ancestor, are you all right?" The sect disciples did not understand the reason behind this. Instead, they started worrying about Qingyan Shangren's injuries. Only Luo Yun and the other sovereign personages knew what was going on. However, they did not know what to say. They glanced at Xiao Chen, who was watching coldly from the side. Their hearts filled with fear and nervousness. Clang! Just as the sect disciples were worrying about Qingyan Shangren's injuries, they suddenly heard a melodious saber hum. A saber light flashed, looking like a short-lived, piercing and dazzling. "What are you trying to do? If you dare to injure old ancestor, we will fight you to the death." After Qingyan Shangren became a sovereign emperor, he was like a god to the Azure Smoke sect disciples. This was especially so in the past 2 years, when he led the Azure Smoke sect to dominate a region. All the sect disciples worshipped him, holding him in high esteem. Seeing Xiaochen draw his saber, the group of sect disciples all panicked, blocking Qingyan Shangren. Move aside. Qingyan Shangren knew Xiaochen's strength. Before Xiaochen, these people were like paper, not threatening at all. We are not leaving. I told you to move aside. Qingyan Shangren shouted angrily, shaking off all the disciples. Immediately, they were tossed out like sandbags. Holding the tyrant's saber, Xiaochen approached step by step. When he arrived before Qingyan Shangren, he swung his saber. Luo Yun and the other sect masters immediately felt their hearts in their throats, feeling immense pressure. Senior, if you have any requests, just state them. Our Azure Smoke sect will definitely do as you say. Is it because of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? We can hand over all the benefits we gained in the past 2 years. You just need to say the word, and we can spare Marshal Uncle's life. In the end, Luo Yun could not bear to do this. He mustered up his courage and spoke in a trembling voice. This major character, who dominated a region and swept through the Ink Sea, now trembled in fear, filled with helplessness. Xiaochen ignored Luo Yun. He only looked at Qingyan Shangren and said, "It is not easy to become a sovereign emperor in the Ink Sea. This is your opportunity. However, you should not be afraid. So what if you are from the Ink Sea? You managed to become a sovereign emperor in this insignificant Ink Sea. So what if you go to the Central Great Realm? The path of a cultivator should be fearless. Even if you suffer all sorts of hardships, it is fine as long as you keep moving forward. However, you remain stubborn, only wanting to dominate this Ink Sea, suppressing the other sects and squeezing out the resources of the entire Ink Sea. Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen, today, I will chop off one of your arms as punishment for bullying the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Behave yourself in the future." As the saber light descended, Xiaochen sheathed his saber. Qingyan Shangren cried out miserably as his right arm was chopped off. Remnant saber intent lingered in the wound. This saber intent would remain for a long time. Even a sovereign emperor would not be able to recover from it. Xiaochen did not kill Qingyan Shangren because he wanted to maintain the balance in the Ink Sea. He was also doing this out of consideration for the Azure Smoke sect disciples. If Qingyan Shangren died, the sects that he suppressed for the past 2 years would definitely kill all these disciples, not leaving a single one alive to vent their hatred. The more important reason was to maintain the balance, to give the various factions of the Ink Sea time to catch a breather. Even if a sovereign emperor lost an arm, he would still be much stronger than a regular false emperor. However, he would still be incomparable to when he was at his peak. Furthermore, with the destruction of the Azure Smoke sect, the Azure Smoke sect could only rest and recuperate for a long time. In the future, when the Azure Smoke sect rose up, it would fear the 9 Cauldron Pavilion and not dare to bargain. Only then would the Azure Smoke sect be in line with the Heavenly Alliance's interests. Only then would the mission come to a perfect conclusion. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed. Then, he turned into a flash of purple light and vanished. Boom! When Xiaochen left, the aura around him scattered. The entire blessed land shattered like a painting, returning to its original state. The sect is gone. This scene stupefied those disciples, all of them gaping and at a loss for what to do. However, Sect Master Luo Yun and the group of Elder Wang knew about this long ago. The moment they were sent flying, the entire mountain gate, no, the entire blessed enclave was gone. When the aura was gone, everything turned to dust. That feeling of helplessness made one sad, but one could not do anything about it. If possible, one might as well live in the painting, living in the aura that Xiaochen gathered. At the very least, the sect still existed. Even if one knew that it was fake, it was better than being in rubble. This made one feel despair and heartache. For the past few years, I monopolized the Ink Sea. I was really living in a dream. After I woke up from this dream, I realized that this Ink Sea was never my Ink Sea. Luo Yun smiled bitterly and sighed softly, appearing haggard.